They were being pursued, dark spells and curses flying past them, none lethal. Their master wouldn't allow them, but still dangerous. It was morning, the temperature low, the sky clouded and the air moist. A thin shroud of fog enveloped them all. 3 pair of hurried footsteps, coupled with heavy breathing, ran along damp grass, heavier footsteps behind them. They were on the Hogwarts grounds. To the left was the ever-dark forest edge, wisps of movement being seen between the dark trees and bushes. To the right was the castle, once the perfect example of a peaceful setting with warm lights coming from many of the windows and towers, half of which he had most likely passed on some day of broom flying to ease his worries. However, today he would not be able to outfly his problems. The castle was in ruins, shattered windows could be seen everywhere, fire raging within the halls. Whether it was fiend or normal fire he did not know, nor did it seem to matter much now. The castle was burning and he could faintly hear screaming in the distance, each sounding different, already telling him stories of what was lost in them. But he didn't need to listen to them to know what was going on. Both near and in the distance he saw the cause of the chaos and destruction, Death Eaters. There were too many for anyone to take on. Some were chasing students in their own pace, enjoying the hunt, meanwhile firing spells from their wands in rapid succession. There were colors flying everywhere, a few of them connecting with their victims, producing new screams before they fell to the ground, unmoving. Pain in his chest reminded him of his own situation. His breathing had become heavier and his shirt was torn, revealing that he had a large cut in his chest. Blood had seeped out from it into his shirt, making it warm, wet and heavy. The other 2 pair of footsteps came from Ron and Hermione to his sides. They too looked no better than him. They were sweaty, dirty and bloody. Hermione was clutching her forearm, a dark spot could be seen on it, with ominous tendril-like veins spreading forth, which ever so slowly seemed to be spreading out as if trying to infect more of her healthy flesh around it. Her hair was a reflection of the bushy volume it used to be, now lying flat with mud and blood. Her eyes, however, were still the same, fear-stricken but still showing him that her head was working furiously to come up with some plan of escape. Ron's shoulder seemed to be broken, and from the hairline above his forehead trailed a line of blood across his face to his chin. His face was grim and determined, telling him that he was willing to fight to the end, even if that came quicker than any of us wanted. They came to an abrupt halt when some distance before them dark smoke quickly molded together into the wizarding nightmare. Voldemort, a triumphant look on his face, twisting his snake-like features in something even less human. The spells around them had stopped, and from all around he saw Death Eaters closing in on them from behind, from the tree line of the forest and those on the grounds. He wasn't going to stop here. Maybe they could make some kind of distraction, run into the forest and apparate away. But would that even work? How far did the wards stretch? Had additional ones been directed all around the area? What kind of distraction would work in the first place to divert the attention of all these Death Eaters? Voldemort, however, was not going to wait for him. He uttered a single syllable with unbound glee in his voice, impatience shining in his red eyes. Kill the spare. The same words of death were spoken again, the same words as that fateful night of the Triwizard Tournament. Death Eaters immediately fired their killing curses at Ron and Hermione. Time seemed to slow, and he seemed powerless in moving against it. Before he could either conjure something to take the blow or push them away from the cursed light to the safety on the ground, did he notice that it was already over. Their bodies made their final fall as their eyes became vacant, making them unrecognizable to the orbs of life they once were. His knees fell silently into the soft ground near them, still not comprehending what just happened, not wanting to comprehend. He simply stared back at their faces, unblinking as his vision began to blur by tears forming in his own eyes. In the distance he could see everyone else having met the same fate. The whole Weasley family, Remus, Tonks, Moody, Neville, Luna, Sirius. He could sense that Voldemort had his wand trained at his back, the tip of his wand glowing a sickly green, the light being softly reflected on each of their faces. So it ends, Harry Potter. He made a startled gasp as his green eyes flew open in panic and darted around the room from his rigid and sweaty position on the bed, the rusty sprigs creaking a bit as his body moved, losing all tension it had once the realization sank in. Just a dream, Harry. He spoke to reassure himself. his voice distant and shaky in between his labored breathing. He kicked the remaining blankets of him, wishing to cool down more, his head still pounding from the events that happened, or rather didn't happen, making sure it's not some cruel joke as he thought about the last time he saw his friends alive and well. In the Hogwarts Express and the station, some still had bandages on then from the battle at the Ministry. Frustration and sadness welled up in him thinking about the events that had transpired in the Ministry. Frustration at how it could have been avoided if he had not fallen for Voldemort's trick. Not rushing and dragging everyone along into the department or by taking his occlumency more seriously and Dumbledore for not telling him the prophecy. Sadness at the loss of Sirius, the only family he had left, and himself for being powerless in the course his life was taking him. Why did he have to be the one to face Voldemort? Because the prophecy said so? How was he able to resurrect himself in the first place? You can't just resurrect anyone with a ritual, right? Because then they might as well dig up some old heroes to help them. No, he thought, rationalizing again. Can't be that simple, there has to be more to it than that. Maybe he could get permission from Dumbledore to look into the restricted section for any information or ask Dumbledore directly, he thought begrudgingly, feeling unsure what to think and feel of the headmaster. He could partly understand why Dumbledore withheld the prophecy from him, wanting to protect him from the burden he could now feel weighing on his shoulders. To have this knowledge at the age of 11 or 12 would surely have influenced his joyful experiences at Hogwarts. Well, despite the horrors he came to face each year, he thought somberly. But having known it earlier definitely would have its merits. He could have spent more time preparing, gaining knowledge, getting training, keeping his friends out of harm's way, and saving Sirius. Sirius. The name filled his heart with guilt again. Why was everyone being taken from him? He rubbed his eyes, his hands coming up wet. From his thoughts or the dream? He mentally shook his head, hoping to shake some of the thoughts off. It didn't help much as his thoughts wandered back to his nightmare. Is that how it's going to end? Helpless in the events and powerless against his enemies? He shifted from his bed to a sitting position, the bed moaning in complaint. His hair and back still damp from his sweat, making his shirt cling to him uncomfortably. He had to prevent that from happening. I still have time, right? I can't get Sirius back, but I can still protect those left. Get information, skills, and spells. Survive. Get through this and make something out of it. At the very least, make sure the others do. After all, he dragged them into this, thinking about the injuries they received at the Ministry. Sirius died, but none of his friends did. But what about next time? A next time will definitely come. It was only a matter of time. When will that be? Who would be next? Where would he stand in it? Would it be his fault again, putting others at risk? He sighed. I need to stop pondering, start acting. He glanced at the clock, the pointer slowly ticking, momentarily mesmerizing him by the continuous ticking in his otherwise silent room. It was nearly 11 p.m. Harry knew that Dumbledore would soon be there and pick him up to take him to the Weasleys. He looked at the note on the desk that Dumbledore had sent him a few days ago between the messes of the books, wraps and notes on his desk, stating his time of arrival. The ground looked less hectic. A few papers of the Daily Prophet could be seen with headlines reading, Harry Potter, the Chosen One? Scrimgeour succeeds Fudge and protecting your home and family against dark forces, which were given out to any wizarding home now that the Ministry had to acknowledge the return of the Dark Lord after coming close enough with him to quite nearly exchange pleasantries. The minute hand finally reached 12, announcing that it was 11 p.m. Hedwig hooted once softly from her cage as to make sure he was truly awake. Outside, the nearby street lamps went out, his window and room becoming a bit darker. He stood up and went to his window to look. Sure enough, a tall figure was walking up the garden path, his billowing clothes making him look wispy in the dark. Time to go, he thought, feeling a bit better about getting away from his room and the Dursleys. He grabbed his trunk and Hedwig's cage, hearing the doorbell ring as he opened his door. Downstairs in the living room, his Uncle Vernon shouted, "Who in the blazes is calling at this time of night?" Harry gave the tiniest of grins. He hadn't bothered to warn the Dursleys that Dumbledore was coming. He descended the stairs, dragging his trunk in one hand with heavy thuds and Hedwig in the other to keep her steady. He was at the door before his uncle even managed to hoist himself up from his chair. Gravity sure is a formidable opponent. Hello, Professor, he greeted the aged wizard, standing in the doorway, letting the professor silently know he was ready to immediately leave. Good evening, Harry, said Dumbledore, continuing after seeing his readiness. I'm sorry to say that you will have to stretch your patience a bit longer, seeing that we still have a few things to discuss with your relatives, he said, looking down his crooked nose, a smile tugging at his lips, making his beard move. Harry moved back, giving Dumbledore room to enter, and seeing that his uncle had arrived from the living room, looking purple already. Whether it was from standing up or seeing Dumbledore, he wasn't sure. Probably both. I think myself correct in assuming that my visit was an expected one for you? Dumbledore asked pleasantly. However, it is much too cold outside for an old man such as myself. Please excuse me, he said, stepping smoothly inside and closing the door behind him. The whistle sounded, followed by the compartment giving a little tug, indicating that the train that started his journey to Hogwarts, to his home. The scene of Perron 9 3/4 began gliding away, Mrs. Weasley moving parallel to the train, continuing her never-ending goodbyes to them with shouts of, "Stay safe, do your best, and clean underwear every day, Ron," making Harry laugh at Ron's flustered face. Seriously, what is she thinking shouting stuff like that? I'm not 5 anymore, he muttered with a sour face. Come on, Ron. She's simply a bit more stressed and concerned now with the disappearances, not to mention the upcoming wedding and her disagreements with Fleur, Hermione said, carefully picking words to describe the relationship between the Weasley matriarch and French witch. The relationship between them was for Harry a mixture of humor and awkwardness. Mrs. Weasley obviously didn't like Fleur. Fleur, however, seemed to either be oblivious or uncaring, continuously telling how wonderful Bill was in every way. That, of course, had Ron gagging multiple times at their display, whenever he was not gawking at her, of course. His summer at the Burrow had indeed been eventful. Order and silence held no meaning there, despite Fred and George's apparent absence. Now heavily spending their time on their flourishing shop, there had been little peace. Mrs. Weasley often threw glances at the Weasley clock, all of the pointers indicating mortal danger no matter where they were or what they were doing. Mr. Weasley often came home from the ministry carrying news about people going missing, Dementor attacks, and how Karkaroff, old headmaster of Durmstrang and retired Death Eater, had been found dead at a shack. Voldemort probably didn't take his leave kindly. Diagon Alley had also changed. Streets no longer bustled with salesmen and inviting shop signs or witches, wizards, and children filling the streets having excited conversations. No, they had made way for swindlers, boarded shops, and ministry propaganda posters. People moved in groups, huddled together, quietly moving to shops in quick and efficient manner, hoping to get it done fast. Dumbledore had sent Hagrid along as guard for him and the Weasleys while they did their shopping for school supplies. He guessed it had rather been for pretense and an early reunion with Hagrid. Death Eaters didn't attack in broad daylight yet, rather creating a fear of the unknown than known, leaving it to your own imagination. When they came across Narcissi and Draco Malfoy at Madame Malkin's, they noticed that Draco acted a bit suspicious by jumping every time Mrs. Malkin tried adjusting the sleeves on his forearm. Growing frustrated, he had thrown off the robes and left with his mother, the shop windows vibrating at the force of the door he slammed shut. They had seen him again while they were at the Weasley shop, walking hurriedly along all alone without his mother. They had followed him under the cloak, going through Knockturn Alley and ending up at Borgin and Burke's. Malfoy wanted Borgin to give him answers on how to fix something. Borgin told him he wasn't sure if he couldn't see it himself, which made Malfoy do something that made Borgin look frightened. Now he was threatening rather than asking him. Malfoy had been touchy about his arm. His father's been imprisoned, and he threatened Borgin with something. Had Malfoy replaced his father as a Death Eater? To spy in Hogwarts? Why did he want to fix this object he couldn't show Borgin? He told of his suspicion to Ron, Hermione, and afterwards Mr. Weasley. They didn't share the thought, saying that Voldemort would not employ 16-year-olds. How could they be sure? Despicable? Yes.
Impossible?
No. He was pulled out of his musings as the compartment door opened and a voice asked, "Hey guys, mind if we sit here?" In the doorway stood Neville and Luna, with Neville still looking a bit awkward, but his voice sounded a lot more confident compared to last year. He also seemed to have lost a bit of weight, looking filled out instead of slightly overweight. Luna hadn't changed much, a dreamy expression on her face and a copy of the Quibbler already in one hand. Her collection of beads and trinkets, although, seemed to have grown. Yeah, sure. Ron and I have to leave though because we have a meeting in the prefect carriage followed by patrols. Hermione responded, motioning for Ron to come along as Luna and Neville took the seats across from Harry. Ron sighed as he stood. I'm not so sure if I still want to be a prefect anymore, Hermione. All we do is babysit midgets and have boring meetings. Don't call them midgets, Ron. They're first and second years. She chided, wanting him to set an example. Too bad. I'm quite good at gnome throwing. Ron responded, grinning a little at the thought and following after her into the corridor. The door slid closed and a moment of silence followed. Luna's necklace rankled, breaking the silence. Are we going to have DA lessons again? She asked, staring at a spot over my shoulder. Neville, too, looked expectantly at him for the answer. Trevor, however, seemed to sense his lapse of focus on him and jumped for freedom, making a squishy sound as it landed on the floor and went under the bench. Trevor, Neville called, jumping much like his toad to find him. Harry didn't need to think long on the answer. No, sorry, this year we will probably have some decent lessons again with Umbridge gone, making the DA a bit unnecessary. That's too bad. It felt a lot like I had friends, replied Luna as Neville resurfaced with Trevor, looking a bit disappointed at his answer and embarrassed at Luna's. Feeling a mixture of embarrassment and understanding, he said, Don't say that, Luna. You do have friends. Neville, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, me are a few examples. Saying not so disappoints me. It may have been a bit harsh, he realized after saying it, but Luna only seemed to smile, content. You're right, Harry. The Rackspurts almost got me. Harry and Neville stared. A Rackspurt? They're invisible. They float in through your ears and make your brain go fuzzy, she said. I thought I felt one zooming around in here. She flapped her hands at the air, as though beating off large invisible moths. He smiled a bit, glad that she seemed to have understood, in her own way. Further conversation was halted when there was a disturbance outside their compartment door. A group of fourth-year girls were whispering and giggling together on the other side of the glass. You ask him, said one. No, you, rebutted another. I'll do it. And one of them, a bold-looking girl with large dark eyes, prominent chin, and long black hair, pushed her way through the door. Hi, Harry. I'm Romilda Vane, she said loudly and confidently. Why don't you join us in our compartment? You don't have to sit with them, she added in a whisper, indicating Neville, who had the toad in his hands, and Luna, who was reading upside down. They're friends of mine, said Harry coldly. Oh, said the girl, looking surprised. Oh, okay. And she withdrew, sliding the door closed behind her. Are you sure you don't want to go, Harry? I mean, it's fine with me. I wouldn't want to keep you here because you're polite, so you can really just dash. Do you want the same speech, Neville? Harry cut across Neville's rambling, referring to his statement to Luna moments before. No. Sorry, I understand. Neville mumbled, embarrassed. How was summer, Harry? He asked, picking himself up with surprising speed. The three of them discussed their holiday, Harry keeping his story simple until sometime later the door slid open again. Wish the lunch trolley would hurry up. I'm starving, said Ron longingly, slumping into the seat beside Harry and rubbing his stomach. Navilla. Luna. Guess what? He added, turning to Harry. Malfoy's not doing prefect duty. He's just sitting in his compartment with the other Slytherins. We saw him when we passed. Harry sat up straight, interested. It was not like Malfoy to pass up the chance to demonstrate his power as prefect, which he had happily abused previous year. Malfoy must have a good reason for resigning his prefect post, just as he had declined his offer to become Quidditch captain, as if he needed more time. Maybe he preferred the inquisitorial squad, said Hermione. Maybe being a prefect seems a bit tame after that. Harry kept silent, thinking. The compartment door slid open again and a breathless third-year girl stepped inside. I'm supposed to deliver these to Neville Longbottom and Harry P. Potter, she faltered, as her eyes met Harry's and she turned scarlet. She was holding out 2 scrolls of parchment tied with violet ribbon. Perplexed, Harry and Neville took the scroll addressed to each of them, and the girl stumbled back out of the compartment. "What is it?" Ron demanded, as Harry unrolled his. "An invitation," said Harry. "Harry, I would be delighted if you would join me for a bite of lunch in compartment C. Sincerely, Horace." "But what does he want me for?" asked Neville nervously, as though he was expecting detention. "I'm afraid he will ask questions about your parents," said Harry, feeling sorry for him. "Oh," was all he said, his face expressionless and his body stiff. Harry wasn't sure whether he liked Slughorn or not. The man reminded him of a walrus with his round belly and groomed mustache. He supposed he had been pleasant in his way, but he also seemed vain and had looked much too surprised when Harry said that Muggleborns would make a good witches or wizards. Slughorn's foremost reason for these invitations was to get connections and profit from them. He thought thinking about how the home of the man was decorated by gifts of wealth and objects of rarity. He concluded that Horace Slughorn was good enough of a person, but a collector for both humans and objects. Upon reaching compartment C, they saw that they were not the only ones who got Slughorn's invitation. "Harry M. Boy," said Slughorn, jumping up. His shiny bald head and great silvery mustache gleamed as brightly in the sunlight as the golden buttons on his waistcoat, his belly instantly taking up the remaining space in front of a boy who looked nonplussed by the personal space invasion. "Wonderful to see you again. And you must be Mr. Longbottom." Neville nodded, looking as though he had after effects of the Petrificus totalis, but managed to respond with a leveled, "Yes, sir." At a gesture from Slughorn, they sat down opposite each other in the only 2 empty seats. Harry briefly looked at their fellow guests. Seeing the boy who nearly tasted Slughorn's belly, a Slytherin from their year, a tall dark-skinned boy. There were also 2 7th-year boys Harry did not know, and, squashed in the corner beside Slughorn and looking as though she was not entirely sure how she had got there, Ginny. "Are you 2 familiar with everyone here?" Slughorn asked Harry and Neville. "Blaise Zabini is also in your year," he said, indicating toward the boy that was Zabini, who did not make any sign of recognition or greeting, nor did Harry or Neville. Why bother if he didn't? "This is Cormac McLaggen, someone who you most certainly know." "No." McLaggen, a large, wiry-haired youth, only raised a hand in a greeting silent, and they nodded back at him in response. "And this is Marcus Belby, maybe this time?" "No." Slughorn said slowly, trying one last time. Belby, who was quite thin, gave a strained smile. "Well, worry not, for this last young lady tells me she knows you both." Slughorn finished jovially, apparently glad that he had at least found someone familiar to them. Ginny raised her shoulders a bit and gave them a small smile. Slughorn quickly seemed to round on each of them, already knowing his questions to ask about connections of their families. Belby regularly went on nogtail hunts in Norfolk with Bertie Higgs, Rufus Scrimgeour and Tiberius Ogden, much to Slughorn's delight. Zabini, who was interrogated after McLaggen, turned out to have a famously beautiful witch for a mother, who had mountains of gold after each husband she had mysteriously died. Neville was next, and had indeed been questioned about his parents, well-known Aurors. He had responded to each question but chose not to elaborate too much. Slughorn seemed to be unsure whether or not he took after his parents. Lastly, he turned to Harry, saving the most interesting for last. At least that was how he got introduced, bringing up the many discussions and articles of The Chosen One. Thankfully, though, Neville and Ginny rebutted much of these claims, allowing the topic of discussion to soon be about Slughorn's reminiscence. But Harry had the distinct impression that Slughorn had not finished with him, and that he had not been convinced by Neville and Ginny. The afternoon wore on with more anecdotes about illustrious wizards Slughorn had taught, all of who had been delighted to join what he called the Slug Club at Hogwarts. Harry could not wait to leave, but couldn't see how to do so politely. They could finally leave when the train was dyed into red by the sunset, and Slughorn had sent them off, glad with the new information he had received from all of them. Harry was about to return to Ron and Hermione, but stopped himself when Zabini walked past him, and started heading to what he presumed to be Malfoy's compartment. An idea occurred to him, a reckless one but with the potential to be very rewarding. Zabini would soon enter Malfoy's compartment again. If Harry could get inside underneath his invisibility cloak unnoticed, he could possibly hear a lot of interesting things. He didn't hesitate for long and darted after Zabini and reached into his robe, searching for his invisibility cloak and trying to get it out. After a few moments of being unable to get the cloak out, he looked down into his robe for a second, frustrated that the cloak was stubbornly stuck inside his robe. He might have heard the compartment door slide, but he wasn't paying attention to his ears nor the path in front of him, as his eyes were elsewhere. His conquest for information on Malfoy was abruptly halted as he collided with a body seemingly appearing out of nowhere, which he noted made a surprised squeak. He lost his balance, still managing to steer himself from not falling on top of the person before colliding against the wall between two compartments with his head. Of course, just my luck, he thought as he held his painful forehead, feeling it throb. "Watch where you're walking, Dugbog shite," came the color and spiteful reply behind him. He might have laughed, had it not been for the missed opportunity to listen in on Draco and his discomfort, courtesy from the wall. "You're right, I wasn't looking, sorry," he replied, giving in to any blame. Better apologize and move on, before rumors go around of the boy who assaulted, and the whole school turns on him again. Turning around, he saw it had been indeed a female voice, despite the language. Not to mention he noticed it a bit in the collision. She was just getting up, having apparently fallen down to her hands and knees. She probably hadn't hurt herself, unlike him. She had blonde hair, done in a ponytail, drawing attention more to her blue eyes and face, which was, so far he could see, quite pretty despite the glare etched on her face. Her figure was light and slim, maybe a bit thin. She righted herself, on her chest a green badge gleaming, a snake engraved on it. Slytherin. "What made you run, Potter? Trying to catch up on your ego?" She bited, her posture proud with her chin slightly tilted upwards, looking every bit the pure blood. He glanced down the corridor just in time to see the door slide closed. Great, he thought, then turning his attention back to the girl. "Look who's talking. Feeling good about ourselves," he said, his eyes shifting back to her. The Slytherin, however, seemed unaffected. In fact, the rebuttal was already there. "I, for one, am simply proud of myself and confident in my skills. In contrast to you and your wand work, I must say you're slightly above average at best." Suppressing his annoyance, he sighed, seeing no use in trying to think of a good insult with his headache. He walked past her back to his compartment, hearing her grumble as she went back into hers. Harry skulked past the other compartments, glad that the door only allowed people a quick glimpse of him walking by, letting him mostly avoid the stares and whispers. The whole chosen one business had gone around the whole wizarding world of Britain at the very least. Voldemort showing himself at the ministry made sure of that. At least for once the rumors were true. However, he wasn't going to tell them that. He felt guilty as he hadn't told Ron and Hermione about the prophecy. Yes, they deserved to know, but were better off not knowing a small, if not minuscule, difference in their safe being. They knew that Voldemort would be coming for him anyway. Whether it was for a prophecy or grudge didn't matter. The prophecy, to everyone's knowledge, was lost in the ministry where it fell unheard, which in a sense was true, since Dumbledore only heard the original all those years ago, and recently passed it on to him. Opening his compartment door, he saw that the lunch trolley had passed a long time ago, as the space around Ron's seat was littered with empty wrappers. "Hey Harry, what happened to your forehead? Did someone headbutt you?" Ron asked as Harry took the seat between him and Neville. "No, the wall did," he grumbled. "Bumped into a Slytherin and lost my balance." Ron made a face, probably imagining how putrid making physical contact with a Slytherin would make him feel. "Nothing else happened, I hope? In any case, let me take care of that for you," Hermione said, taking out her wand, muttering, "Sana live," or instantly easing his bruise and headache as he could feel the healing spell do its job. Feeling his forehead, he said, "Thanks, Hermione. And no, nothing happened apart from the insults." Reminding him of the girl, the squeak had been quite funny, probably embarrassed her. "Where were you going, Harry?" asked Neville, having seen him leave hurriedly. "Oh, I had to use the restroom. Slughorn's drinks went down quite fast," he said, quickly thinking of an excuse. Hermione didn't look very convinced though, but apparently decided that it couldn't have been that important and dropped it, for now. "So what did Professor Slughorn want?" Hermione asked. To know what really happened at the ministry, said Harry. Him and everyone else here, sniffed Hermione. People were interrogating us about it on the train. Weren't they, Ron? Yeah, said Ron. All wanting to know if you really are the chosen one. Harry grimaced. Yeah, I bet they did, he said, grabbing a chocolate frog and seeing the card of Albus Dumbledore smiling back at him, making him somehow feel caught in the act of lying. Harry was happy to lie in his bed again in the dorms several hours later, tired from the long journey and already surprised by the changes for this year. In the Great Hall, Dumbledore had welcomed them and given them all a warning of the dangerous times that have begun with the resurrection of Voldemort. The following sorting ceremony and other announcements hadn't been all that special for once. Luckily, except for the fact that Slughorn, the new professor who he had presumed to be the new defense teacher, was actually the new potions master while Snape would take over defense. He hadn't seen it coming, nor was he happy about it. Luckily, he hadn't been the only one to think that way, as nearly the whole hall had begun chatting and whispering to each other in response until Dumbledore stilled them. He sighed contentedly as the bed didn't creak or moan against any movement contrary to the Dursleys. Sleep quickly claiming him as he closed his eyes, already hearing Ron snore. He didn't know where he was, how he came here, or when he came here. Everything was white, he couldn't even tell up from down. Already becoming disoriented, he turned, hoping to find something in the white abyss. Which he did. Behind him stood a black cage, the sudden appearance of it in his vision surprising him. It was a few feet higher than him and was perfectly square, a thick lock hanging on the door. It was shaped in the form of a serpent adorned with many details engraved in it. Inside the cage was a humanoid shape, had the size of a child, maybe 10 to 11 years old, standing upright. No human features could be described. It had none. The face was a smooth mask revealing no sockets for any eyes, nose, or mouth. His body, however, was completely pitch black, painfully obvious in the white sea around them. He seemed to be smoldering. From his body, trails of smoke flowed into the air, polluting it. They stared at each other for a while, at least he thought it was. The head of the strange entity was angled towards him. It started moving after a moment of death-like silence, turning his head to the right and pointed. Harry followed his gesture and looked. In his vision now stood a small display cabinet. Looking back at the entity, he saw that he's still in the same position, pointing towards the cabinet. Moving from his spot, Harry walked towards the cabinet and peered inside. Only a single item lay within, a key made with the same quality as the lock. Did he want Harry to get him out? He looked back at the cage again. It didn't seem dangerous. In fact, it felt like he wasn't an intruder at all. More like he finally saw something that had always been there. It waited patiently for him, but somehow he just knew that releasing him would be the wrong choice, that he would be releasing Pandora's box. He leaned away from the cabinet, going back to the cage, holding his gaze when he heard it. Reezy. The voice was rasping and broken, as if a Dementor was trying to form words. He stopped walking, transfixed on the being. He opened his mouth, hopefully being able to get an understandable answer. What are you? For him, the most important question. Only silence ensued. He started to repeat his question before the entire scene vanished before his eyes as the ceiling of the dorms filled his vision with light glaring into his eyes. Harry, wake up, mate. Don't make me start slapping you. Think you can sleep longer than me, eh? Ron had thrown open the curtains around his bed, allowing rays of bright sunlight to hammer down on him. He fumbled for his glasses and put them on. His eyes still squinted from the light and sleep. The hell was with that dream? Luckily no nightmare, but what was that all about? Limbo. Creepy kid. Snakes. Harry shrugged it off as he started to change into his robes. Sometimes you just have weird dreams. In any case, it's better than waking up in cold sweat from the nightmares of the graveyard and ministry. Daphne Greengrass sat in front of her mirror, aggressively brushing her hair, the sound of fast and firm strokes repeating themselves in her room. It didn't matter that the sun had been weak this holiday. Her skin was hard to tan anyway. She had better things to do than sit outside all day in the garden. It was fine that Diagon Alley had become a bit depressive and that Astoria, her sister, had been more aggravating than ever this year, pestering her about guys in her year and showing off her mediocre scores to her parents, who instantly gifted her for her hard work, while Daphne dutifully did her best achieving O's. E's for the subjects and even an A for history of magic. She had to use stinging hexes on herself to stay awake, which wasn't the perfect solution. No, her holiday was ruined when Death Eaters visited. Each step they took and breath they exhaled was pestiferous for them and the manner they lived in. They wore no attire, mask, or expression that suggested so. But they were acting as recruiters, dropping subtle hints of joining and or supporting the Dark Lord in their long-winded conversations. She had known for a long time that her grandparents had joined Grindelwald in his short reign along with other ancestors who shared the same thoughts of supremacy over others in the course of history, but her parents had quickly seen in the First Wizarding War that they had made the right choice by not joining the dark side, as word of the atrocities committed reached them. The Dark Lord allowed them to remain neutral. Her parents were no fighters, and their financial wealth had been nothing special at the time, leaving them with no desire to join Dumbledore either, as it would only break their neutrality. Now the Dark Lord would most likely take insult to a second declination. More so now that their wealth had exponentially increased after years of business in potion ingredients, most rare and hard to obtain. Their small fortune would most likely coming to serve as the Malfoys' resources for the war while it brought destruction upon them. Not to mention that Astoria and her would likely be married to his followers' children also played a role now in their decision, she thought with pride of her parents in her chest. Her father had been cryptic in the meeting with them, giving vague and deflecting answers, postponing their inevitable decision as long as they could. The recruiters left, reluctantly, leaving promises of future visits in the air. Tracy Davis, her friend, had gotten in the same situation. They had visited her house, talking only to her father with the same propaganda acting, as though her mother was thin air for them. Acting without doubt as they did because her mother was Muggle-born, making Tracy a half-blood. They spouted their nonsense of making the blood pure again. Suffice to say that her father had much trouble containing his murderous intent and, like Daphne's parents, opted to stretch out their answer as long as possible. It stressed her out a bit, having the shadow of war looming over them. No, it was already in the making. The silent picking off could be seen in the papers every once in a while. Old grudges and unfinished business were being taken care of first. She stopped brushing her hair after it had been reduced to a moderate speed by her distracting thoughts. Better finish up, Tracy will be here soon. She looked up from her potions book to the window of the compartment she and Tracy shared. Outside the sun was hanging low, crimson colors painting the horizon in multiple layers. The remainder of the holiday had been spent with Tracy, busying their time in Daphne's manor and going to Diagon Alley with their mothers. So Daphne, any plans for the future? Tracy dragged out playfully, chocolate eyes looking at her expectantly, making her look back to see her chestnut brown hair and tan skin light up in an orange shade from the sun. Are you trying to make pointless conversation? You know I want to continue my father's business, she said, arching her eyebrow. Tracy grinned back. Oh, you know I like to talk, but you also spoke about writing articles some time ago, right? Thinking about becoming some kind of journalist? Daphne looked thoughtful, having indeed spent some time thinking about her second interest. It does interest me, always like to get to the bottom of something. Yeah, most noticeable with your potion making. You know every use and property of the ingredients we use, Tracy cried out. It helps a lot with the brewing. Add some instinct and feeling for it and you're guaranteed to have success. Maybe even better. Daphne spoke, taking in some pride about her brewing skills. It was what she did best. Yes, I can see why the business would be your first choice. Maybe it's something for the time before then? Walk around and actually publish something containing a pint of truth in it, she said, revering to Rita Skeeter, whom for them, had lost all credibility when deranged Dark Lord Potter articles came out under her name. She nodded. Merlin knows when that time comes. Like Dark Lord Potter? Really now? The idea of the Gryffindor Golden Boy doing anything remotely dark was laughable to her. Chances were bigger that Malfoy would start loving Muggleborns while Crabbe and Goyle actually managed to answer a question correctly. Tracy's face turned dark and serious. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. However, she only managed to hold it for a few moments before losing control of her features again. Daphne momentarily contemplated the words, finding it intriguing how they could make you think and reconsider certain things. Oh, how poetic! Another Muggle reference of yours? Yes, from another movie. We should watch it together sometime when you visit us again, Tracy said enthusiastically. Daphne, despite her first meeting with them having already been some years ago, still found the long picture stories, or rather movies on a screen, a bit weird, entertaining but weird. Sure. I'll be back in a moment, Tracy. Restroom, she said, standing up and walking out of the compartment door. Not a second after she had closed the door was she sent tumbling sideways by what was most presumably a male, judging by the physique in the split second. The suddenness of it all scaring the wits out of her as she let out what was most likely the most embarrassing sound she had ever made thus far. Luckily, the body didn't drag her down all the way, allowing her to save herself by falling on her hands and knees. Her short fuse quickly burned up and she cursed despite being unharmed. Watch where you walk, Dugbog shite. Her assailant had already turned around, holding his forehead, granting her a better look. He had messy hair pointing and lying in every direction. On his nose rested a thin frame with round glasses, green eyes squinting behind them in discomfort. Beneath his bags, a lightning bolt-shaped scar. Great, it's Harry freaking Potter. Seeing the boy who lived only brought her mind back to her own family's predicament in the unveiling war, doing nothing to lessen her irritation. You're right, I wasn't looking, sorry, he had replied, sounding more annoyed than sorry. She rose back to a standing position as dignified as she could before continuing. What made you run, Potter? Trying to catch up on your ego? She taunted as she saw his eyes shift somewhere else before coming back to rest on hers. Look who's talking. Feeling good about ourselves. He said, his voice more of a grumble than anything, probably from the bruise on his forehead. She thought, a little satisfied that Merlin above has met out punishment for her. I, for one, am simply proud of myself and confident in my skills, in contrast to you and your wand work. I must say you're slightly above average at best. She jibed again, knowing her pompous manner would work on his nerves. Sure enough, she saw his eye twitch before he sighed and walked away from her, as if it's her fault. She went back to her compartment door, muttering obscenities. Geez, Daff, what happened there? You were suddenly gone, Tracy said, trying in a very bad attempt to act oblivious, probably more amused than concerned from seeing her tumble out of sight. Shut up. You know what happened. Potter hurled into me, she said, trying to forget it all. Such thoughts were futile, of course, as Tracy would never let this go down quietly. So it was Potter? I guess he really swept you off your feet, she said, wiggling her eyebrows before laughing heartily about her own joke, as Daphne could only sigh knowing that more would come. Oh, or maybe next time he will say, it's not my fault I fell in love. You are the one that tripped me. She continued, trying to imitate a manly voice. Daphne could only close her eyes. Morgana, help anyone who finds this funny. Still, she could not help herself, and started laughing quietly. The dream was easily pushed aside when he sat with Hermione and Ron for breakfast. Shortly after they received their schedules from McGonagall, after she expressed her slight chagrin of Harry not joining as Quidditch captain, of course. McGonagall is more competitive for winning the cup than she's letting on. Ron pretty much drew a blank, stunned by his resignation from Quidditch. Hermione looked a bit alarmed, asking why he had stopped playing for the house. I still enjoy Quidditch, guys. It's just that I simply decided to put more time into my studies, he had said, making Hermione look less alarmed and positively happy. Ron had looked between them, his eyes glazed over, reminding him a lot of Trelawney. Was he going to make a prophecy? For studies. It came out, disbelieving, continuing all the way to their first defense against the dark arts lesson with Snape. The lesson went as he had expected, meaning Snape would stalk him like an overgrown bat. Snide remarks made throughout the lesson with not-so-subtle glares whenever he, much to Snape's disappointment, correctly performed his shield charms. Dada was contrary to potions, the area where he performed best. It seemed that Snape this year too would not disappoint him with trying to make him lose his temper and serve detentions. He had done his best not to lash out at Snape with his own words, effectively keeping him out of detention, for now. He had to admit that regardless of the obnoxious bat behavior, the lesson had been informative. Snape knew his stuff well enough, but with him being a Death Eater, it would be hard not to. A fellow Gryffindor had found him from his year shortly after they had gotten out of the classroom. delivering him a small parchment from Dumbledore saying his first lesson would held on Saturday evening 8 p.m., making them speculate on what the headmaster would be teaching him. Jinxes? Hexes? Advanced spell work? He certainly hoped for spells that would help him fight Voldemort in any case. Standing before the door of the potions classroom felt a bit weird. Usually the dread for Snape settled in here, but he realized that there would be no Snape here now. Ron and Hermione looked like they shared the same thought, glad that Snape won't be here, and curious as to how it will go with Slughorn. At the other side of the hallway stood the Slytherins, already glaring and talking about the Gryffindors in hushed whispers. Between them he saw the girl again, the one he had knocked down a few days earlier. Seemed like she also remembered as she gave him a cool look before turning back to talk with a fellow Slytherin. Better than glaring, I guess? Had she been in his year all this time? Well, he wasn't one to remember names, let alone from Slytherin. Slughorn's lesson had gone by well enough, meaning he had disappointed Slughorn with his dreadful draft of living death, showing him he hadn't inherited his mother's talent for potion brewing, and hoping that Slughorn might leave him alone a bit more now. The jovial professor, however, passed it off with, "Don't fret about it, boy. Plenty of other talents left," his belly shaking as he laughed, buttons threatening to explode against the strain. Ron was struggling to even keep his cauldron from violently exploding, as the contents were dark brown and bubbled threateningly, prompting Slughorn to vanish the contents before any disaster occurred. Hermione had impressed him with her intelligence by answering all his questions, no doubt raising his interest in her. If only she knew what she was bringing onto herself. Unfortunately, even she seemed incapable of making the potion turn into a clear color as the book described, having a pale lilac instead, much to her frustration. Malfoy, who normally performed reasonably in potions, now nearly looked to be on the same level as Ron. His mind clearly somewhere else as he was fumbling around for the ingredients he had scattered everywhere on his table. The one who gained the most praise had been the Slytherin girl from before, the contents being a clear liquid vial, as the instructions said, prompting Slughorn to take a sample and parade it around the class, speaking wonders on the quality. Happy that he had gotten himself a cauldron of the hard to make potion and potential prodigy for his slug club. Said prodigy took the praise respectfully. Harry, however, was sure of some haughtiness coming off her body language. She must have been this good all along, right? Hermione, in all likelihood, does not enjoy talking about students being better than her in any classes. Most likely never wanting to bring it up either. Snape would probably simply nod and stalk off, looking for failed cauldrons to pester their brewers with it, fulfilling his heart's desire to agonize people. Harry stood in front of the gargoyle leading to the headmaster's office. The rest of the week had passed with them doing charms and herbology, spending most of their time making the long essays assigned with them. Harry growing more eager every day and hour for his first meeting with Dumbledore, wondering what spells and information he would be taught. "Acid pops," said Harry, and the gargoyle leapt aside. The wall behind it slid apart, and a moving spiral stone staircase was revealed, onto which Harry stepped, so that he was carried in smooth circles up to the door with the brass knocker that led to Dumbledore's office. Harry knocked, and entered when he heard Dumbledore's voice invite him. "Come in," said Dumbledore's voice. "Good evening, sir," said Harry, closing the door behind him. "Ah, good evening, Harry. Have a seat," said Dumbledore, smiling as he gestured to the seat across from him. "I hope you've had an enjoyable start this time?" "I did, sir," said Harry, looking around curiously for any clues as to what his lesson with the headmaster would entail, but felt slightly puzzled as everything was just as it had always been. Portraits lined the walls with closets and bookcases, while intricate silver instruments stood on his desk and other tables while Fawkes stood on his perch, looking at Harry with bright interest. The only exception was a case made of glass, which lay in front of him on Dumbledore's desk. Inside of it rested a golden ring set with a large black stone. Emotions welled up from inside him as he took a moment to look at the ring, the feelings of comfort, longing, and familiarity. It was comforting, and he wondered if that was its purpose. "So, Harry," said Dumbledore in a serious tone, bringing Harry back to attention, "you have likely been wondering what I have planned for you during these lessons." "I have," he responded simply, wondering why Dumbledore hadn't cleared a space for dueling practice. Were they going to be set aside later? We will delve into the past, Harry. Please still your questions for when we are done, he said calmly, rising from his high-backed chair and getting to his feet. For a moment Harry thought that they were going to practice spells after all, only to be disappointed as he walked around the desk and retrieved something from his cabinet. When Dumbledore straightened up, he was holding a familiar shallow stone basin etched with odd markings around its rim. He placed the pensieve on the desk in front of Harry. "Where are we going, sir? And from who is that?" he asked, curious to the memory they were going to view memories as the basin was placed. "We are going to take a look at Bob Ogden's memory," said Dumbledore, pulling from his pocket a crystal bottle containing a swirling silvery white substance. "Who is or was Bob Ogden?" "All will be explained, Harry, in the memory," he said, pouring the silvery contents of the bottle into the pensieve. Harry and Dumbledore emerged from the memory, back into the office full of little gadgets making swirling and puffin sounds. The sky outside was inky black and the lamps in Dumbledore's office seemed to glow more brightly than before. Harry had immediately fired off his questions about the memory, trying to make out what the lesson in them contained. Learning from Dumbledore that it had been about the Gaunt family, descendants from Salazar Slytherin. Rather, Voldemort's family. Marvolo, who was his grandfather, Morphin his uncle, Merope his mother, and Tom being his father, who had all, with the exception of Tom Riddle, died, leaving Voldemort to grow up in an orphanage, as his Muggle father had abandoned him. "Sir, the ring, it's the same as the one Marvolo Gaunt wore," he said, his attention being pulled back to the ring. "It is, Harry. Why do you have it, sir?" he asked after Dumbledore didn't elaborate. "I found it after visiting the Gaunt's house. I went there for an expedition, so to say, hoping to find out more about Voldemort. I decided to take the ring with me for containment and destruction after noticing some particularly dark curses on it. Hence the glass cage here. I took liberty to add intricate protective charms on it to contain its alluring powers. Wouldn't want any unlucky muggles or wizards to stumble across it." He paused, chuckling. "It's proving to be very resilient. However, I will soon find means to destroy it, ridding ourselves of its presence." Harry nodded. These emotions must be from some of the powers leaking past the protective charms. "Sir, I've been wondering, how was Voldemort able to resurrect himself? He had been in some kind of deformed body before his resurrection." Dumbledore interlaced his fingers, bending forward. "I believe it to be the regeneration potion, a very old and dark potion that restores a wizard whose body has become maimed and disfigured, much like Voldemort's had been, as you describe, to their true and whole bodily form." "Why did Voldemort look like he did then? He doesn't seem very human, almost like it failed," he asked, confused by the results of the potion. "I believe the reason to be his very own soul, Harry. Voldemort committed many repugnant acts, scarring his own soul with it. The potion acts accordingly and reflects this." "And before his resurrection, the maimed body, how had he acquired that?" Dumbledore looked a bit less reluctant now. "I can only grasp at straws, but my best guess is that he merely used it as a container to sustain himself using another potion of his own after his plan of gaining the Sorcerer's Stone failed." Harry nodded, absorbing the information, and pushed on. "And even before that, he had been a spirit, right? Quirrell had been his host. How is he different from the Hogwarts ghosts, able to move from one host to the other?" Dumbledore's eyes peered intently into his over his half-moon spectacles. "I have a theory as to why, Harry, but it is still only that. A theory. I intend to share it with you after confirming it by using these memories." "I see," Harry said, his mind burning for questions, but realized that Dumbledore wasn't going to give more information on his theory. "I think that will do for tonight, Harry," said Dumbledore after a moment or two. "Sir, one last thing," he said hesitantly again with an uncomfortable feeling. "Will you be teaching me spells later on? Or some sort of training?" Dumbledore was silent for a moment. "I'm afraid that time is short and these memories are very important to know. More will surely come." Harry was a bit disappointed but continued. "Could the other professors help? McGonagall or Flitwick? Maybe permission from you to get into the restricted section? This way I won't bother the other professors if they are not available." "No, Harry. I do not wish to overburden you with advanced spells on top of your regular ones being taught every day, he explained before his face sank the smallest of bits. You are still young, Harry. Make the best out of it. The last sentence was spoken softly. Apologetic. Harry had told Ron and Hermione that his lessons with the headmaster would not be containing any spellwork, their disappointment mirroring his own. For a moment he thought about telling them what he had learned regarding Voldemort's past and his questioning of the ritual, but decided against it in the end. Harry felt that the matter on Dumbledore's theory would likely need to be kept a secret between them. At least that was what he liked to say, not wanting to think about how his own selfish feelings for safekeeping them might be the true reason. Ron and Hermione had shared a look before Ron shrugged and went back to annihilating his breakfast while Hermione only looked down at her food, brows slightly furrowed together. It had been nearly a week since Dumbledore's lesson. Expectations of casting nonverbally were now in every class, which focused on spellwork. He struggled but didn't feel so bad after seeing everyone purple in the face from the strain during classes. Herbology was nothing passive either. Teaming up was a requirement, the plants being so vicious and dangerous you needed at least one person to hold it down while the other extracted whatever the assignment required from the green demon spawns, Snargaluffs being the current. Harry wanted to go either into the library or to an empty classroom to train alone during the week, but found it hard to find the time for it. The professors were giving them an extra workload from the start to let them know that 6th year was difficult and serious. On top of that, there was the matter of Hagrid being obviously distraught about their choice of dropping care of magical creatures. Being his favorite students and suddenly dropping out had hurt him more than they would have thought. Their visit to Hagrid had gone well enough, even after Harry had threatened to blast open his door when he continued to stubbornly ignore them. The groundkeeper had warmed up to them again after hearing their willingness, mostly Hermione here, to do whatever they could for the sick spider, Aragog, who had fallen ill during the summer. Luckily or unfortunately, such things were much too dangerous now with the spider colony becoming restless in the forest. Ron's Quidditch tryout had gone well and had earned him the position of keeper, but not without the helping hand of Hermione casting a Confundus charm at McLaggen to make him lose. Ron's good mood, however, was not to last, as Harry saw Slughorn walk towards them just when they were about to go into the castle again, his arms spread wide as if trying to catch him. "There you are, Harry," he greeted jovially, playing with one end of his mustache. "How about you join us all and taste a few of the wonderful delicacies we have for supper? I've got McLaggen coming, the Caro twins, and Zabini, the charming Daphne Greengrass, whom you must have noticed by now. Did you know that her family owns a large chain of apothecaries?" No, I didn't," Harry responded lamely, wishing that he could hide underneath his cloak and disappear. "Well, you learn something new every day. Of course, I expect the brilliant Miss Granger to come join us," Slughorn said expectantly, completely ignoring Ron's existence. "I can't come, Professor," said Harry at once. "I need to catch up on a lot of homework." It was a weak lie, but not one you can ignore. "Oh no, how dreadful, Harry. But no matter, next time for sure," he said before bustling away. "You'll run out of excuses someday," Ron muttered sourly. "I wish you could come. I don't want to go on my own," said Hermione anxiously, not feeling all that comfortable with going to a party on her own. After dinner, they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower to find it very crowded. But they managed to find themselves a free table that was considerably private and away from others. Ron had been in a prickly mood ever since their encounter with Slughorn, so he sat there with his arms folded and a moping expression across his face. Along with Ron's mood and Hermione's nose buried in her arithmancy book, there was no conversation going on between them. Harry watched between the two of them and decided to try and break the tense atmosphere by bringing up one of the subjects he had been thinking about since coming to Hogwarts. "Hey, can you guys think of any way Malfoy could have brought anything inside Hogwarts?" "But how can he have done that, Harry?" said Hermione, putting down her book with an exaggerated look. "We were all searched when we arrived, weren't we? Filch ran over all of us with secrecy sensors when we got into the entrance hall. Any dark object would have been found." "Yeah, you're right. No doubt that all the owls are being checked too, closing the loop," he said reluctantly but not defeated. "There must have been some other way then." Harry sighed. "Can you tell me that you have not noticed how Malfoy is dropping in his grades? Or how he hardly takes the time anymore to pester us or anyone else for that matter?" Maybe Malfoy just grew up a bit and started struggling. Like many others our year, Hermione said. Harry wanted to comment on Malfoy only being able to sink lower, but was too slow as it was Ron who spoke up. Well, sorry that I'm not perfect, Hermione, Ron said, glowering, taking insult to her words. I wasn't talking to you, Ron. Hermione defended herself. Nobody does, Ron grumbled. Listen, it's not my fault Slughorn wants us to go to his parties, and is ignoring you. We don't even want to go, you know? Said Hermione, firing up. Of course you don't want to, said Ron sarcastically, jumping to his feet. I think I'll go to bed. It's not like my presence is an important one. He stormed off toward the door to the boys' dormitories, leaving Harry and Hermione staring after him, leaving them partially annoyed at his behavior and somewhat incredulous that he was going to sleep through the whole evening and night. Sorry, Harry, but I think I'll start heading to Slughorn's dinner. Make something out of the time you managed to gain, she said, putting her book away and heading for the portrait hole. Leaving Harry as he got out his transfiguration essay, it hadn't been a complete lie. He still had work to do, just that it wasn't as urgent as he made it out to be. Besides, this would be a good time to start, he thought, thinking about his plans for the coming evenings. He moved under his invisibility cloak, avoiding the few students still moving about in the halls. Having taken only a few items with him, the Marauder's map, parchment, ink, and a quill, it was all he would need for tonight. There was still some time left before curfew would set in. On the way to the 4th floor he passed several people. A few first years, talking fast, hurrying through the halls, no doubt nervous about the curfew nearly setting in. A gliding Professor Snape, tempting Harry to do some kind of tripping hex, but decided against it as Snape knew about him having the invisibility cloak and didn't want to raise his suspicion in the empty hallway. Lastly, coming out of the library, he saw Pansy Parkinson with the Slytherin girl from the train along with another unknown student from Slytherin. Parkinson expressing her unending infatuation of Malfoy as they walked, while the other two made only small sounds of acknowledgement, uninterested. Entering the library, he saw a vulture-like woman, Madame Pants, stalking between the bookcases, rearranging books and checking them for any damage. He quickly moved past the normal section and her, diving into the restricted section. He took out his wand, creating some light with the Lumos spell, keeping the light to a minimum for fear of any light leaking out beneath the edges of his cloak in the dark section. Moving towards the bookcases, he began his search. Half an hour later, he sat seated on a stool with his cloak still around him and the books he needed on his lap. Using one as a small table to write on and another to read in, it was an awkward position to work in, but he took stealth as a priority. Especially now that Filch and Mrs. Norris had already passed once. He looked at the books he had found thus far, the covers reading Rebirth and Resurrection, Dark Rituals, Spells a Shade Darker, and From Dark Wraiths to Ghosts. He hesitated when moving in to open the books, making sure to put up silencing charms before opening any of them, the memory of the shrieking book from his first year still fresh in his mind. He opened the book about wraiths and ghosts first, wanting to get an underlying understanding of it all, taking out his quill, ready to make summaries and take notes. Chapter 1. Lingering Remnants and Imprints of the Wizarding Spirit. It was past midnight when Harry moved back to his dorms, a few pages worth of notes under his arm, the largest part containing information about spirits, ghosts, and the soul, explaining how they are the disembodied spirit of a once-living wizard or witch, afraid of death and merely an imprint of a departed soul left upon the world, meaning that the wizard had passed on but left a reflecting of himself behind, reminding him of portraits who are enchanted to reflect the people they once were. He had also looked into spells a shade darker, finding some useful and strong spells, taking notes of their instructions and incantations. It had, as the cover suggested, contained darker spells. Some of them in particular were downright evil, including the burning of someone's insides and rapid decay of its victims to his dismay. He found that he would be unable to learn those spells even if he wanted to, as vital instructions and incantation were omitted and blurred out. Teachers wouldn't want students to go into too much detail regarding such spells, thus censoring parts. Still, some of the books contained useful spells, fully described and detailed. It also went into the history and nature of the dark arts. Those were his final thoughts as he quietly stashed his notes beneath his bed and settled in his bed, asleep within minutes. They stood in front of the greenhouses, waiting for Professor Sprout to arrive and let them in. A week had passed and Harry returned each night to the same books, having remembered their positions on the shelves and continuing where he left the day before. He had finished the book on ghosts, now knowing the principles and boundaries on what spiritual beings can and cannot do. He learned that in all cases the beings are incapable of permanently inhabiting or returning to a physical body by whatever means, meaning that Voldemort's spirit, who managed to inhabit Quirrell's body, and later his maimed container, must have been more than an imprint of the soul or spiritual being. Sometimes throughout the explanations of the darker beings and methods came forth brief mentioning of soul anchoring. It hinted towards more but quickly left the subject, moving on towards other things. Professor Sprout soon came to them, opening the greenhouse and letting them inside. "Okay, everyone, starting today we will be done with the Snargaluff plant dash." The class gave out a collected sigh of relief here, and start focusing our attention towards a new project. The harvesting of Dragon's Bane. It is, as the name suggests, a plant usable against chimeras and dragons if used properly. Its spores are highly irritating for their noses, causing breathing and thus fire-breathing problems, effectively taking away one of their strongest assets. Could anyone tell me one other purpose they can serve for? People didn't bother as Hermione's hand was already in the air. Professor Sprout, however, was looking at Neville, knowing it was his best subject. "No offense, Ms. Granger, but I would like others in the class to also try and speak up." Hermione's hand slowly fell down, disappointed. "Mr. Longbottom, give it a try." Neville looked up nervously. Dragon's Bane is also the most important ingredient in Veritaserum?" he said, his answer sounding unsure of his nerves. "Correct, 10 points to Gryffindor. Indeed, as Mr. Longbottom said, it is also used for the strongest truth serum." Professor Sprout had in the meanwhile walked towards a workbench and was now sliding on her dragonhide gloves. She continued talking before stopping in front of a small potted plant. The core of the plant consisted of what looked like a small coconut with a lilac flower on top. The vines of the plant were only a foot long but were covered with hooked barbs of an inch long. Note that these plants need special care when being raised and nurtured. However, before you do that, be sure to think about your own and your partner's safety," she said as the small plant began whipping her gloves in frenzy when she touched the flower. The flower will exert toxic waste in its center. During its early stages, it is important to remove this, as it will poison the plant itself if left alone, she said while deftly holding the vines in one hand and removing the toxic with a spoon-like tool in the other. "We will repeat this process until it has become larger. You will be working in pairs, thank me later. The lesson will get harder each time as the plant grows and changes. More instructions will follow when that time arrives. Remember that your teamwork will no doubt influence the quality of the Dragon's Bane, so do your best." Now, as for the pairings, they have already been determined. Professor Slughorn had come to me earlier and posed some interesting questions while asking me for help. He desperately wants to make sure his students will be able to perform to the best of their abilities. The classroom broke out in indignation, not wanting to be separated from their friends, while Harry only began to feel suspicious of anything Slughorn decided to mingle with. Now, people. This is for educational purposes. We are not doing this to pester you. Having to work with new and unknown people, no matter their house, origin, and standing, will be something all of you will be doing later on, whether you be working for the ministry or a toad shop. It is crucial to learn this." "I'm not working with any slimy snakes, Professor," cried Ron in indignation. "In fact, Mr. Weasley, you are, since you will be paired up with Tracy Davis." Sprout quickly shot at him, making Ron's jaw drop. "No way." Professor Sprout continued undeterred by his outburst. "I'll make the rest of the pairs known now that Mr. Weasley expressed his enthusiasm. Millicent Bulstrode with Hermione Granger. Pansy Parkinson with Seamus Finnegan. Theodore Knott and Gregory Goyle with Lavender Brown. Vincent Crabbe with Parvati Patil. Draco Malfoy with Neville Longbottom. Blaise Zabini with Dean Thomas. Harry Potter with Daphne Greengrass." Harry moved slowly away from his friends to one of the plants as they did the same, not looking all that happy. Hermione stood with Bulstrode, giving a leveled greeting to the big and firm girl, who only made a grunting sound back. Ron looked ready to murder someone as he stared hard at his plant, the intensity of his gaze nearly setting fire to it. Maybe it was for the best that Ron was paired with the Davis girl. She looked to be the friendliest in her expression and attitude. Harry had been the most curious to see the reaction between Neville and Malfoy because he was already expecting insults to come raining down as soon as Neville would be within his vicinity. He was proven wrong, as it was silent between the two. Malfoy looked annoyed but said little, his eyes small and body swaying on his feet for the barest of inches. Neville, for the most part, managing to control his nerves, except for the shuffling of his feet, revealing his emotions. He walked towards the back of a figure with blonde hair done in a ponytail and arms crossed. He knew who the girl was now. In potions she was Slughorn Superstar, the same girl he had hurled into on the train, occasionally saw glimpses of in the halls, and called him Dugbog. Shit, what is a Dugbog in the first place? Hey! He greeted lamely, standing next to her in front of the plant. Hello, Potter. She greeted back neutrally. Let's just try to get along. We will be stuck with each other for the coming weeks. Maybe even months. Good to know that you share the same thought then, he said, being sincere in his hope of not planning to kill each other using the plant. How about I hold the vines down while you remove the toxic? Glad to know that you're willing to do the brute work, allowing me to work on the potentially deadly fluid, she said, slight sarcasm noticeable in her voice. Want me to do the poison then? He offered. No, I'll do it, said Greengrass, making Harry mentally sigh, wanting to say, then don't complain about it. But he held his tongue. Let's not start anything and get through these lessons unharmed. He was already glad that she seemed capable of acting civil. They equipped their dragonhide gloves, the scales cold and metal-like, while the leather in the palm was thick and only slightly flexible. Harry positioned himself on the right, wanting to grab the vines beforehand, only to find that they had been buried underneath the sand rigidly like normal roots. As if it knew, now the only way to the vines is for me to wait and grab it when it goes into the offense. He indicated to her that he was ready, his gloved hands in the air above the plant. She tried to brush a loose strand of hair back behind her ear in preparation, only to fail as her thick glove missed its mark. Going in. Vines shot out as her tool neared its mark, Harry instantly starting his job of snatches the vines away from her into a bundle in his other hand. His seeker skills coming to use, as the vines were young and fast. Keep those things away, Potter, she said, unable to move closer, as vines swept about. Trying to, he responded, grasping for vines while dodging others. This continued for a while, Greengrass trying to get closer as Harry snatches them up. After a few minutes of this, he held a sizable bundle in his hand, the vines struggling in his grip, the barbs trying in vain to pierce his gloves. How's it going, Greengrass? Making any progress? He said through his breathing from the workout, having been too occupied with keeping the vines away from them. She had in the meanwhile moved closer to the center. Trying to, she growled, repeating his own words from earlier, as the tool fumbled clumsily in the thick dragonhide gloves, being too small for proper precision. Damn it, I can't reach it. The flower keeps wiggling in every direction. It won't hold still, she cried, before flinging off her gloves and grabbing the flower on the coconut-like stump, her gloves no longer impairing her hands' movements, quickly scooping up the toxic and moving away. Well, that wasn't so hard, she said, breathing heavily, more strands of hair hanging loosely around her face, having escaped in their fight with the green menace. But next time I'll wear my lizard skin gloves. Dragonhide is impossible. Yeah, was all he said, staring at her for a bit. Maybe she was having a bad day when they had first encountered? That, or she simply had a short fuse, blowing up quicker than Ron's cauldron in potions. She seemed much less like a snob now in any case. Sad thing is that it's not even adult yet. Things will only get harder, he said, returning his eyes to the now silent plant, wondering what future lessons will hold in store. We'll just see when that time comes then, she finished. Well done, Ms. Greengrass and Mr. Potter. You were the first to finish, Professor Sprout said, having appeared in front of them to inspect their job of cleaning up the plant. The toxic has been removed, but be more careful with the flower next time. It is an important part. she commented, indicating to the small rips the petals had endured. "We'll try, Professor," Greengrass said, not looking or sounding sorry at all for the plant. Harry, meanwhile, looked around to see that they had indeed been the first ones to finish, the others nearing their own goal as he looked. Hermione and Bulstrode were nearing the end with Hermione close to the flower, doing her best to stay gentle with the plant, while Bulstrode pro-wrestled against the plant. Neville was doing a decent job, but Harry could see some scratches on Malfoy. The beginning must not have gone very well. Malfoy was scowling and probably dreading the coming lessons. Ron and Davis looked much like Neville and Malfoy. Ron going for the flower, making stabbing-like movements to it, his face red, and Davis holding down the vines, probably because she didn't trust Ron with her safety. For good reason, he added. Professor Sprout had helped the others until they all succeeded and stood in front of her afterwards. This marks the end of the lesson, people. I wish to leave you with the promise of a reward to the best cultivated chimera plant at the end of its growth cycle. Until next week then. They all trudged away in the moist grass, Slytherins and Gryffindors going separate ways. Neither of them really focused on the reward. The last thing Harry could hear from them being the Davis girl speaking to Greengrass above the other Slytherins. He was so red that I was beginning to think he was going to blast me to pieces, with his eyes alone. I'm telling you, if looks could kill. They entered the great hall after the Slytherins, whom were already seated and eating dinner. The sky of the hall was once again filled with hundreds of floating candles under a starry night sky, casting a warm glow onto the tables. The sight never ceased to amaze him. His moment didn't last long as Ron dropped down on a bench, coincidentally knocking into nearby first and second years, incidentally creating more space for them to sit. Harry and Hermione both gestured a quick apology as they grabbed their food. Ron, people were sitting there, you should be more, began Hermione, only to be cut off as Ron finally gave in to his thoughts and feelings. Harry was already surprised it had taken him this long, with having walked from the greenhouses to the Great Hall without a word. What are Sprout and Slughorn thinking? Working together with Slytherins. I'm lucky to have come out of this lesson without being ambushed while handling that monster-like plant. Educational purposes, my ass, he ranted, finishing with a flourish as he grabbed food about. Ron, Hermione cried. Language! Don't say things like that, especially not with our underclassmen here, she hissed. Indeed, as she said, quite few first and second years had stopped any activity to stare and listen at the foul display in front of them, interested and confused. No, let them hear, Hermione. It will be for their own safety. Midgets, you better not get near any of them. Slimy lot they are. House of Dark Wizards. Ron continued, bits of food flying away as he spoke, the youngsters only backing away more from him as food rained down. Don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he is talking about, Hermione said hurriedly to the sizable amount of kids listening in, her head flashing to them, hair whipping Ron in the face. I do, Hermione, it's obvious, they're all sneaky pricks, stuffing their slated noses in dark books, inhaling all that is dark. You can't judge all of them the same, Ron, just because they are in Slytherin, Hermione returned heatedly. She's right, Ron. A lot of them are indeed pricks, but not every single one. Davis wasn't so bad, right? She did a decent job of controlling those vines earlier. Harry piped in. Ron turned to look at him as if he had grown another head, food momentarily forgotten. All just a plan, Harry, to make me drop my guard so they can sink their poisonous fangs in me. I'll be damned if the same happens to you guys. You should be careful the coming weeks. I appreciate the thought, but I doubt the chances, Ron. We're merely doing the assignment so that the plant doesn't sink its fangs into us. Harry tried to reason. You guys have gone barmy. What's going on? Did you get some of that toxic on you? Ron asked, his face scrunched up in thought. It isn't very effective on humans, Ron, came Neville's voice, who had just joined them on the table, sitting down. Slytherins must have done something with it then. It's the perfect cover. Ron contemplated darkly. Really, Ron? Are you still being serious here? Hermione sighed, losing patience. How can you be so sure? You had one lesson with a Slytherin and your buddies already. Ron asked, incredulous. That's more than just stretching it. Maybe we managed to be civil, Ron. You should try it out sometime. he said pointedly, not sure why he felt the need to clarify it. Maybe you should know that not everyone got along swimmingly, Harry. Ron retorted. Right, Seamus Dean? He questioned them. Parkinson was horrible. Kept looking at Malfoy with that jealous and swooning look. Still don't know how she manages to do both of them at the same time. Seamus complained while gathering various pieces of food on the table. Be glad that you didn't have that stuck-up Zabini. Too narcissistic to even help out and touch the damn plant. Dean said, giving his own opinion. And you, Neville? Right now you are the worst off with that ferret. Ron continued, rounding on Neville, who nearly dropped his fork at the sudden attention. It wasn't all that bad really. Malfoy said very little to me, even following some of my advice on the plant. Neville said the events and story still surreal to him. Malfoy is just waiting for an opening. Neville, you better keep watch. Ron said seriously. Yeah, Ron, I'll do that, Neville said, not sure how to respond to Ron's ominous remarks. You're going off topic, Ron. We were talking about all wizards and witches from Slytherin being dark, not what we thought about them in the herbology lesson, Hermione said with a look of exasperation. Why are you so keen of defending the snakes, Hermione? Ron said, frustrated at Hermione, his fist slamming down on the table, making the tableware briefly clatter at the force. I'm trying to make you see that it's simply ridiculous to think that 25% of the wizarding population is dark because they were sorted into Slytherin. She cried, her own frustration mounting. Well, it could be true, Hermione. A lot of them are probably dark in secret. Ron quickly shot back. Yeah, Ron, you're completely right, Lavender suddenly said, agreeing with him, still for some unknown reason trying to get closer to Ron. Probably, or hopefully not, believing that every single person in Slytherin is dark but wanting to get in his good book. This, however, only made Ron more confident in his case. Harry saw that, like Ron, Hermione was fuming, for multiple reasons, as her eyes briefly shifted to Lavender at her outcry, before she visibly got more control of herself and sank back, tired from their lesson and from trying to make him understand. Well, they will show their true colors and it will be green. I'm going to the common room. He finished, grumbling, put off by her sudden silence, taking an armful of food with him as he left. They waited in the silence Ron had left them, people around them slowly returning to their own business again, Seamus and Dean striking up a conversation again, while Lavender and Parvati did the same. He began after another moment, asking Neville, as Hermione was in a bad mood right now, judging by her expression and posture. So Neville, how was your lesson with Malfoy? I must say that things went differently than I had expected them to be, although that was for the better, Harry asked, curious to learn more about Malfoy's behavior this year. I feel the same way, Harry. I expected Malfoy to start insulting me as soon as I came within range, although none of it happened in the end. He had stayed silent, only speaking a few words when necessary, Neville said, fingering his fork. Strange, Harry said softly, the rest of his thoughts only being spoken in his mind. I think he's just getting little sleep. He looks a bit bad and was distracted a lot. Neville reasoned his behavior, making Harry look over to the Slytherin table where Malfoy quietly ate his dinner, exchanging few words with Crabbe and Goyle. Harry was quite a distance away, but could see that Malfoy looked as tired as he had been during their lesson. The question still burning inside him was why, for what reason or purpose was Malfoy losing all this sleep? Not that he was the best to point this out, as his own research nights went up to midnight, spending hours of work on something which might not give him the answers he seeks. For now, he will wait for any other signs coming off Malfoy. And you, Harry, how was yours with Greengrass? You guys were really doing a good job. A little bickering, but miles better than any of us, Neville asked, tentatively pulling Harry out of his musings. It wasn't so bad. We said little to nothing really. The few words spoken were from Greengrass cursing. He responded after a moment, looking away from Malfoy to answer him. Oh yeah, she does that quite easily despite her calm demeanor most of the time, said Neville, smiling a bit as he remembered. You know her then? Harry asked neutrally. Neville's answer seems to indicate more experience with her. No, not really. I saw her at a few galas my gran used to take me to. We talked a few minutes every time. more for pleasantries than anything else. Oh, you go to parties and balls, Neville? Harry asked, curious for what it entailed. Yes, but they're mostly for pureblood politics and business. Showing your allegiance, standing, and interest. Neville summed up absent-mindedly, the memories probably not being very pleasant, as he had kept his answer short and prodded at his food absent-mindedly. Neville likely didn't have a very good time amongst the other purebloods. Harry could already see his grandmother trying to push him up front, encouraging him to make conversation and connections with people he had no desire of even talking to. Neville didn't work that way, only desiring to be treated normally with no stuck-up people looking down on him. You said your grandmother used to take you to them, meaning you aren't anymore? Harry asked for confirmation. You're right, I'm not. I told her in 4th year. She wasn't happy with my sudden choice, but my reasons and motivations softened her up. What did you do then? Harry asked, wondering what Neville did to convince her so quickly. She seemed to be a strict person at the very least, judging by Neville's examples and descriptions. It was after you had completed the first task. I realized after seeing you in mortal danger against the dragon, a dragon that you had no desire of fighting with, having no saying in the matter and being forced to compete. Neville said, pushing his plate away and looking at Harry, his face serious. I don't see how any of that matters, Neville, he said, confused. It matters because it made me realize that I had a choice while you didn't. I felt ashamed of my behavior, simply choosing to feel bad about my situation, rather than doing something about it. Neville said softly, looking at his now empty plate before fixating on Harry's again. I gathered myself and stood my ground against my gran, making sure never to give an inch and stick to the choice I had made, the choice I was capable of. I don't know what stories are completely true, but I know that you always manage to plow through everything, Harry, always being in the position of having to instead of choosing to. You are a strong person, Harry. I admire that about you. Neville finished, holding the moment before noticing how Hermione and a few other Gryffindors had been completely transfixed on him, having kept silent the entire time, just opting to listen. Harry himself was also at a loss of words. Neville had looked so confident in that one moment, his back straight, shoulders squared, and his voice like iron. It was probably the one thing he had ever sounded absolutely sure of, without doubt or hesitation whatsoever. The praise made him feel quite embarrassed, but also lifted his spirits. Hearing someone speak so honestly to him, Neville was a stronger person than Harry had ever imagined. Thank you, Neville. That means a lot to me, he said slowly, unsure of how to respond. The silence that followed was soon broken by Parvati giggling. Do the girls at Hogwarts need to start worrying about anything between you two? She said before completely breaking down, others around the table joining her. Yeah, I'm done for dinner. You guys coming to the common room? Said Harry promptly, rising to his feet, any remaining desire for food vanishing at their joke. Why yeah, Harry, are right behind you, Hermione said, her voice shaking in restrained laughter. See coming, Neville called out distressed, stumbling after them, not wanting to stay at the laughing table. Another week had passed and Harry found to his ire that the knowledge in the books he had collected, namely, rebirth and resurrection and dark rituals, only went so far into their specifics. Information on the dark rituals had been quite complete, entailing uses, history, effects, and requirements, and in some even instructions. However, they mostly spoke about that, uses for each ritual, transfer, or mutation, whether it was for getting an extra appendage or an enhanced body. All rituals had the basis of the wizard or witch being alive in their own body, which were simply unsatisfied with the level it performed on, or wished to bring changes to their bodies. In each instance, it required your own physical body to be sacrificed or modified by said ritual, taking away or adding to something that is already there. A few cases described the transfer of your soul into another vessel, but these required your own original physical body to be destroyed in the process, with a considerable chance of failure during the transfer, resulting in death. Harry knew for one that Voldemort wasn't one to leave things to chance. Even above that, he also didn't have his own physical body to sacrifice even if he had wanted to. It left him with the strong notion that Voldemort hadn't, or isn't using any dark rituals to accomplish his return to Earth from soul to container after being severed from his body. Voldemort had used, as Dumbledore too had said, A very dark and ancient ritual to regain his body, using his container, a mangled body, but still flesh and blood as a basis, with his actual soul inside for the ritual to change it into a body of his liking. But it didn't explain how he was capable of getting the container in the first place. Rebirth and Resurrection had been a lot less complete. It was the book that went much more into the soul, its workings and possibilities with dark magics. Harry, however, began to skim more and more through the book as days went on. Multiple methods and articles were brought up and explained, but none sounded anything like he was searching for. There were methods and theories of returning a deceased witch or wizard back, but most of them required animal or even human sacrifices, yielding weak bodies, being more of a means to stay and watch the world, rather than walk, speak, or even battle in it. Above all, they seemed to be similar to the explanations of the Ghosts and Wraiths book. The recalled spirits were merely an imprint or reflection of the dead. He noticed, however, that the information and examples all followed the same trend. The quantity coupled with cruelness of the act defined the quality of the result. He looked at the big mechanical clock, midnight. I better pack up and get to sleep, Harry thought to himself, knowing that classes would begin again in the morning. The following day he stood at the door leading into the potions classroom, waiting to be led inside by Slughorn. Gryffindors and Slytherins standing on opposite sides, not particularly happy with seeing their partners for tomorrow's herbology lesson again, or just seeing each other in general. Harry yawned behind his hand. He had been making late nights the whole month, waiting for everyone in his dorm to fall asleep before putting his cloak on and slipping out of the curtains around his bed to the restricted section. This way the others wouldn't know he would be gone, as long as they didn't check inside his bed. It also hadn't helped his sleep when he occasionally woke up in the night, nightmares making themselves known again from time to time. He had spent more time writing down spells he could use during his trips, namely curses, jinxes, and some charms. This evening he was going to start working on his spell work, improving and expanding his assortment of spells. He stopped his thoughts, glancing at Ron and Hermione, who still stood with him in silence, irked expressions on their faces. The relationship between his two friends had been going in ups and downs every day lately, fighting over anything you could have a different opinion on, ending in disagreement before letting it cool down by a night's rest and beginning from start a few days later. He himself also didn't know what to do with it. Trying to change the topic or having them forget their mood was useless, as they didn't have desire to speak further about anything during these moments. Half of the day they would be getting along just fine before restarting the cycle again and ending up red-faced with each other. He could tell that something was bothering them, but he would wait and let them sort it out. They always do. Sorry everyone, Slughorn said cheerfully. I was just talking to Professor Snape about the time I went to Greece with Professor Galatea Marathon and forgot the time. Brilliant teacher she was indeed, Slughorn said, trailing off as he plucked at his mustache, twirling the ends between his fingers, while Harry could only envision Snape staring straight ahead as he listened to Slughorn, completely uninterested, murmuring a yes here and there. But no matter, let's get this class started. I have wonderful, absolutely wonderful news for all of you, Slughorn said, overjoyed, stepping into the potions room and quickly moving behind his desk. Harry himself also moved to stand behind his desk, Ron beside him and Hermione at the table next to them with Neville. Slughorn stood, waiting for everybody to stand ready before he began, jumping right in. Now, you have undoubtedly heard from my colleague, Professor Sprout, about my ideas for more house friendliness and coexistence. Yes? Grumpy murmurs were his answer. Indeed, from this idea of mine stemmed the root to our current development. Being biased in later wizarding life will do nobody good, only resulting in bad business and socialization. As such, we will be working towards mature team effort between ourselves. In later life, you will be asked to see past the school housings and work with your fellow witches and wizards in whatever the environment may be, Slughorn explained. The relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin is without doubt diabolical, making it for that exact reason the perfect practice for later experiences. He continued, pacing back and forth in front of the class, twirling his mustache all the while. As of today, I will be happy to announce that in the potions lessons we will be applying the same concept as herbology. Slughorn continued jovially, either oblivious to their opinions or completely ignoring them as they instantly began moaning at his words. We will be using the same pairings here to encourage growth between each other. In our lessons, we will be focusing on potions which require 4 hands regarding instructions and 2 brains on knowledge. Now hop to your partner. He finished, looking expectantly at his class. Bloody hell. Just had to ruin my day, didn't you? Ron said, softly cursing. Good luck, Ron. Don't be too hard on her. Harry said, trying to encourage Ron in being more open-minded. I would rather make a potion out of my own shite and drink it, Ron muttered sourly. So much for being open-minded, Harry idly thought as he walked away from Ron to find Greengrass again. He found her standing behind her table on the opposite side of the class. Her vials and tools lined up neatly. Well, I guess we'll be working together a day earlier then, Harry said, standing next to her, not wanting to begin with some lame greeting again. Disappointed that it came a day earlier? She asked. No, I just meant dash. He began, trying to get rid of any misinterpretations. Upset that you now have to do it twice a week then? She interjected, her tone still light. No. Listen, in fact I'm quite content with this. It's miles better than any of the other Slytherins I could have been paired with. I'm flattered, Potter, but I was just messing with you. You're quite easy, aren't you? She said, grinning slightly. You're horrible, you weren't like this during herbology, he said after a moment. I was simply looking for a compliment while wanting to see whether or not you would respond like a stuck-up ponce. Besides, I was a bit busy in the greenhouse with trying to remove toxic waste from a coconut flower plant in a damp cramped space filled with sweaty people. How about you, Potter? She said, her gaze fixated on him, making him squirm a bit. I see, was all he managed, at a loss for words. Well, in any case, he said, bringing up his hand for a handshake, smiling a bit at her. Not too late for introductions, I hope? I guess it doesn't matter anymore after 6 years, Potter, she said, shaking his hand, her hand small and soft. Daphne Greengrass, pleased to formally meet you. Harry Potter, he said simply, knowing that his name would be nothing new to her. Merlin's garden gnomes, boomed a voice suddenly behind them, making Greengrass jump before he gathered them both in his arms, pressing them against his belly. Just wonderful, seeing you two get along so well already. A prime example which the whole school should do well following too, he said, holding them a moment longer, treasuring his most precious samples before releasing them and bustling away. Especially you, Mr. Weasley. You are already redder than a charm-engorged tomato. Much work to be done here, I fear, he commented, seeing Ron unhappy about his situation. Harry looked back to Greengrass, whose eyebrows were set in a slight frown and biting her lip, holding back any nasty comments from his sudden ambush. Now, as for the assignment, Skeelgrow, a potion capable of regrowing any lost bones through either having them vanished or missing through other means. Also used when said victim has too many bone fractures to heal accordingly, and in such cases vanishes, and regrowing will be faster, cheaper, and safer. The downside is that it tastes horrible and the regrowing process is quite painful. Harry grimaced as he thought about his experience in second year with Lockhart. Instructions are on the board and ingredients in the closets, remember? For hands, 2 brains. Begin, he said, waving his wand at the board to reveal the instructions. Greengrass immediately set to work, repositioning tools while putting others away. You grab the ingredients and I will set up things here, she said, her voice all business. Sure, be right back, he told her, already moving towards the cabinets, grabbing the ingredients he had seen on the board and textbook. Better to let her do what she does best while I fill in, he thought. Moving back to their table, he saw that several tools had been put away and the cauldron moved. He carefully set all the ingredients down on a spot she seemed to have cleared up for them. Good. Let's get to work, she said, apparently glad he had caught on to her drift in her positioning. I'll start on the Chinese chomping cabbage while you work on getting the pufferfish poison out. You sure? The book says we shouldn't start on the pufferfish until halfway through, he asked skeptically on her work order. Yes, but in the instruction above that they ask you to add the cabbage and stir for 15 minutes, which is a bit unnecessary as the cabbage is a stable ingredient. Occasionally stirring will be enough, allowing us to work on extracting the pufferfish poison and adding it to the cauldron in a fresher state, It's hard to extract and will take longer than is good for the potion. She explained to him, impressing and instantly reminding him she was Slughorn's prodigy here. The lesson continued like this. Greengrass would give him instructions on what to work on and tips on how to do it better. She was indeed a brilliant potion maker, as she only so much as glanced at the instructions before knowing how to make the potion better, switching up order, amounts and methods at a moment's notice. The class had ended and Harry looked down on a perfectly beige-colored liquid, the unpleasant smell being more than a clear reminder that it had been made correctly. "You're really good at this," he complimented her, grinning. She immediately gave off some of that haughtiness again, her hands on her hips, trying to act as if it was no big deal. "I guess I have some feeling for it, yes. You're doing good by taking notice of it," she said, trying to hide her own satisfaction. She may have called him easy, but Harry could already tell that sometimes she was a very easy person to read herself. "Excellent work, you two. A fantastic cauldron," Slughorn said, popping up again and looking into their creamy cauldron. "Although I'm sad to note that others didn't get it down just yet, opting to trust their own hands and minds rather than relying on their partners." Slughorn continued, trying to sound sad but failing rather badly, as he practically had a spring in his step about their success. Harry looked around to see what he was talking about and saw Hermione looking severely disappointed in her potion, as it had a brown color, probably having kept Bulstrode to handle the ingredients while she worked in the potion, which probably worked for the best but still yielded quite crude ingredients at the hands of Bulstrode. Ron looked darkly at an empty cauldron while Davis had an expression that said, "Well, I tried," luckily not looking very bothered by it all. Malfoy and Neville too had an empty cauldron. Malfoy never was that good, and Neville, sadly, was even worse than any of them. The others had their cauldrons still filled but were a mix of different colors in the brownish area. "You aren't half bad as rumors say you are, Potter," Harry heard Greengrass say as they each parted ways between the passing students to their own common rooms. It was after 6 in the evening when Harry walked to hallways and climbed stairs, leading himself to the 4th floor. They had eaten some time ago, in which Hermione and Ron had once again engaged in their prejudice argument, ending as usual with Ron leaving and Hermione grumpy, before she too excused herself to the library. Currently he was looking for a classroom to practice his collection of spells in for the first time. However, he already knew of a perfect classroom when he entered the empty hallway he found himself standing in. He stopped at one after walking on for a few doors, hoping that his memory had served him well. He opened the door. Stepping inside, his footsteps sounding a bit hollow, he knew for sure he had found it again. He was standing in the unused classroom. The room looked exactly like it did in his first year. The dark shapes of desks and chairs were piled against the walls. It was here where he had found the mirror of Eriste, and saw his deceased relatives, including his parents. It was also practical regardless of the sentimental value of seeing his parents for the first time. The mirror wasn't even present now. Dumbledore had moved it long ago. He levitated one of the tables from the walls to put his spell notes on it for easy reading. His plan for the coming time was to learn new spells, maybe try coming up with spell chains to corner any target fluidly using technique and ideas. It would certainly be better than casting random spells at his opponent. Of course, he must stay cautious of becoming predictable when doing this. Spells in particularly he wanted to learn were the Bone-Breaking Curse, spoken as Os Fractiones, Scalpier, a stronger version of the Diffindo Expulso, a spell that causes an object to explode, and the Frigoris Pedes charm, which would momentarily slow an opponent's feet. A harmless charm but useful when used in combination with others. At least that was what he thought, having no actual experience with it but feeling that it would. Harry made sure to cast silencing charms before aiming his wand at one of the pillars in the classroom. His practice target chosen, Harry sat under his invisibility cloak again in the darkness that was the restricted section, gripping his quill hard as his fingers, threatening to break it through the force. His parchment was littered with notes, scribbles, comments, and questions. 2 more weeks had passed now, and his research produced little result after looking into multiple books, marking this as a month total of research without finding his answers. Others were answered, but new ones had taken their place, with the main question still being unexplained. How was Voldemort capable of returning to physical bodies? There was, however, one subject that repeatedly came to his attention: soul anchoring, in which the soul itself of a living wizard or witch would be mutilated by some means, splitting off a portion which would then be chained to earth. That, however, was all the information he seemed capable of finding. The means of mutilation were left open, as was the process of binding it to earth. But he was growing confident that this was the method Voldemort had used. It seemed, even as vague as it was, the best explanation to his wretched soul clinging to earth. In what sense would the soul be bound to earth? What means, if there are any, are known to destroy it? Had this anything to do with Dumbledore's theory? More than a month had passed since he last properly saw Dumbledore, which had been after his memory lesson. He had only seen Dumbledore a few times during the meals this month. Was the headmaster going on more explorations, retrieving more about Voldemort's past? Researching his unknown theory? Collecting memories? Probably all three of them, he mused, frustrated at all the unanswered questions. I just have to figure this out, then he will have no choice but to tell me. He took of his glasses and rubbed his tired eyes before repositioning his glasses again, glancing at the large mechanical clock which had been ticking in near complete silence. 1 a.m. It had become late again. He had spent the last 2 weeks doing practice in the evening, still going to the restricted section after curfew. It made each day a busy day when coupled with lessons and homework. The good news was that he now had a good idea of the damage his spells could do, judging by the damage on the pillars after each spell. The damage was easy to fix, as Hogwarts was a self-repairing castle. Coupled with a reparo charm, it would result in quickly repairing the pillars, reviving his practice targets. He had learned the Frigoris Pedes charm, which was quite awkward, as he had to do it on his own feet, Scalpier and Expulso. The bone-breaking curse, however, proved to be a bit more difficult and required more time to get down right. He picked up his books and items, yawning before putting them back where they came from, being careful not to wake the portraits. Come on, Tracy. I know that it's cold outside, but you're beginning to take the size a troll. Not to mention we have warming charms to help us. Daphne whined at Tracy, who had taken a good 10 minutes to pick a matching pair of earmuffs and gloves alone. Not even having mentioned the rest, her patience was wearing a bit thin. Relax. We have more than enough time left, and it's very cold outside. Nobody wants to see two girls frozen to the bone, Tracy said as she grabbed another pair of gloves instead of putting them away. Summer will arrive at this pace, though, Daphne said back, sitting down on her dorm bed. Okay, all set, Tracy called out as soon as Daphne sat on her bed, having just been waiting for it. Thank you, Daphne said, looking exasperated, rising again from her bed, moving out of the dorms and out of the common room with Tracy. The walk into Hogsmeade was not enjoyable. Daphne wrapped her scarf over her lower face. The exposed part soon felt both raw and numb. The road to the village was full of students bent double against the bitter wind. More than once Daphne wondered whether they might not have had a better time in the warm common room. When they finally reached Hogsmeade, they saw that Zonko's joke shop had been boarded up. Daphne could only guess to the reasons, but wasn't too let down by it. She was glad they were allowed to go at all. She hardly ever went to the joke shop anyway. They walked on into the cold streets of the village, warming charms only doing so much to keep the relentless frigid winds out as they shivered. But soon she saw her favorite reason for coming to Hogsmeade, Honeydukes, the sweets shop. She pointed a gloved hand towards the shop, but didn't say anything. Tracy knew it would be their first stop. It always was. She soon felt her skin prickling from the heat inside the shop as they stepped inside, a blast of aromas hitting her red nose. Shelves were as always filled to the brim with sweets from top to bottom in every color. Throughout the shop were also baskets with a variety of random wild sweets, and on the counters stood the more delicate or intricate ones for sale. She nearly knew every candy here after 6 years of coming to the shop. She grabbed a plastic bag and began loading it with all kinds of sweets she liked as she moved past the shelves and counters. Cauldron cakes, sugar quills, choco loco, pumpkin pastries. Had she already mentioned she loved sweets? Ah, Daphne and Tracy. Great to see you two again. How is school? Asked a smiling Ambrosius Flume, who was a rather large, bald man, and the shop owner of Honeydukes. Quiet is the best way to describe it, I guess, Daphne said absent-mindedly, scanning the shelves for new sweets, throwing a few in her bag after spotting them. I can imagine. The same could be said for Hogsmeade. Streets never been this deserted. Flume said, looking a bit morose through his window and onto the near-deserted streets of the village. But dark times will pass and we can only make the best of it meanwhile. He said, the look quickly leaving his face for a more upbeat one. Yes, you're right, said Daphne, brought back to the situation at home. As of yet, she still had to receive any bad news from her parents. So far, the Death Eaters had not come back yet for more conversations. Fortunately, Tracy also had yet to receive more visits. Say, Mr. Flumel, do you know why Zonko's shop is boarded up? Tracy asked, wondering if the candy shop owner had heard or seen anything while in the village. I don't know the details, but I believe that he went away on a vacation with his family, finding the weather a bit harsh, you see? Flumel said, a mixture of serious and aloofness in his voice. Ah, he must have quite some Muggle-borns in his family then, Tracy mused. Indeed, I wish him good luck, but we are getting off topic. In a sweets shop you talk about sweets. Come over here, I have my latest pride here, Flumel said cheerfully again, beckoning them over to the shop's main counter. Daphne plumbed her sweet-filled bag down next to Tracy's, her bag towering over hers. I'm still amazed that you can always eat all those sweets and not look like a jelly slug, Tracy said, looking at her monolith-sized bag. Sometimes I'm also amazed of myself, Tracy. It's okay. I guess it's just my metabolism, she said, puffing out her chest a bit at her ability. Now, ladies, I present to you my new sweet mousse cakes, he exclaimed dramatically, setting a small brown cake in front of them, looking like it contained every known color in the universe. It's a chocolate cake with strawberry mousse and clotted dream, besides that it doesn't matter. Give me 5 of them, Daphne cut in, grinning, already knowing enough. You know, sometimes I just wish you suddenly woke up like the jelly slug that you are, Tracy said, looking jealous at her and the cakes. Stepping outside the shop again with the friendly goodbyes of Flumel behind them, they were instantly assaulted by the cold again. Luckily for them, they weren't bothered by their purchases as they were given weightless and shrinking charms on their bags. However, that was mostly done for Daphne's. Let's go to the 3 broomsticks, said Tracy. It'll be warm. Yeah, I'm up for a butterbeer, Daphne said, thinking about the sweet and warm drink. They were coming directly to the left of the shop, partially walking along the blind spots of the building. The streets were not very busy. Nobody was lingering to chat, just hurrying toward their destinations. The exceptions were the Golden Trio and a squat, bandy-legged man with long, straggly ginger hair. Oh, look, Daphne, it's the trio, Tracy said, indicating her head to the entrance of the 3 broomsticks as they came closer. Mundungus! She heard Harry suddenly yell, making the man jump and drop an ancient suitcase, which burst open, releasing what looked like the entire contents of a junk shop window. Daphne quickly pushes herself and Tracy to the wall of the shop, standing just around the corner, but still out of sight. Not even sure herself why she hid them. She guessed that it was because Potter's voice sounded quite different, hostile, and the atmosphere had quickly turned serious. Daphne saw that Tracy had nearly blurted something out in the moment, but thankfully managed to keep silent in time. Their distance was too short now. Oh, hello, Harry, said the man who was apparently Mundungus, with a most unconvincing stab at airiness. Well, don't let me keep ya. She heard him scrabbling on the ground to retrieve the contents of his suitcase with every appearance of a man eager to be gone. Are you selling this stuff? Asked Potter, his voice sounding angry and restrained. Oh, well, gotta scrape a living, said Mundungus. Gimme that. Weasley had apparently stooped down and picked up something. Hang on, he said slowly. This looks familiar. Thank you, said Mundungus, shuffling of thick winter clothes suggesting he had snatched the object out of his hand and stuffed it back into the case. Well, I'll see you all URGH. Daphne jumped a bit at the sudden sound. Potter must have pinned Mundungus against the wall of the pub by the throat as she heard the broken words in his voice. Harry, squealed Granger, distressed at the sudden move. You took that from Sirius's house, that had the Black family crest on it, Potter said in a low voice. I know what spluttered Mundungus, who was likely turning purple. What did you do the night he left and died? Strip the place. He continued, snarling. Dash. Is that how you repay us? Give it back. Harry, you mustn't, shrieked Granger. There was a bang, and she heard gasping and spluttering. Mundungus had apparently managed to free himself, quickly seized his fallen case. Then a loud crack followed. He had disapparated. Potter swore at the top of his voice. Come back, you thieving Dash. There's no point, Harry, said Granger softly. Mundungus will probably be far away by now. There's no point yelling. He stole Sirius's stuff. Stole it, she heard Potter say, frustrated. Let's go inside for now, Harry. It won't be the last we see of him, Weasley said supportively. She heard them go through the door of the 3 broomsticks, releasing the breath she had been unknowingly holding, coming out in a large cloud of condense. The hell was that all about? Tracy shouted, looking confused. Shoo! Daphne hissed at her, looking around if anyone else had seen them, suddenly paranoid at being overheard themselves. I don't know, Tracy. A lot of it makes no sense. Stealing? When Sirius left and died. Did he mean the Sirius Black? He did say it had the Black family crest on one of those items, Tracy said, looking a bit shocked at the sudden events. This is just too absurd. Why would Harry Potter be concerned about the stuff of Sirius Black being nicked? She asked, frowning and biting her lip in thought. Maybe it was a different Sirius, who had in some way gained a few lost items from the Black family? Tracy said, making another hypothesis. Possible, but it sounds equally far-stretched. Anyway, we waited long enough. Let's go inside, see what else we hear, she said, shivering in the cold. What? You want to continue spying on them? Eavesdropping, Tracy said, sounding incredulous. I call it information gathering, Daphne said simply, luckily still having the decency to blush a bit before dragging Tracy out of their corner to the door. It's the same Daphne, and haven't you heard enough? Tracy said, reluctantly coming along. No, far from enough. Let's get to the bottom of this, Tracy. Aren't you curious? Daphne asked, abandoning the little decency she had found moments before. Yes, but nowhere near your level. You're making me doubt again whether or not you should do better as a journalist instead of potions maker, Tracy replied, but was still walking with her. They waded through the people in the pub, making a bit of a detour to avoid being directly spotted, and ending up on a table behind them, a thin roster separating their tables for separation and privacy. Privacy she paid no heed to as she and Tracy tried to stick as close to the wall as possible to hear them, positioning themselves to look as if they were conversing with each other, hoping to avoid any suspicion and not look like a complete eavesdroppers, which they actually were. Can't the order control Mundungus? Potter demanded of the other 2 in a furious whisper. Can't they at least stop him stealing everything that's not fixed down when he's at headquarters? Sure, said Granger desperately, likely looking around to make sure nobody was listening, making Daphne anxious for a moment, thinking they had been discovered, before relaxing again as Granger continued. Harry, I'd be annoyed too. I know it's your things he's stealing. Potter gagged on his butterbeer, surprised. Yeah, it's also my stuff, he said. No wonder he wasn't pleased to see me. Well, I'm going to tell Dumbledore what's going on. He's the only one who scares Mundungus. Good idea, whispered Granger, sounding clearly pleased that Harry was calming down. Ron, what are you staring at? Nothing, said Weasley, making a bad attempt at covering whatever he had been staring at. Daphne could only guess that it had probably been Madame Rosmerta, whom multiple had crushes on. I expect nothing's in the back getting more fire whiskey, said Granger waspishly. Weasley ignored this jibe, sipping his drink in what he evidently considered to be a dignified silence. Granger drummed her fingers on the table, something clearly bothering her. She waited for the moment Potter had finished his drink and said, "Shall we call it a day and go back to school, then?" The other 2 silently agreed. It had likely not been a fun trip and the weather was getting worse, winds picking up even more force. They drew their cloaks tightly around them, rearranged their scarves, pulled on their gloves, then followed Katie Bell and a friend out of the pub and back up the high street. Well, That raised even more questions if you ask me, Tracy said, arching an eyebrow at her. True, but we also learned more, something about some order business and that they have headquarters. The stolen items also seem to be Potter's property. Daphne summed up. So serious something gave Potter his family black stuff? Tracy said, following her thoughts. Yes, maybe through a will. Remember that this serious person died. He might have given it all to Potter, Daphne reasoned. Tracy had opened her mouth to say something but was cut off by a scream from outside. Terrible one, full of anguish. The voice screamed and screamed, the hairs on Daphne's neck standing up from terror. She and Tracy shared a look, her eyes big and surprised, before they rushed out of the pub to see what was going on outside, the rest of the bar following them. On the street she saw a Gryffindor. Katie Bell, if she remembered correctly, hanging suspended in the air, being the source of the screaming as she continued. Her eyes open, seeing only things she could see, clearly causing her terrible anguish. The trio rushed forward to help. They grabbed Katie's legs, and she fell on top of them. Potter and Weasley managed to catch her, but she was writhing so much they could hardly hold her. Instead, they lowered her to the ground where she thrashed and screamed, apparently unable to recognize any of them. She saw Potter look around in a hurry. Except for them standing some distance away, there were no teachers to help. "Stay there," he shouted at the others over the howling wind. "I'm going for help." He began to sprint toward the school, jumping over a fence and disappearing around the corner. She saw how the little group tried to calm the screaming Katie Bell down to no avail. She was completely delirious, thrashing around screaming her lungs out while the group now began to restrain her flailing limbs, trying to protect themselves and herself from getting any injuries. Daphne briefly felt the need to try and help her, but stopped herself, realizing that it would do more bad than good. Two Slytherins joining in offering help would do nothing to reassure the situation. And even if that wasn't the problem, they still would be dead weight. There was nothing they could do to help Belle in this unknown state. Trying anything might make things worse. She was soon relieved when she saw Potter running back again with the groundskeeper, his figure surprisingly fast, already understanding the situation. "Get back," shouted Hagrid. "Let me see her." "Something's happened to her," sobbed Leanne. "I don't know what." The groundskeeper stared at Belle for a second, then without a word, bent down, scooped her into his arms, and ran off toward the castle with her. Within seconds, Belle's piercing screams had died away, and the only sound was the roar of the wind. The wind picked up even more now, rendering Daphne and the others unable to hear more of what they were saying to each other. Weasley bent down, his hand outstretched, but Potter seized his arm and pulled him back, making a face that said he needed to be careful before he crouched down. Something was poking out of the paper, something small as she didn't see anything from her position. Potter turned back to the girl who had been with Belle asking questions, to which she replied while Granger comforted her. The girl, however, seemed to realize something before breaking down in renewed sobs. He turned back to the object on the ground, hesitated for a moment, then pulled his scarf from around his face and, ignoring his friends, and carefully covered the item in it and picked it up. He stood up, said something, and began moving hurriedly towards the castle, the others following him. Harry and the others had come across Professor McGonagall first and followed her upstairs and into her office. There was a fireplace in the room, but it did little to alleviate the chilly atmosphere. "Well?" she said sharply after she closed the door and stared at them and the sobbing Leanne. "What in heaven's name happened?" Slowly and with many pauses, caused by her crying, Leanne explained to the professor how odd Katie had acted after her return from the bathroom in the Three Broomsticks with the suspicious package. An argument had ensued between the two as to why she would want to deliver an unknown package to someone inside Hogwarts, which resulted with the package being torn open. "All right," said Professor McGonagall surprisingly kindly, when Leanne could no longer go on to describe what happened after that due to her crying and shock. "You can leave, Leanne. Please get something from Madame Pomfrey to help against the shock." "What happened when Katie touched the necklace?" McGonagall asked as soon as Leanne had left the room. Harry took word to continue the story, telling the professor how Katie had risen into the air and had begun screaming, after which they had pulled her down and taken her to the castle. He had quickly asked for Dumbledore after his explanation, wanting to inform him on Malfoy's life-threatening deed. Surely the package had been meant for the headmaster. Katie had not gone to him with the package, meaning he hadn't been the target. The only other person of importance would then have been Dumbledore himself, or maybe even Slughorn due to his past ties with Death Eaters. That is quite the information, Potter, but the headmaster won't return for the next few days, said Professor McGonagall, looking surprised. Won't return, Harry repeated angrily. He needed to talk to Dumbledore right now, not wait several days. Yes, Potter, he won't return for some days. He also has business outside of the school, McGonagall said curtly. But if you have thoughts or further information on this, then you can be assured that the information will rest secure with me. Harry hesitated for a moment. Professor McGonagall wasn't one of the people he usually confided in, nor did she seem very tolerant against wild theories unlike Dumbledore. However, this was a life-and-death matter. I think Draco Malfoy gave Katie that necklace, Professor. He imperioused her, and ordered to have it brought into Hogwarts. On either side of him, his friends responded awkwardly by either shuffling their feet or fumbling with something in their reach, obviously embarrassed by him. He ignored the reaction of his friends and pushed on, telling her about following Malfoy to Borgin and Burke's and the conversation they had overheard between him and Mr. Borgin. Professor McGonagall looked skeptical when he had finished speaking. This is a very serious accusation, Potter. An accusation that doesn't seem to have very solid evidence. Am I to understand that Malfoy took something to Borgin and Burke's for repair? No, Professor, he didn't have it with him. He just wanted Borgin to tell him how to mend something. But that's not the point. He bought something back then, and I'm confident that it was the necklace dash. Malfoy left the shop with the same package? Did you see this with your own eyes? McGonagall asked quickly. No. He told Borgin to keep it in the shop for him dash. But Harry, Hermione interrupted. Malfoy said no when he asked him whether or not he wanted to take it with him dash. Because he didn't need it yet, obviously, retorted Harry angrily. How would I look carrying that down the street? Was what he actually said, said Hermione. Well, he would look a bit of a prat carrying a necklace across the street, interjected Ron. Oh, Ron, said Hermione despairingly. It would be safely packaged, and would easily be hidden inside a cloak. Whatever it was he reserved at the shop was big and noisy, something he couldn't drag down the street without being noticed, in any case. She pressed on loudly, before Harry could interrupt. I myself went inside to ask Borgin about the necklace. Borgin just told me the price. He didn't say it was already sold or anything dash. Well, your acting wasn't the best. He realized what you were up to after 5 seconds. Harry rebutted irritably. That's enough, said Professor McGonagall, as Hermione opened her mouth to retort, looking furious. Potter, I appreciate you telling me this, but we cannot point the finger of blame at Mr. Malfoy purely because he visited the shop where this necklace might have been purchased. The same is probably true of hundreds of people dash. That's what I said dash, muttered Ron. And in any case, we have put stringent security measures in place this year. I do not believe that necklace can possibly have entered this school without our knowledge. And above all, Malfoy had been with me all day after he failed to complete his transfiguration homework twice in a row now. He wasn't even in Hogsmeade. Harry gaped at her, deflating. Regardless, I thank you for telling me your suspicions, Potter, she said as she marched past them and held her office door open. But I will go check Katie Bell's condition now. A good day to you all. Harry was angry with the other two for siding with McGonagall. His theory may not have been waterproof, but he simply had no doubt. Draco Malfoy was behind these deeds. Did they not see this was all Malfoy's doing? How he himself was doing this for their own sake? What if he hadn't stopped Ron when he had reached out to pick it up? What if Hermione had been imperious to deliver the package? He didn't even want to think any further on the thoughts, as an uneasy feeling briefly shot through him. Malfoy may not have been in Hogsmeade, but that meant nothing. He must have used an accomplice then, Crabbe or Goyle or another Death Eater. The walk to the common room was silent. He was frustrated that they didn't support his theory. Rebutted it even. Maybe it would be better if he also kept this to himself. They could have been hurt today besides. They won't believe his theory anyway. It was past midnight. His vision was a dark whirlpool of visions and images flashing by, melting into a new ones as he tossed in his bed. 1,000 voices buzzing through his head, incomprehensible and chaotic before they quieted down into a much more focused image and sound, which was, however, much more horrible, as he suddenly stood in the ministry again. "Well done, huh?" She was cut off as the Death Eater Hermione had just struck down made a sudden recovery, making a slashing movement with his wand. A streak of what looked like purple flame passed right across Hermione's chest. She gave a tiny yelp as she crumpled onto the floor, where she lay motionless. Hermione! The scene blurred again, his head pounding before leaving him just as fast. There were footsteps running along behind the doors. Every now and then another heavy body would launch itself against one, so it creaked and shuddered. Luna and Neville were bewitching the doors along the opposite wall. Then, as Harry reached the very top of the room, he heard Luna cry, "Calo dash!" He turned in time to see her flying through the air. 5 Death Eaters were surging into the room through the door she had not reached in time. Luna hit a desk, slid over its surface and onto the floor on the other side where she lay sprawled, blood seeping onto the cold hard floor in a small puddle, as still as Hermione. Whirling sounds and images overtook his mind and vision again as the scene changed. "Ron, no!" Harry did not know what would happen if Ron touched the tentacles now flying behind the brain, but he was sure it would not be anything good. He darted forwards, but Ron had already caught the brain in his outstretched hands, his mind completely confused from the spell of the previous Death Eater. The moment they made contact with his skin, the tentacles began wrapping themselves around Ron's arms like ropes. "Harry, look what's happened. No, I don't like it, no, stop. But the thin ribbons were spinning around Ron's chest now. He tugged and tore at them as the brain was pulled tight against him like an octopus's body. "Defindo!" yelled Harry, trying to sever the feelers wrapping themselves tightly around Ron before his eyes, but they would not break. Ron fell over, still weakly thrashing against his bonds. "Harry, it'll suffocate him," screamed Ginny, immobilized by her broken ankle on the floor. Then a jet of red light flew from one of the Death Eater's wands and hit her squarely in the face. She keeled over sideways and lay there, silent like Ron was now. He was hurled away again, his head throbbing painfully again for a brief moment. "Let's see how long Longbottom lasts before he cracks like his parents. Unless Potter wants to give us the prophecy," Bellatrix said, smiled manically. "Don't gib idiodem," roared Neville, his words sounding strange through his broken nose, who seemed beside himself, kicking and writhing as Bellatrix drew nearer to him and his captor, her wand raised. "Don't gib idem, Harry." Bellatrix raised her wand. "Crucio!" Neville screamed, his legs drawn up to his chest so that the Death Eater holding him was momentarily holding him off the ground. The Death Eater dropped him and he fell to the floor, twitching and screaming in agony as Bellatrix continued to hold her curse. The scene changed, making him clutch his head and wonder how long this would continue and how much he could take. He saw Sirius again. It seemed to take Sirius an age to fall. His body curved in a graceful arc as he sank backwards through the ragged veil hanging from the arch. Harry saw the look of mingled fear and surprise on his godfather's wasted, once handsome face as he fell through the ancient doorway and disappeared behind the veil, which fluttered for a moment as though in a high wind, then fell back into place. Harry heard Bellatrix Lestrange's triumphant scream, but knew it meant nothing. Sirius had only just fallen through the archway. He would reappear from the other side any second, but Sirius did not reappear. "Sirius!" Harry yelled. "Sirius!" He finally awoke, gasping, wet all over his body from sweat. His head was having a painful headache, depriving his exhausted mind of a break. He thanked the heavens, Merlin, anyone or anything for allowing him to awaken from his nightmare, but cursed them all the same for giving it in the first place. He rolled to his side, wet hair on his head clinging to his face, allowing his back some coolness. He suppressing a groan of pain at his headache, balling his fists painfully hard, his nails digging into his palm as he heard Lupin's words echo throughout his head over and over again. "There's nothing you can do, Harry. Nothing, he's gone." Rumors had already spread inside Hogwarts the following day of the incident with Katie Bell, the other witnesses having undoubtedly talked to their fellow students. eager to tell them of the scary and bizarre events they saw. Daphne and Tracy were currently working on their essay for herbology in the library, the assignment asking for information on how the dragon's bane will change and evolve in its later stages. "Oh, Merlin, you can't be serious," was all Daphne said, staring at her herbology book in horror. "And you're right, Daphne. I'm just Tracy," Tracy responded, unable to resist another lame pun. "No, really. Have you not read about the dragon's bane yet?" Daphne asked, but was already pretty sure the answer was no. Otherwise, Tracy never would have been able to keep quiet about it. What is it then? Will it start puking slugs?" Tracy asked airily, putting her chin in her hand, resting her elbow on the table. "Worse, listen to this. In later stages, the flower on the plant will start to change color to midnight blue, indicating that the dragon's bane nears his maturity. Soon after will its properties for truth serums make itself known by occasionally exhaling its fumes. Take note that these fumes, when directly inhaled, have the effect of lesser truth serums for a few seconds, inducing acts of unrestrained honesty." Tracy immediately caught on and started to make a mixture of coughing and laughing sounds at the same time, wanting to cover up her laughter in fear of Madame Pants hearing them. "So during the L lessons people might start blurting funny stuff out? True stuff?" she continued, laughing throughout her question. "I don't see how this is going to be any fun. It will be pure chaos. Everyone blurting out embarrassing things. We will also be doing the same. I don't fancy doing that while fighting a monstrous plant, Tracy." Daphne said, an incredulous look on her face at Tracy's reaction, although it was to be expected. "Ah, don't sweat the small stuff, Daphne. I can't wait to see what kind of shades Weasley might get. He will surely reach colors never touched upon before by mankind," Tracy said, throwing her hands in the air, proclaiming a grand spectacle. Daphne could only hang her head a little, just hopeless, this girl. Besides, who knows, maybe Potter might blurt some secrets out himself. "Something you want to know more about, right?" Tracy asked, turning a little bit more serious. "I guess you're right, but then maybe not," Daphne said, frowning. "Oh, why not then?" she said, leaning forward a little, looking interested. Potter was capable of resisting the Imperius curse from the teacher in 4th year. Truth serums can also be resisted to some extent, depending on the quality of the potion and will of said person. Potter might show the same sort of resistance to the fumes. Besides, I also think this only entails to positive acts and thoughts. These are only fumes, not full-blown potions. They will help you say stuff you wanted to say in the first place," Daphne explained, disappointed that it was probably the truth. "Ah, I guess that explains why they say unrestrained honesty. It helps you get past your own embarrassment of saying it," Tracy replied, the meaning clear to her now. Tracy soon grinned, her head lazily rolling to the side. "I see. I guess you're screwed then, Daphne. You'll be blurting out all your curiosities about Potter." "No, I won't. I'll be perfectly fine and completely immune. You just watch me," Daphne said, confident in herself. "Can't wait to find out, Daphne. When will the fumes come out?" Tracy asked eagerly. "I'm not sure. Weeks? Months? It will in any case still be quite some time away. Luckily," Daphne said, putting emphasis on the last word. "Guess you'll never find out about Potter then, unless we're going to stalk him again," Tracy said, casting an accusing glance at her. "It was merely coincidence, Tracy, nothing more," she said, easily brushing the guilt-inducing glance off. She said those things, but she was truly getting interested in Harry Potter, their little adventure in Hogsmeade only spiking curiosity that had begun to grow after multiple potions and herbology lessons with Potter. He seemed calm and kind, gave little personal information about himself during their lessons. Although she was the same in that regard, so she couldn't really complain there. She had mostly moved in the masses during the previous years, only hearing rumors about his supposed showdown with a basilisk, encounter with 100 Dementors, and battles in the Triwizard Tournament. At the time, she didn't know what to think of him. She only heard bad things from Malfoy about his attention-seeking ego, and read articles about him being deranged in the Prophet. She hadn't been convinced that all of it was true, as she only saw a teenager caught between a rock and a hard spot on those moments. Their now comically first encounter on the train and newly established partnership in lessons had given her at least some insight into him after nearly 6 weeks. He had been civil with her from the start of their lessons and always listened closely whenever she gave him instructions and feedback during potions. His green eyes fixated on her during these times, interested in her knowledge, always quickly trying to correct his mistakes and making sure not to repeat them in their next brewing. His efforts were quite endearing. During herbology, he always went for the vines, gaining cuts multiple times from the flailing appendages but always keeping silent, encouraging her that he had everything under control, never showing annoyance at her fluent cursing or failures to approach the flower. Harry Potter was a good person, shrouded in many unknown secrets to her, being the gravity point of people around him without his own noticing. "Hey, still here with me in the library, Daphne? Or did you go somewhere else?" Tracy called out to her, wiggling her eyebrows. "Just lesson reminiscences. Remember me to practice the Protego charm again soon. Mine was pretty bad at the last dada," she offhandedly said, pulling herself from her thoughts. "Yeah, sure," Tracy answered unbelievingly. "Weren't you rather thinking about your teamwork with Potter during said lessons? I can see that you're getting a bit chummy, although I must say that I'm quite jealous of you there. Having a responsive partner would be nice," Tracy said, her grin back in place. "Pure neutrality, Tracy, I assure you. And since we're on that topic, I've seen Weasley look less red each lesson. Are things getting better?" Daphne asked, wanting to turn the attention away from her and thinking about Tracy's partnership in return. "It's coming along, slowly but surely. He gets a bit more civil each lesson. He even managed to greet me last time," Tracy said, nodding at her, as if needing to convince her that it had actually happened, which might be true. Daphne winced, feeling sorry for Tracy. "I hope you come out of this okay. A lesson doesn't go by with your potion being vanished." Tracy shrugged. "I already asked Professor Slughorn. He said that successful teamwork will result in extra marks but otherwise won't affect our scores. I'll just have to make sure I get it down right on the exams." "That's some good news at least then. Still, I hope he manages to get civil soon," Daphne said, remembering the glare she received when handing Potter the note from Dumbledore. What business did Potter and the headmaster have anyway? Harry knocked on the doors leading to the headmaster's office. "Come in," said a voice from inside, a bit muffled by the door. There sat Dumbledore, looking a bit tired, but he smiled when he gestured to Harry to sit down. The pensieve was sitting on the desk again, casting silvery specks of light over the ceiling. On his desk also stood the case made of glass. Inside rested a crudely crafted golden ring. Gaunt's ring, looking the same as last time he saw it. He had felt the dark enchantments on the ring the moment he had entered the office, beckoning him closer, radiating feelings of longing and affection. The distracting feelings probably didn't bother the headmaster, the effect being negated by a mage of Dumbledore's caliber, he reasoned. "Haven't gotten to destroying the cursed object yet, sir?" he asked, idly wondering how Dumbledore hadn't found means to destroying it yet. "Oh no, I'm afraid not. Soon, however, it will be nothing but broken jewelry. But then again, I also said that last time," the headmaster replied, chuckling a bit. "Now, you have had a busy time while I have been away," Dumbledore said, becoming more serious. "I believe you also witnessed Katie's accident." "Yes, sir. How is she?" "Still very unwell, although she was relatively lucky. She appears to have brushed the necklace with the smallest possible amount of skin. There was a tiny hole in her glove. Had she put it on, had she even held it in her unloved hand, she would have died, perhaps instantly. Luckily, Professor Snape was able to do enough to prevent a rapid spread of the curse dash." "Why him?" asked Harry quickly. "Why not Madame Pomfrey?" "Professor Snape knows much more about the dark arts than Madame Pomfrey, Harry. Anyway, the St. Mungo staff are sending me hourly reports, and I am hopeful that Katie will make a full recovery in time." "Where were you the past weeks, sir?" Harry asked, hoping for the feeble chance that Dumbledore might tell him. "I would rather not say just now, however. I shall tell you in due time," said Dumbledore, confirming Harry's disappointment before withdrawing a fresh bottle of silver memories from inside his robes and uncorking it with a prod of his wand. Harry continued. Despite this, he had more important questions, quite a lot of them. "Sir," said Harry tentatively, "I met Mundungus in Hogsmeade." "Ah yes, I am already aware that Mundungus has been treating your inheritance with light-fingered contempt, said Dumbledore, frowning a little. He has gone underground since you confronted him outside the Three Broomsticks. I think he dreads facing the consequences. However, rest assured that he will not be making away with any more of Sirius's old possessions. He has been prohibited from entering the house again. And the items he has taken, they will be forever lost. Harry asked, wanting justice and everything that had belonged to Sirius returned to their rightful place, even if Sirius hated all of it. He wanted it for the small favor and honor he could do for him. I fear so, Harry, but remember that nothing is certain. Who knows? They might find their way back to you again. Fate can be a funny thing sometimes, turning you at corners you never thought of crossing. Harry sank back in the chair behind him, the headmaster's cryptic words not really helping. Professor, said Harry after a short pause, did Professor McGonagall tell you what I told her after Katie got hurt? About Draco Malfoy? She told me of your suspicions, yes? Said Dumbledore. And do you dash? I shall take all appropriate measures to investigate anyone who might have had a hand in Katie's accident, said Dumbledore. But what concerns me now, Harry, is our lesson. Anyone who might have a hand in this? Dumbledore also didn't believe him then? Did anyone believe him nowadays? Harry felt resentful at this, sitting stiffly in his chair. However, he said no more about Draco Malfoy, suppressing his feelings. I still have the whole evening left. I need to stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. He repeated in his head as a mantra while he watched as Dumbledore poured the fresh memories into the pensieve and began swirling the stone basin with his wand. You will remember, I am sure, that we left the tale of Lord Voldemort's beginnings at the point where the handsome muggle, Tom Riddle, had abandoned his witch wife, Merope, and returned to his family home in Little Hangleton. Merope was left alone in London, expecting the baby who would one day become Lord Voldemort. How do you know she was in London, sir? Harry asked, his voice not entirely neutral. Because of the evidence of one Caractacus Burke, said Dumbledore, who, by an odd coincidence, helped found the very shop whence came the necklace we have just been discussing. Now, into the memory we go, Harry. I think that will do, said Dumbledore at Harry's side, and seconds later, they were soaring weightlessly through darkness once more, before landing squarely in the present-day office. Sit down, Harry, said Dumbledore. Harry obeyed, his mind still full of what he had just seen. He had learned how Merope sold one of Marvolo's treasured family heirlooms, Slytherin's locket, only to get a little gold for it, likely dying of starvation and depression afterwards, unwilling to continue her life and raise her son. After becoming of age to go to Hogwarts, Dumbledore came to Riddle, who had been sent to an orphanage where he used his already developing powers to frighten others. Dumbledore informed young Riddle on the wizarding world and of its school of magic. Hogwarts, Riddle took little time to believe Dumbledore, already believing himself special and better than others, his manners far colder than any child should have been at his age, already showing dislike for his common name and unwillingness to have someone accompany him to Diagon Alley. Dumbledore continued explaining the memory to him, how he also noticed Riddle showing dislike of his name, leading to the image of Lord Voldemort and his tendency to experiment on people through acts of cruelty, secrecy, and domination, taking trophies of his acts from them. Now, Harry, time is making fools of us again, said Dumbledore, gesturing to the dark sky beyond the windows, indicating the end of the lesson. But Harry wasn't ready to go yet. He had more questions besides the ones from taking these lessons. What did it matter that he learned all this? Harry didn't believe that physiological warfare was going to work on Voldemort, and he was sure that Dumbledore also knew there was another reason that was related to his theory as he had told him earlier, in their first lesson. A reason he felt himself closing in on. Sir, he began, pausing, knowing he would be giving away part of his own secrecy now. I have been researching the matter of Voldemort being able to return to physical bodies, the same matter I have laid before you last time we spoke here. I am growing confident that it is the same as yours, the method being soul anchoring, a seemingly horrible way of ripping one's soul apart and binding it to earth, he said, leaning forward in his chair as Dumbledore sank back in his own. You have been doing your homework then, Harry, I see, Dumbledore said, his eyes seeming to dim. I do hope that you are not pushing yourself too hard, Harry. I must say that you look a bit fatigued, Dumbledore said, looking tired himself as he spoke. "I'm fine as long as I get answers, sir," Harry replied, not sure if Dumbledore meant it or was trying to steer them away from the subject. "I have been looking for some time now, but information has nearly run out with no clear answer in sight. I was hoping that you could share yours on the subject," he said, fixating his gaze on Dumbledore's own blue. "What more information is there to the anchoring? What deeds must be done for someone to rip their own soul?" Harry began. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, contemplating before answering him. "Murder, Harry, it requires murder." Harry was briefly surprised that he had gotten an answer at all before continuing. There was more to it than that. "In what way? It's not like anyone can use anchoring like this, right?" "You are correct, Harry. Hardly anyone will meet the demands of the act, for it asks no sympathy, empathy, or any remorseful emotion during the act. It needs to be done in such an inhumane way to ensure that the soul, a human soul, normally not capable of such an act, is punished by its own magic, ripping and scarring the soul," Dumbledore explained, having decided to answer his question. Harry absorbed the information, finally hearing information he had been searching for, keeping completely silent during the explanation, afraid that any sound might break the spell. Still, he had to break the silence that now hangs, as Dumbledore had stopped speaking. "Sir, their destruction, how are they destroyed? Is it possible to destroy such a thing as someone's soul in the first place, seeing as they are corporeal?" "It is possible to destroy them, Harry. The methods, however, are largely unknown," answered Dumbledore. "Then what is known about destroying them?" he questioned again, fascinated by what he had heard before. "That destruction is difficult, but not impossible, and requires that the receptacle to be damaged completely beyond physical or magical repair." "What kinds of methods are destructive enough then?" Harry asked, pressing on. "I cannot say for sure, Harry. Likely the most dangerous and potent spells, venoms and weapons, although I do not know which exactly," Dumbledore vaguely told him, his voice reluctant. "And the soul itself, how are we capable of attacking it with magical and physical means?" "Magical I can understand, but using physical methods on the soul?" he asked, changing questions on the subject, and expressing his lack of clarity at the headmaster's answers. "I have my suspicions, but wish not to indulge in them yet with you," Dumbledore said, completely stopping. "Why not? It doesn't matter whether or not you know for sure," Harry tried convincing him. "We will discuss it when we have confirmed it through the memories," Dumbledore said with a voice of finality. "How dash," Harry began again. "Harry, I will not share the information, not yet," Dumbledore interrupted, his voice serious. Harry could feel his lips get set in a tight line, and his jaw harden. "Fine. Good night, sir," he ground out. This wasn't the end of it, far from it, but for now he would gather all his patience and wait for next time he got an opportunity. He had at least learned something and was going to see what he could do with the new information until then. He stood up and moved towards the doors leading out of the headmaster's office, but heard Dumbledore speak up when he had his hand on the door. "Harry, one last thing before you go, please." "Yes, Professor?" Harry asked from the door, his back facing Dumbledore. "Harry, I do not wish to see you leave frustrated and angry like this. Allow me to speak a few words that have been dwelling aimlessly in my aged mind until now." Dumbledore spoke to Harry's back. "I've seen you deal with your current situation and problems for some time now, Harry. A situation I've placed you in and problems I've given to you. I can tell you that where others might have given up, you continue onwards, despite everything placed upon you. I want to tell you that I'm impressed by your will and perseverance, but know that it is equally strong to show your weaknesses from time to time. Keeping your emotions locked up will do you no good, Harry. Even the sweetest fruit can fester and rot when left unattended," Dumbledore said to him, his face likely smiling in the faint darkness of the office. Harry swallowed, his grip on the door handle tightening, suddenly finding the craftsmanship on the door very intriguing. "I know that Sirius's death is hard for you, Harry," Dumbledore spoke in an understanding tone, no pity but experience sounding through his voice. He turned around again to face Dumbledore before speaking. "Sir, have you ever lost someone important to you?" Harry asked slowly, trying to keep his voice steady. Dumbledore was silent for another moment, making Harry wonder whether or not he had asked one question too many for tonight. The headmaster, however, spoke again. I have Harry. It had been a mistake on my own part, and I live with the regrets of my decisions to this day. Dumbledore spoke solemnly, his face regretful and body sinking. I am to blame for this. I had made my choices for my own good and well-being, much unlike you did for Sirius, Harry. You were lured and deceived on multiple fronts, rushing in to save Sirius, disregarding your own safety. Dumbledore said. Harry opened his mouth, wanting to tell Dumbledore that it had only ended in disaster he had caused. But his voice didn't come out when he wanted it to, having no control of his vocal cords and only managing to produce silent words. The moment passed and Dumbledore continued. Few people have qualities like those, Harry, including me. Please allow this old man to speak for others by saying that Sirius would have been proud of you. Dumbledore said to him, his eyes twinkling in what could be described as pride and care that went above a normal teacher's. Harry let out a breath that quivered a bit. His nightmare of the Ministry still fresh on his mind. Would Sirius really have been proud of him? At the very least, he wanted to think like that. Sirius being proud and happy of him would take a lot of the burden from him. Would he really not be mad at him, even if Harry had blame in his death? It was cruel for you to lose him so fast after having just met him. Sirius represented much to you that you had never known before. Dumbledore said, honesty in his voice. Harry said nothing, just standing there as memories of Sirius passed through him. His roaring laughter, doggish grin, funny jokes, and parental advice. Sirius had been exactly that above all. A parental figures giving his opinion on various matters, whether that was relating to him with his outcast upbringing, or supporting and reprimanding him for his behavior. It wasn't fair that Sirius had been ripped away from him, out of his life and into oblivion. Sirius had been stolen from him. Now, good night, Harry. Come and see me when you feel the need, said Dumbledore gently. Harry nodded, before gathering his will again, pushing the feelings of grief and guilt down. Yes, he did mean a lot, Professor. And good night, he replied softly, closing the door behind him, wanting to leave it at that. It was morning again, and out of the top windows in the great hall, owls came flying through to delivering newspapers and letters. Nerves welled up inside her stomach as she saw her family owl descend to her, Tracy's owl also heading downwards to her respectively. Their owls landed, managing to avoid knocking over anything on the table as they held out their feet, letters attached to them. Daphne quickly reached over the table to give both owls some bacon before detaching the wrapped papers, quickly handing Tracy her own letter, their owls flying away to the Ollery after Haven done their jobs. She began ripping it open, Tracy mirroring her, quickly scanned through the letter, the contents neither comforting nor very alarming. Fuck! Daphne hissed softly, cursing anyway. Death Eaters had visited her house again, conversing with her parents about the same things. The exact words hidden in their discussions, but nonetheless there, namely, about them pledging their allegiance and joining the Dark Lord, offering empty promises of wealth and prosperity for their services. They wrote her that it had ended the same as usual, dodging answers and forestalling decisions on their part, keeping vague on their opinions and thoughts. But they all knew what side they would be joining, as staying neutral was no choice this time. They would be joining Dumbledore, for the first time in their family line joining the light side. She felt better with this decision, joining the side that wanted to keep the peace and freedom as it was before the Dark Lord's return, instead of joining the side that annihilated any opposition and oppressed others for their background and upbringing. She turned to Tracy, seeing that things had stayed the same for her two at home, as she nodded and smiled slightly. They returned to their breakfast silently, feeling a bit down and still in contemplation. She soon willed her thoughts to something else, to distract her from the mood dampener. Something, anything. Her eyes began gliding towards the Gryffindor table, searching for him between the masses before spotting his messy black hair, sitting opposite from her between Weasley and Granger, who were, by the looks of it, bickering again about nothing in particular, their mouths opening and closing rapidly, but they didn't interest her much at the moment. Potter sat between them, a bit hunched, offering few words in between their verbal warfare, taking slow bites out of his breakfast, distracted. The posture made him look a bit tired. Granger seemed to also take notice but said nothing to him, seemingly holding back her worries and questions, returning focus back soon enough on Weasley. Their encounter in Hogsmeade, or rather unknown encounter, still hadn't left her mind. She was curious as to what he had really done in their previous school years, who this Sirius really was, and what he seemed to tire himself with. But then again, maybe I'm just overthinking things. Maybe he just has a lot of homework to catch up on. And is this serious business nothing like she and Tracy thought it might be? Still, she was a bit curious, just a bit. Maybe she should watch him a bit more. No harm done there, right? A few days had passed after Harry had his last memory lesson. They were currently walking through the halls on their way to the common room. Having just come out of Dada with Snape, the lesson itself hadn't been that bad. Snape had obviously tried to make him look stupid by asking him the differences between inferi and ghosts, expecting him to fail. Harry, however, perfectly and calmly explained it as if he had done weeks of research on the nature of ghosts and the state of undead, making Snape look like he swallowed something extremely sour before he abruptly turned on his heel and began gliding away. He was also doing a little bit better in other magic classes, probably due to his own practice sessions, allowing him to gain more efficiency in picking up spells and understanding them better. He had also returned to the library with the little information he gained from Dumbledore. However, there wasn't much to go by in the first place, only Haven gotten one whole, a half and an abundance of deflected answers during his lesson. Books with any information had already run low before he had visited the headmaster. Now his questions were more specified, only serving to narrow down any information that was available. Still, he would continue trying. He just had this itching feeling that he was one step away from his conclusion, from his clarity of knowing what was going on and allowing him in on Dumbledore's full theory. He had to do it this way, find the information himself and push Dumbledore for explanations. The headmaster wasn't planning on telling him anytime soon, or at all for that matter. Harry could only dig it out from underneath him. They rounded the corner and all thoughts stopped as alarm sounds went off in his head. There at the end of the hallway stood Slughorn, his round figure merrily skipping a beat upon seeing Harry. "Nope. Let's find another route," Harry suddenly said, taking them by the arms and steering them in another hallway as he heard Slughorn call out to him with "Harry and boy, let's have a talk." "Harry," Hermione began after steadying herself from his abrupt change in direction. "You can't keep this up forever. It's rude towards Professor Slughorn. Besides, his parties aren't that bad. The professor has many interesting tales, and the food is also very good." She tried, making it sound better than it probably was. "I'll rather pass, Hermione," he said, not wanting to think about Slughorn parading him around like his own personal house cup, telling boring stories of famous people he met during his lifetime. "Well, Slughorn is preparing a Christmas party, you know, and there is simply no way that he won't make you come to it. He'll adjust the date if he has to," Hermione said, warning him. "Well, I'll happily enjoy my freedom until then," he said dismissively. He'll continue avoiding Slughorn as long as he could. Maybe, just maybe he manages to stay out of it long enough. Then the party will pass and Slughorn might start considering leaving him alone for the remainder of his life. "You're completely right, Harry, stupid slug club, full of snobs," Ron said, becoming grumpy as usual at the mention of the club. He had really taken badly to being ignored by the professor. "I'll have you know that we're allowed to bring guests," said Hermione sniply. "And I was going to ask you to come, but if you think it's that stupid and for snobs, then I won't bother, since you would also become a snob by coming." "You were going to ask me?" asked Ron, in a completely different voice. "Yes," said Hermione softly. There was a pause while Harry began to feel like he had the invisibility cloak on, suddenly wishing he wasn't here with them in this strange atmosphere. "I'm sorry, I'll come with you," said Ron, in a very quiet voice. Hermione only nodded. Harry coughed after seeing that the silence seemed to go nowhere, making his presence known again. Hermione looked flustered and immediately started looking at the portraits they passed. Ron, on the other hand, had a faraway look in his eyes. It was not as though he was really surprised, thought Harry. He had had a feeling that this might happen sooner or later, but he was not sure how he felt about it. What if Ron and Hermione started going out together, then split up? Could their friendship survive it? Where would he be in it? Would things stay the same, or would he become a bother? He could only wait and see, he thought as they walked in silence. They sat in the common room working on essays, rather copying them from Hermione as this one was about their transfiguration lesson, asking for the dangers of human transfiguration, which proved quite difficult to explain, but that might have been due to their lack of interest in the background information. They could search the information up again, but it proved to be a bit late to do that now, with the deadline being tomorrow and all. Hermione would finish these things much quicker than that. Ron and Harry had opted to start on their herbology essay while Hermione helped them on transfiguration. An efficient method for all three of them, since she wouldn't have to spend 15 minutes scribbling all over their acceptable level transfiguration parchment. Hermione, however, was slow this evening, slow on a subject that only required pure knowledge. Her quill scribbed but went into pause again after Haven written down a few lines. This was strange in itself, as she normally finished these things in nearly one straight line, but she seemed distracted, her eyes occasionally staring at her parchment while she nibbled on her bottom lip, obviously in deep thought. She was likely thinking about something else other than their essay. "Hermione," he said. Calling out to her after this went on for a few minutes. "What's wrong?" "Yeah, what's wrong? You usually finish these things without even blinking," added Ron, also having noticed her odd behavior. "Say, Harry," Hermione began, pulling her head up from their essays to look him hesitantly in the eyes. "Yes, Hermione?" he asked, softly urging her on, seeing her hesitation to continue her thoughts, which was rare for her. "You've been going away to practice for a long time now. I know that it isn't for the school lessons, as you were doing great in them even before you started practicing. But you look a bit tired. There is no need to push yourself. It's not like you're worried for your exams, right? Those are still miles away. Well, I myself already started preparing, but that doesn't mean anything, of course." Hermione fired off rapidly as her dam broke in one go, keeping silent as she waited for his answer. He wasn't surprised by their curiosity. This moment would have come up eventually. He did feel a bit guilty for making them worry, however. Already having prepared his answer, he kept it simple and said, "I want to get a head start on my Auror training. Heard from Tonks and Moody that it's a hard schooling. Might as well work on some things now to make it easier later." To which Ron made a nod of acknowledgement while Hermione smiled at him, slightly relieved at his answer before turning serious. "That's great, Harry, but don't push yourself, okay? It's still some time away," she said. "Says the witch who is already starting on exams at the start of the year," he said, poking at her, returning her words. She squirmed away from him, laughing. Okay, stop. I won't say any more." "Oi, Hermione, what the hell does this mean? Are they being serious here with this fume stuff?" Ron asked, handing her his herbology book, which looked quite strange on him, after she had quieted down from her laughter. She leaned over to read the small article where he had pointed, squinting her eyes from the distance before looking perplexed. "Oh, well, that'll be quite troublesome," was all she said. That he had his hands on his knees, breathing hard from exhaustion from achieving nothing. He had spent 2 hours practicing again. Other spells went brilliantly. The new cutting, feet freezer, and older spells he had worked on perfecting, but he failed at the Bonebreaker. It produced nothing. He hadn't known that he would be so bad at the darker spells. In his research, he had lightly read through parts of their nature, how darker categorized spells were labeled as such not only because of their strength and effect, but also through the nature of the magic. It's just like how the Patronus needs access to your positive emotions. In the same sense, do darker spells require an affinity with the caster's negative emotions. It would push you into a certain direction, but would still be a matter of your own choices and morality defining whether or not you were doing evil with the spells you use. The harmless levitation charm could be used to throw somebody of a tower to their deaths, resulting in a more brutal death than the killing curse would have done. He knew he could do it. The curse didn't ask too much of his magical reserves, for he proved to have plenty after going at it for so long. He had done everything correctly: the preparation, the knowledge, the incantation, and the movements. Curses required fuel to ignite into fire. Emotions served as fuel here. But using his frustration didn't seem to make it work, as if it wasn't enough, not heartfelt enough. Which might be true, he thought begrudgingly. He wanted to do it with a clear mind, stay leveled about his situation and course of actions. Otherwise, he would be following his advice, Voldemort's advice from the time at the ministry. He tried again, the spell disintegrating into nothing halfway there. He tried again and again. Soon he was gritting it through his teeth. Other people knew this curse, why couldn't he do it? He fired the curse again and pushed a sizable amount of magic through his wand, only to have it disappear midway to its destination midair, unable to hold itself together. "You have to mean it, Harry." It whispered through his head, almost sounded more than just a thought, almost like a real voice, guiding him in a firm and compelling tone. He ignored it, tried again, and failed, swearing loudly. How was he going to achieve anything if all the spells he could do were either cutting charms or weak spells? They had seen it at the ministry. Stunned and impaired Death Eaters would just be revived and counterspelled. Letting them join back in after having just been dealt with, it had cost them injuries and nearly their lives. He tried again, putting more of his anger behind the spell, bitterly acknowledging that it helped a little as his spell traveled further. "You have to mean it, Harry. You know the spell." It sounded through his ears again, pressing and persuasive, the pillars in front of him slowly warping into blurry shapes as he raised his wand again. His vision was muddled and his head felt heavy. He wobbled on his feet, but managed to steady himself after a moment. He stood for a moment, staring at the stone floor as his view swam, surprised at the sudden wave of disorientation. Had he been using magic for too long? Was this some sort of magical overexertion? His vision soon became a bit clearer and his surroundings returned to him. However, a familiar and absolutely infuriating laughter sounded in his ears, making his blood boil and snap his head up. "Ickle Potter can't do anything again? Weak as always, who is going to die next for you? I don't think that they will like that, Potty." It was almost like Bellatrix stood somewhere in the room, her shrieking voice taunting him again, echoing around him. His jaw tightened and nostrils flared. Where was she? "I'm sure that your friends will be able to say hello to dear Sirius again very soon," she said in a baby-cooing voice. He looked around wildly, her voice filling his ears but seeing no living being with him in the classroom. "There is nothing Ickle Potter can do, nothing at all," she cackled insanely. "Shut up. I'm not useless," he shouted, breathing hard from exhaustion and confusion. "It's so amusing to see you try, Potter. It will be even better to see you fail miserably in front of your dead friends. Maybe we'll let you go afterwards, hunt you again, and repeat the process," she said in excitement. He could practically hear her heavy breathing as the words sounded around him. "You have to mean it, Harry. You know the spell. She killed him. She deserves it. Useless, 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 useless," she chanted endlessly in a childish voice. He snapped. He wasn't useless, and no one was going to die for him anymore, releasing his rage and roaring the incantation as it exploded from his wand, sending a tingle through his arm. "Us fractiones." He blindly threw the curse where he had last heard her voice, not caring in his state whether or not she was actually there. Feeling a pleasant tingle move through his arm before he fired his spell toward one of the pillars in the classroom, letting it impact against the pillar, resulting in chunks the size of small bricks to break off from the pillar and fall down nearby. Harry took a moment to process what had transpired, before smiled in triumph. He had done it. He had successfully casted the bone-breaking curse. But his feelings of success soon dimmed as he thought about how he had done it. It had definitely been out of anger. Was this how you learned darker curses? He felt reluctant but couldn't deny the power they contained as he looked at the pillar. Not to mention that suddenly hearing the voice of Bellatrix in the empty classroom had been nothing normal. It must have been because of his exhaustion and emotions that spiked. Yes, he reasoned with himself. That was all there is to it. Hearing voices no one else can hear isn't a good sign, even in the wizarding world. Ron's words from second year echoed through him, but he paid no heed to them. This was an exception. He gripped his wand tighter. It's just as Neville had said weeks before, sometimes we have a choice and sometimes we don't. In this case, he didn't have one. He needed this strength. He didn't have the time to learn complicated spellwork like Dumbledore, if he even had the affinity for such charms at all. He continued his practice that evening, deciding that for tonight he would put more time into it, now that he had successfully cast the curse. Another hour passed and he was glad to note that as soon as he tried again, He didn't need to be in a state of rage again to cast his bone-breaking curse. His initial accomplishment seemed to have opened some door for him, as if he had learned some kind of trick to make it possible. He casted a quick tempest to read the time and saw that it was well past curfew now. He hadn't brought his cloak with him, having expected to be back in the common room before said curfew went in. Stupid. He poked his head out of the classroom into the deserted hallway. Maybe I'll be lucky and come across Ron and Hermione on their patrol. They could help sneak me back into the common room. He thought before slipping out of the classroom and quietly started stalking through the hallway, being soundless and sticking to the shadows as much as possible. He exited another pair of stairs and waited for a few seconds to concentrate and listen for the sound of footsteps from anyone else echoing through the hallways. He heard none and continued prowling. However, he heard them when he rounded another corner, faint footsteps and mumbling. It was a prefect judging by the slouched pace and sour muttering from the distance. He quickly moved behind a suit of armor, being careful to hurry while staying soundless at the same time. The corner was dark and cramped, not to mention that the suit was also quite spiked. The footsteps soon grew louder and he could hear what the prefect said when he passed by. "Become a prefect," they said. "You'll love it," they said. "Man, this sucks. I still have homework, you know." Harry didn't recognize the voice, but guessed he had probably been from either Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. Slytherins would know what they were getting themselves into. He waited until the prefect had disappeared from sight before moving out of the pitch-black shadow the armor offered, continuing his way silently. He was likely halfway on his journey when he noticed an eerie silence. It had been silent this whole time now, but it had suddenly turned different. He couldn't explain it, but it felt completely wrong. The silence was forced, unnatural, foreboding. He began wishing that he came across a teacher or prefect again as he waited, hoping for anything to break the illusion as he stood completely still in the dead silence of the dark hallway. No sound from outside seemed to enter anymore. The large windows would normally let the damped howling from the wind outside pass through them, but the silence held itself in place. That was until he heard the faintest of sounds coming through the halls, no indication on which direction it was coming from. It was a muffled moaning sounding far into the distance, but he jolted into motion as the few remaining candles in the corridor whisked out, leaving only the faint moonlight to illuminate the halls. His instincts were screaming at him to get away as far and fast as he possibly could. His heart was beginning to pound in his chest. And so he did, always having strongly believed in what his gut was telling him, his hurried pace causing more sound than he was currently caring for. The muffled moaning became louder and Harry could now identify it as a male voice. He quickened his pace, the heartbeat in his ears sounding louder to him than his footsteps. The voice was quickly gaining on him as its hoarse screaming began to fill the corridor at an alarming speed, increasing in volume, the sounds seemingly coming off from the walls around him as they were everywhere around him. He broke into a sprint at this point, not caring whether or not his footsteps were thundering in the empty dark hallways. The screaming was right behind him. He was rushing through hallways and jumping down stairs in a sprint for his life. His feet and knees were hurting from the long falls, smashing down into the ground to gain more speed. He stumbled after jumping down from another flight of stairs, casting a quick glance behind him after getting back up. The last thing he saw was a dark cloud of black flame and smoke crashing into him, wrathful screams mixing with his own. "Wake up, Potter, I don't have all night," an unfriendly and bored voice said to him. Something ice-cold washed over him. His eyes snapped open from the unpleasant feeling and he spluttered awake. His vision was filled with a black-cloaked figure, towering over him with his wand still pointed at him. Harry realized through the water drops on his glasses that it was Snape who stood over him, having apparently doused him with water. Snape was looking at him strangely, as if trying to determine he was either a complete idiot or something very strange altogether. "Potter, care to explain why I found you unconscious in the hallway? Well past curfew on top of that," he asked in a monotone voice. "Hallway? Unconscious?" he muttered, still disoriented. Slowly coming to a sitting position. Why had he been lying on the floor? "Yes, Potter, use your brain if you're capable of it and answer the question. Why were you lying on the floor?" Snape pressed with a sneer. Harry slowly rose to his feet, memories coming back as he did. The suddenly haunting atmosphere, screaming voice, and hunt through the castle. Had it been real? It felt so surreal and distant now. Maybe it had just been another voice, taking form at the last moment from his state of panic, an illusion, after effects from his overexertion. I was practicing spells in a classroom. I forgot the time and fell down from exhaustion on the way back to the common room, sir. He said, giving a decent lie despite his state of confusion. It rolled off his tongue quite easily. Snape looked at him for a moment, not believing him. Doesn't change the fact that you were out past curfew. 50 points from Gryffindor and detention, Potter. Maybe it will help you remember curfew times in the future. I'll notify you on the details of your detention later, he said, turning on his heel. Come with me, Potter. I will have to make sure you actually manage to reach the dorms this time. I guess even the chosen one needs help sometimes. Snape taunted as Harry silently followed him to the Gryffindor Tower, casting a drying charm on his hair as he went. Stop sneaking around the castle past curfew, Potter. We have better things to do than babysit you, Snape continued. Of course, Professor, it won't happen again, Harry responded. Don't make me catch you again next time, Snape said warningly, as they neared their destination. Oh, you won't, Professor, Harry said coolly, inwardly irritated at having to serve detention, rather wanting to spend his time on something useful. Snape glared at him out of the corner of his eyes for his implied meaning. Watch your words, Potter. Arrogance is leading your tongue like it did with your father. Harry could only clench his fists and hold his retort back at the untrustworthy spy. Someone so obsessed and bitter over his own past had to right to speak about his father like that. He only glared back at Snape. He stopped just before they began ascending the last pair of stairs to the portrait hole, hearing a calming song approach them. Through the hallways glided Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, towards them. It swept through the hallway, in a fast pace despite only flapping his wings a few times, little embers trailing behind him as he soared towards them. Harry made no move to continue up the stairs, wondering why Dumbledore's phoenix was here. Snape was also fixated on the bird. Fawkes spread its wing when he closed in on them, grinding himself to halt midair. Snape gained a look of full alert at the phoenix who now hovered in front of them, seeing a small crumbled note being clutched in its talon. He quickly held his hand out so that Fawkes dropped the note into his waiting hand before he began unfurling it, reading the contents hurriedly. Snape became aware of his presence again afterwards, for he snapped impatiently. What are you waiting for, Potter? Get to your dorm. Snape didn't linger any second longer and seemed to be actually running in a slight panic. Harry was sorely tempted to follow him, but realized that he would be seen, and getting his invisibility cloak would take too long at Snape's pace through the castle. He would be long gone by then. He, however, could verify one thing. Where Snape was going, maybe he still had a chance to follow him then. He flew up the stairs, went through the portrait, and entered the dorms in a silent but hurried pace. He took out his map from under his bed and whispered, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The blank parchment soon revealed the hallways and corridors of the castle, a majority of dots stacked close to each other. Sleeping people and few dots moving through the castle, prefects and teachers. He scanned the parchment before settling his eyes on the headmaster's office. Snape was in the office right next to Dumbledore's dot. Harry would be unable to follow them there, but it had been like he had suspected. The note was from Dumbledore, calling Snape to him, the reason dire, judging by Snape's reaction. He put the map away, unable to do more, and slid into his bed, mulling over his worries as he closed his eyes. Sleep slowly claimed him, his dreams being mangled into incomprehensible fragments every time they started. His was abruptly awakened when his cheek was slapped multiple times, none too gently, as he heard Ron's voice. Wake up, Harry. I already gave you a warning last time. Harry grumbled, having nearly lashed out himself, thinking someone or something was attacking him. He fumbled for his glasses and put them back on his face. He could really use some kind of alarm. Being slapped awake wasn't the best start of the day you could have. He moved out of his bed and started dressing, feeling the same tiredness as usual. He hadn't come back that late, earlier than he normally did actually, because he had skipped a night of looking up information. The cursed training and nightmarish pursuit had probably been more exhausting for him than those late hours in the restricted section. He didn't know what to think of the events that had transpired. It had felt very real, but being awakened by Snape and Haven gotten a night's rest made it feel distant and vague. He didn't feel any different. No headache, pain, or any other indication. It made him doubt whether or not it had actually been real in the first place. Breakfast and transfiguration, right? He asked Ron, who had finished dressing. Yeah. Come on, let's go. I'm starving, Ron said immediately after seeing that he had also finished. They moved downstairs and met Hermione in the common room, who had been waiting for them as usual. Morning, she greeted upon seeing them. Ready to go? Yeah, those sausages won't know what hit him. Oh, and morning, Ron exclaimed, motivated and excited. For all the wrong reasons. Morning, Hermione, he said as she rolled his eyes at Ron before following them outside the portrait. They sat down on the Gryffindor table, Ron already grabbing around them for the thick and heavy sausages, loading them on his plate, the heavy smell alone making them feel stuffed. Hermione grabbed some toast. Listen, I helped you guys out last week with Transfiguration, but next time you'll start earlier, okay? She said, looking mostly at Ron. Ure, thanks, Hermione, Ron said with a fully loaded mouth, probably thanking her. Yes, thanks, Hermione, Harry said, thanking her properly, grabbing some toast himself. Good, because we will likely get another essay after today's Transfiguration lesson. Don't let it build up by procrastinating too long, she said, advising them. Ron already looked reluctant at the thought of immediately starting on their homework and distracted himself with more food. I guess you're right, Hermione. I also slacked with the Transfiguration there. He admitted his practice and research haven gotten priority before the essay. Now that he thought about it, he needed to find more spells soon. He could still spend a bit of time with honing the bone breaking, but other than that he had nothing to work on currently. Guys, Gryffindor lost 50 points since yesterday, Hermione sharply noted as she looked at the hourglass, which had lost points through Harry being discovered out late by Snape. Yeah, that was me. I came across Snape in the hallways after curfew, got detention and lost those points, he said, omitting much of the night. Oh, so that's why you came back late yesterday. You normally return before curfew. Thought that something along the same lines had happened to you, Ron said, thankfully already having finished breakfast and talking with an emptied mouth. How so, Harry? I assumed you were planning to practice longer and had taken the invisibility cloak with you, Hermione questioned him, frowning a bit at his answer. Simply lost track of time. It was past curfew before I knew it. Although I learned my lesson, I'll take my invisibility cloak with me from now on, in case something like this happens again, he explained truthfully. You really managed to get off track then, Harry. It was well past curfew when you returned. Nothing else happened, Ron asked, questioning the late time of his return to the dorms. Time flies by, you know? That's what I learned yesterday, he said offhandedly, smiling a bit. You sure, Harry? Hermione asked him, not entirely convinced, frowning a bit in thought. Yeah, what else could have happened? He questioned back at them rhetorically, feeling guilty for withholding it, but what was he to tell them? That he had heard the voice of Bellatrix taunting him? That some sort of wraith had attacked him? He pushed his plate away and stood when they couldn't think of anything. Let's get to Transfiguration then? He didn't want his only friends to start believing him delusional. He was fine, he could handle this. Potions arrived again and Harry let out a big sigh, making Hermione look knowingly at him. Soon the enthusiastic professor would make his presence known again by bursting into the scene. Harry sometimes wondering if Slughorn was delusional himself and was seeing a giant sack of galleons instead of him. He didn't hate the man but simply found it uncomfortable. He would jump him and Greengrass every lesson, nearly speaking in poetic verses as he expressed his delight at their success. Good afternoon, treacle tarts. Let's get started, shall we? Slughorn cheerfully greeted them, some of the Slytherins looking quite incredulous when he called them a food article. He swung his door open and let them inside, leaving them to join tables with their partners, which went naturally for them now, having done this routine many times before. He also moved towards the table they always had, already seeing her standing ready after moving past a few people. "Hello, Greengrass," he said, greeting her as usual, coming to stand next to her behind the table. "Good afternoon, Potter," she greeted back, smiling slightly, her eyes looking energetic as they shifted up to him from her empty table. Greengrass had been a great partner, probably the best regarding both personality and knowledge. He didn't even want to think about being paired up with Malfoy. Poor Neville. He had long since abandoned any prejudice against her for being in Slytherin. She was a playful but private person. Privacy he paid respect to and playfulness he found enjoyable. The past few weeks she seemed to have become quite content, happy even during their lessons, sometimes casting curious and inquisitive looks at him whenever he told her something, as if he was a Rubik's Cube she had to solve using her eyes and mind only. He wasn't sure what to make of it. It made him feel naked sometimes, quite frankly, as if no lie, no matter how smoothly told and well thought out, could stop her from seeing through them. "Now that you are all positioned and ready, the love potion antidote will be brewed today. It is of course a potion that cures the symptoms of the love potion. However, if you find yourself in a pinch, then an alternative to use is the hate potion, which also serves to negate the effect of a love potion and vice versa. It's sometimes better to hate than to love, I guess," Slughorn said, introducing the potion to them. "Instructions are on the board. Ingredients in the cabinets and wits inside your head. I wish you good luck," Slughorn called out as he waved his wand to reveal the instructions. Harry already knew his job and went to collect ingredients, hearing Greengrass set up their table and cauldron in the meantime. Greengrass was a bit of a perfectionist when it came to potions. She always arranged ingredients and tools in order and size. He sometimes switched things up when she looked away for the fun of it, earning him looks that were amused and exasperated at the same time when she had picked up the wrong tool. He returned to their table, putting down the ingredients at the predetermined spot. "Your ingredients, Miss Greengrass," he said, feeling like a waiter. "Good. Just as ordered. Now tell me, Potter, what should we do first?" she asked him, hinting at nothing and looking expectantly at him. She had done the same in their previous potion lessons, wanting to hear his thoughts and suggestions on what would be better to do, guiding him to trust his gut instead of blindly following the instructions, making him look for the best course of action. Sometimes she herself had no major improvements to make, other times the recipe was completely rearranged from top to bottom. He looked at the instructions again, thinking hard about how the instructions could do better. "For the first step, we could crush the 4 Wiggentree twigs instead of snapping them. The juice would be stronger this way, right?" Harry suggested. "Yes, it would allow the juice of the roots to come out better, but the small amounts of bark itself are also needed in the potion, otherwise they would have instructed to simply extract the juice, like with the Gerderit later on. Besides, the instructions tell us to add the 4 twigs or until it turns green. Extracting the sap might cause an overdose at the beginning, acting detrimental for the potion," Greengrass explained to him, beginning on the first step of the potion. "Gotcha," he said, indicating that he understood. Potions seem to be a lot about using common sense and knowing the properties of ingredients. "Start preparing the castor oil, will you?" she asked as she added twigs into the cauldron until it began turning green as per instructions. "Next step, Potter," Greengrass asked him again as she stirred the cauldron. "Instructions say to stir until it turns orange, and add the castor oil until the potion turns blue, followed by stirring to a purple color." He paused for a moment, thinking quick as the potion was already becoming orangish. "I guess we follow the instructions here?" he said, unsure on what to do. "Sorry, wrong again. We will stir until it becomes a more wine-red color, after which we add the castor oil. We stir faster after doing so, allowing the potion to undergo a quicker transition from its red to purple color. Watch the colors, they tell us about the reactions," Greengrass told him, her face telling him she was enjoying this. "Now add the castor oil." He looked back to see that the potion was a deep red color. He quickly opened the cork of the oil bottle and slowly poured it in, seeing her ladle speed up and watched as their potion quickly turned purple. "For now, we will follow instructions again. There is, however, one improvement we can make here. Later on they ask us to add Gerderit extract. Got an idea on what could help?" she asked in a suggestive voice, clearly referring to his earlier answer. "Oh geez, I guess we could crush them for the juice, right?"
Harry en sourire de fénine surprise.
Correct, Potter. I see that my brilliant teaching is paying off, only natural of course, she said, grinning at him as she complimented herself. Now quickly get to it then, we are already behind schedule. Show me your manliness and demolish those roots. Greengrass continued. He shook his head at her as he began to crush the gertie-root in a bowl. He soon had collected a hefty amount of juice and poured it into the cauldron, being careful to stop the remains of the roots from falling into the potion. They continued their lesson like this until their potion had become a cotton candy pink, marking another successful potion. Looking up from her potion, Greengrass looked at him, her face one of patience. "Well, what do you think?" she asked. "It looks perfect again," was all he said, hoping to reassure her if there had been any doubts. "Really, why do you think so?" she asked, her intentions showing through. He had to keep himself from grinning outrageously at her. Why did he even think that she would doubt herself? These moments made her so easy to read. "Because you knew exactly what to do and how to do it. You're very good at this," he answered in a monotone voice, hoping to dim the blatant praise a bit. It did little, as her ego seemed to inflate considerably as she grinned, seemingly growing a few centimeters, still being shorter than him, but growing nonetheless. Yes, he thought, laughing inwardly, Daphne Greengrass was a lot of things, however one thing stood above all. Self-confidence and pride, which could sometimes be seen as borderline snobbish, like he had done when they first came into contact, literally. She very much liked to be praised, which she sometimes tried to hide when it became embarrassing even for her, but only served to make it look worse, as her attempts were as bad as Ron trying to pronounce Expelliarmus with a full mouth. Likewise, she could quickly turn sour when things didn't go her way, blaming everyone and everything except herself. Herbology being a good example here, as the plant only seemed capable of being unhelpful and aggressive while they were trying to clean and feed it. How did those kinds of plants manage to grow in the wild anyway? Gnomes? Very good indeed. 10 points to Gryffindor and Slytherin. Slughorn called out emotionally from behind them, appearing so suddenly that Harry seriously began to consider whether or not Slughorn had learned some kind of silent apparition. "But don't forget yourself, Harry. You are making real progress here under the guidance of Miss Greengrass," Slughorn said. Greengrass inflated a bit more here, before he slapped Harry on the shoulder, catching him like a bear trap. The others in the class had finished their potion by now and were beginning to watch the show. "Harry, I know full well that you follow a very busy life, but surely there will be a moment during supper somewhere next week where I'm sorry, Professor, but I will likely serve detention on that date," Harry began, trying his best to sound apologetic and disappointed. "How so, Harry? You don't even know the date of the meal yet," Slughorn pressed, distraught. "I have a detention which I still need to serve with Snape, Professor Snape. He will likely place it upon the same date after hearing about my eagerness to come." He lied, surprising even himself at how easy it went. Normally he was quite bad at it. "I see. How horrible," Slughorn muttered, trailing off, before he suddenly perked up and squeezed his shoulder reassuringly. "No worries, boy. I will speak with good Professor Snape and ask him to let you serve your detention with me instead. This way you can finally come to the Slug Club, and surely serve a much more enjoyable detention," Slughorn exclaimed, looking ready to run out of the classroom in anticipation. Harry could only swallow his words as they rebounded back to him twice as hard. There was no way that Snape was going to keep his detention from Slughorn. The mustached man practically had a golden road laid in front of him with this opportunity. Now he was going to come to the club, serve detention, and likely go to the Christmas party. Turning his head slightly, he saw that Ron looked like he had just heard something tragic, sending him a sympathetic look. Hermione sported a look that said, "I told you so," and Greengrass quite pleased with it all. "Okay, class. Quickly clean up your tables. I'll have a look later on at your cauldrons," Slughorn said, eager to hasten their departure plans already on his mind. "Finally coming to join the club, Potter?" Greengrass asked as they started cleaning up their table. "Guess so. Slughorn definitely isn't going to back down on this one," Harry said morosely. "Why didn't you come in the first place?" she asked almost accusingly. "Oh, have a lot of stuff to do," he said simply, hoping to leave it there. What kind of stuff could you be so busy with? It's not like homework takes up all our free time, she asked, suddenly focused on his answer as she stopped putting away tools from the table to look at him. Some practice and the like. Besides, I feel no need to come to his parties. I will only be meeting people Slughorn wants to introduce me to. Not to mention that I'm simply there for being the chosen one, he said, giving more reasons, quickly striking over her initial question. It's not so bad, Potter. There will be others, mostly the same ones, and the food is good, lots of sweets too, she said, counting off her good points, which weren't that impressive to him. Look, I'll also be there. That suddenly made it a lot better, right? She said nonchalantly, actually managing to make it sound like a legit reason. He rolled his eyes at her words. This girl. Granger will also be there if it helps. The last part sounding a bit stiff as she put the last items away. Well, I'll just have to wait and see how it ends. Thanks for the lesson. See you around Greengrass, he said, giving a wave, slinging his bag over his shoulder and moving away to join his friends. Noting that Ron's cauldron still had its contents despite being a brownish color. Ron and Davis had actually managed to produce something. Yeah, see you, Greengrass replied behind him, before joining her own friend. After their potion lessons, they moved downstairs to the common room to sit at the fire, lounging in their chairs, only a few other Slytherins with them spread throughout the room. She herself was reading the Daily Prophet that had lain on a nearby table, idly going through the pages and reading some articles. Tracy had the Witch Weekly, making the puzzles and quizzes on the back. Any interesting news? Tracy asked, not looking up from her page. The usual. A few people are missing again and the ministry is spewing propaganda about how great everything is going, she answered, grabbing a random sweet from her bag and putting it into her mouth. Same old then, Tracy replied passively, seeing that nothing else could be said and that it was no joking material. They continued to sit in a comfortable silence for a while, until multiple footsteps were heard through the otherwise silent common room. Malfoy came down from the stairs, without his cronies, and crossed the common room in a straight line, without a word to anyone, nor the usual flaunting of his superior attitude. He didn't seem to be in need of any worshipping as he kept quiet. His face had a look of deep thought. He probably didn't even see any of them, away in his own world. Malfoy always took the time to bother other people, wanting them to know that he was running the house. He had made a fair amount of connections this way throughout the years, connections that now seemed to either dwindle or continue in secret. She wasn't sure. He had also bothered her multiple times in the past. She had mostly played along those times, so did Tracy, otherwise they would be hearing it for hours from him, talking nonsense about his glorious family line. She had chosen the same as her parents. Avoided giving clear statements and opinions about important subjects. It kept them within sight but inside the shadows. Tracy was in the same boat as her, rather pushed inside it as she was a half-blood, being considered less important because of it. Daphne didn't concern herself with Malfoy, and luckily he also didn't give her too much attention. He had Parkinson whenever he wanted some female company, she thought. Glad that she had a sweet in her mouth to prevent the vile taste from coming up. They had been quick to notice his sudden change of behavior after starting their year. Malfoy had yet to show them his usual antics. Giving his speech to the new first years, ridiculing Gryffindors with his gang, preach about the Dark Lord and moan about everything Potter did. Not showing any of his usual boasting and blabbering self was strange. Surely Malfoy would have made a big deal out of their partnership with the Gryffindors, being paired with Neville Longbottom himself, who was another target of his pestering. Should have made him go on for days, protesting and speaking shame of the whole ordeal, rallying the house to work against the Gryffindors as much as possible. She had expected that she herself especially would have been in his spotlight, being pure blood and from one of the ancient houses. Working with Potter in a friendly partnership should have been complete blasphemy to him. But none of that happened. He had yet to say a word about it. He didn't even seem to look up at them during their lessons. Malfoy has changed a lot these days, hasn't he? Tracy said with no particular sympathy after Malfoy had left the room, having been thinking along the same lines as her. Tracy was right in more ways than one. His hair looked less slick, the normally absurd amount of time invested in it had lessened, making it look more natural, which actually looked strange on him. His eyes had slight bags underneath them, as if he was getting sleep shortage. It reminded her a bit of Potter. His hair that didn't receive much effort and eyes that looked a bit tired, giving signs of slight exhaustion, but he often shook it off when she tried to have a closer look at him and his behavior. He's been keeping a lot to himself, overly so. Even his cronies don't surround him at all times anymore. Tracy continued. It's sudden, yes, Daphne simply said. What do you reckon to be the cause? Tracy asked, wondering. I don't know and don't care. I'm not interested in any business Malfoy deals with, Daphne said, simply glad that he wasn't bothering her or anyone else near her. Maybe he finally grew a pair and started doing things on his own. Daphne answered bluntly after Tracy's silence. Nobody seems to have a clue as to where he does and what he does, you know. He never returns on time either. Seems to be gone the entire evening. Tracy pressed after her response. Okay. I know it's suspicious, Tracy, Daphne said, exasperated. Malfoy must be plotting world domination, Tracy concluded in a serious voice, making Daphne reconsider the point of discussing these kinds of matters with her. Tracy could be so stubborn when convinced of something. Don't think so. Malfoy is pretty useless without his father. He's probably just swallowing sadness, Daphne said as she took another candy. He's been away every evening since 6th year, started Daphne. Something's fishy, Tracy said, turning serious again. Maybe so, but come on, what could he possibly do? We are in one of the most heavily guarded and enchanted places in the world. Daphne questioned, not really believing Malfoy to be a serious threat. I dunno, stuff, Tracy lamely answered, unable to think of anything. But he is acting more slimy than Salazar's snake, and that says something. Right? Daphne finished, not wanting to indulge any further on Malfoy's business, knowing that she had won this battle but not the war. Their conversation went silent after this. Daphne was nearing the end of her paper and Tracy was currently rummaging in her bag before pulling a familiar book out of it. Here, I'm giving it back. I don't have the patience, nor the talent for learning it, Tracy said sourly as she held out the medium-sized book to Daphne. Told you so, said Daphne as she took the book from her hand. Well, I can't say that I gave it my all. It was mostly out of curiosity, Tracy said, defending herself. Like I said before you began, occlumency isn't something you learn for fun or out of interest. It's a necessity and solution, Daphne reasoned with her. Yeah, I know. Just wanted to try it anyway. Thought it would be pretty cool, Tracy said. Yes. I saw your enthusiasm droop after a few headaches, Daphne said, grinning knowingly. Please don't remind me, Daphne, she moaned. Daphne smiled a bit. Tracy always had these rushes of suddenly wanting to try something out. It didn't matter what it was. It just needed to catch her interest. Occlumency had always been on Tracy's to-do list when she heard about it from Daphne. She had lent Tracy the book when she came over during the summer. The book wasn't overly rare, and she herself knew the contents by now. However, occlumency and legilimency were difficult branches of magic to learn, often asking for dedication and aptitude to learn either of them, not to mention a mentor to stimulate and guide said progress. Her family line began learning the arts in their early rise, many generations ago, being a great help in their times of war, passing it on from generation to generation with books and tutoring, becoming more of a family thing and tradition later on. It had been the main reason why her father had taught her. She herself had more success in legilimency with the help of her father, allowing her to practice on his barriers. Occlumency, however, was not her forte. She had tried but hadn't managed to build strong defenses, but maybe she needed to put more effort into it. The headaches simply weren't much to look forward to every lesson. She had dropped it after finding little reason to forge her shields into iron gates. Legilimency was her talent. It also didn't give any prolonged headaches. That helped. Come on, let's go to the library. Get some information written down before it closes. We have essays to finish, Daphne said, standing up from her chair, already wanting to sink back in it. Yeah, I guess you're right, we still have that extra long one for Dada waiting for us. Let me get my parchment and quill, Tracy said, slowly rising from her chair. I have enough with me, we can go right away. Good thing I'm always prepared, right? Daphne said, grinning a bit, making sure that Tracy had no means of dragging things out, as she always did with these kinds of tasks. They moved to the stairs, out of the common room and dungeons, Tracy reluctantly following her. They traveled up the staircase out of the Slytherin dungeon, through the dungeon corridor. Daphne was walking with Tracy trudging alongside her, the long and gloomy corridor soon passing them along with the potions classroom. Continuing upwards, they soon came upon the more normal parts of the castle, leaving the chilly atmosphere of the dungeons behind them. She wasn't particularly fond of it. She preferred something warmer looking instead of the bland and bony decorated Slytherin properties. They had soon left most of the stairway work behind them now. This was another downside of being in the dungeons. You always traveled upwards. They finished the last staircase of sizable length, glad that only a few small ones remained now. Tracy already seemed to cheer up from having the end of their journey in sight. "Say, Daphne, I suddenly got a good one during our walk," Tracy said from her right, her face eager to tell it. "No, Tracy, just don't," Daphne said, trying to save Tracy's humor from becoming any worse. "What do you call an owl with a deep voice?" Tracy asked, grinning as they turned into another hallway. "Potter," she said, recognizing him and forgetting Tracy's joke. "A growl, although I must say that you were pretty close," Tracy said, as she held her hand to her chin in thought. "No, look over there, you dimwit," she hissed, pushing Tracy and herself close to the wall, their bodies mostly obscured by an old closet that was likely to be moved downstairs. At the intersection ahead of them stood Potter, Granger, and Weasley. This was nothing strange, and normally she wouldn't have done this, but they were talking animatedly to each other, mainly Granger and Potter, in some kind of disagreement. Weasley seemed to be the peacekeeper between them this time around, holding his hands up and looking between them, mainly trying to get Granger to drop her case, as he offered words between their discussions. "It's the trio, so what? You completely ruined my joke, Daphne," Tracy hissed back, her failed joke being the most important to her. "Shut up, Tracy. It was ruined from the start," Daphne cut in. "Please remind me. Why are we hiding again, Daphne?" Tracy grumbled. Daphne merely gestured at her, indicating that she needed to be silent. "Come, Harry, enough training," a feminine voice said, the long hallway allowing echoing words to reach them. She listened attentively to the few words that reached them, her mind working to make sense out of it as she watched their body language and expressions change throughout every syllable. Granger was holding a parchment, likely an essay, faintly gesturing to it and nudging her head towards the hall that led to the library, her look turning a bit somber as he answered. "Sorry, Habit? I'll catch up, important," a voice she recognized as Potter echoed to them, giving Granger a small smile, while looking apologetic, the distortion of the hollow echo making their voices sound different. "Don't worry. Next time together, Hermione," Weasley echoed, lightly pushing Granger towards the direction she had been indicating to before giving Potter a lingering glance himself, giving him another chance to concede. But Potter didn't, keeping the same look on his face as they left, letting it slide from his features when they were gone from his line of sight, a more serious expression replacing it before he turned on his heel and walked away in the opposite direction, whisking out of sight as he rounded the corner. "You eavesdropped again, Daphne," accused Tracy after the trio had split up and left. "We couldn't follow their conversation, therefore we only observed them, Tracy," Daphne shot back, referring to them both. "I call it stalking," Tracy blandly filled in. "Let's go," Daphne simply said, having decided on what to do, pointedly ignoring her comment and coming out from behind the closet and began to head towards the intersection the trio stood moments before, her next course of action clear. Tracy, however, suddenly grabbed her wrist, halting her march. "Look, Malfoy!" she exclaimed, making Daphne turn her head, just in time to see Malfoy disappear into a staircase in the opposite direction of the intersection where she was heading. "Seriously now, what are the fucking chances?" Daphne cursed in frustration. Why had both of them had to show up at the same time? Tracy looked at her with a look of burning curiosity, her pig-headedness showing itself again as she wanted to know what Malfoy was doing, proving to her that Daphne had indeed merely won the battle but not the war. Tracy was sure of her case and wanted to have proof. It was an expression she likely wore herself but for a completely different person. A person who had gone in the opposite direction. It doesn't matter, Tracy, Malfoy isn't doing anything major. Neither is Potter. Tracy counted quickly. Precious seconds went by as they silently tried to convince each other to follow their own point of interest, before they each decided on a conclusion as time was ticking. You follow Malfoy, and I'll go for Potter dash. You go for Potter and I'll tail Malfoy. They spoke at the same time, their words mingling into something incomprehensible. The message was clear to them anyway, as each took off in opposite directions, smiling a bit at their moment and not wasting a moment longer. Daphne continued her way in a hurried pace, turning left where she had seen Potter disappear into, finding stairs that led to the next floor. She grumbled a bit. More stairs to climb. Great. She exited the stairs, coming out into the middle of a hallway, and was met with the first choice for the evening, left or right. She stopped for a moment. She had to think carefully now. Each direction would lead her into a completely different part of the castle. Taking the wrong one at the start would surely make her lose him completely. Daphne racked her brain to remember the layout of the castle. Right would mainly lead back to the library again. Left would bring her into a largely unused part of the castle, full with storage rooms and abandoned classrooms. Potter had likely gone left. He hadn't come with Granger and Weasley to the direction of the library in the first place. But then again, maybe they hadn't been heading to the library in the first place and she had just understood it as such, and had he taken the right route for something else entirely. To the left were the unused classrooms and storage rooms. They were either empty or filled with junk. Potter was likely in one of those classrooms, practicing magic as her best guess. He had said so himself in their potions lessons just the day before, speaking only one word about it before striking over it with something else. But she had noticed and remembered, and now, just moments before, she heard it again through the echoes of the conversation with his friends, giving her more confidence in her assumption as to why he would be in one of these classrooms. But she wanted to see what it was on which he supposedly spent his evening on every day. She turned left with that thought, looking through the keyholes of every classroom she passed, hoping to find him behind one of them. She wasn't a stalker. Shut up, Tracy. She wondered why. Why was Harry Potter practicing spells? If that was what he truly was doing, and doing so a lot, judging by the reaction of his friends trying to drag him with them. Daphne hadn't seen him perform much magic, but Potter didn't seem to be very bad in any area, being even the best in Dead if scores were anything to go by from. Was he trying to become better in others then? Transfiguration? Charms? For what purpose? She thought back to Tracy, feeling a bit uncomfortable with leaving her to chase Malfoy by herself. The Ponce couldn't do much, but the thought didn't sit all that well with her. She felt a bit conflicted. On one side she wanted to leave and find Tracy again, but the other side told her she was close on finding something important, urging her on. Tracy likely felt the same right now, however probably felt more nervous as she and Malfoy weren't on any particularly good terms, just neutrality, unlike Daphne and Potter, who had a good partnership going. She was at the end of the hallway, being given another choice in directions. However both decisions led to more classrooms. She could only trust her gut now. Rows went by like this. She finished them before returning to her starting point, taking another route from there. She could see the outside sky through the windows. It was becoming dark and she would soon have to give up and return to the dungeons. She looked through a keyhole, already moving back up to look into the next one before the contents were actually processed by her brain. She stopped for a moment, realized what she had seen and dived back to the keyhole. Her eyes hadn't lied. Sure enough, there stood Potter, holding his wand out in front of him, turning and rolling it in his hand before his eyes, clearly inspecting it. From what she could tell by looking at his movements, he seemed puzzled for some reason. He decidedly deemed it unimportant as he pointed his wand at one of the pillars in front of him in the classroom, firing off a cardinal red spell. She had expected a reducto or a diffindo, just something along those lines, but immediately knew she was wrong when she saw the red color, even more so when the entire pillar broke in two from the spell, snapping like a twig. No sound was made, but she could feel the ground vibrate a bit when the chunks hit the floor. She jumped a bit in surprise despite the events being completely silent through a silencing charm he had likely cast beforehand. She leaned closer to the keyhole again. Getting more field in her vision, Potter was inspecting his wand again, seemingly surprised himself with the outcome of his spell. He then repaired the pillar using a reparo, after which he waved his wand again. Letting small sounds leave the keyhole she was looking through as he had dispelled his silencing charm while beginning to grab his parchments from a nearby table, putting them in his bag. She realized that Potter was preparing to leave and would soon be coming out of the classroom. She had to get out of here. She quickly looked from left to right, seeing that either hallway was too long to go unnoticed in the small amount of time she had left. She would just have to pick one of the classrooms and hide until he passed her. She skipped the first door. Finding the classroom next to his uncomfortably close, she turned the handle of the next door. It was locked. Quickly moving to the next door, she tried again. Locked. Daphne knew that he could be coming out any moment now, seeing her trying to open doors frantically. Looking extremely suspicious, as she had absolutely no reason to be in this hallway so close to his own. Standing in a part of the castle that was far away from the more busier and accessible routes, having no sensible excuse besides practice herself, which wasn't even logical in the first place, as she was a perfectly capable witch. Thank you very much. She tiptoed as fast as she silently could to the next handle and felt instant relief when it turned in her hand. It hadn't been locked. She quickly jumped inside and closed it behind her, descending her swing of the door to a minimum at the last centimeters, closing it softly. Daphne walked back from the door, feeling as though he would be bursting through it any second. She had no idea if Potter had seen or heard her. Her palms were a bit sweaty from anxiety as she waited, each second and minute helping to relieve her mind. She moved back to the door again, opening it slightly and peeking through the slit, finding that the hall was empty and no sounds were made, making her emerge from the classroom and head back to her own common room, trying to make no sound again as she walked, still feeling the urge to be silent. Why had she become so nervous anyway? Daphne felt as though she had seen something she shouldn't have, something important and secret, but it had just been Potter. Her patient, attentive, and polite partner, a guy who frowned at himself, disappointed when he made an error, and smiled slightly whenever he rightfully praised her, his green eyes dancing in amusement. She realized that she felt a bit guilty by her actions, as if she had wronged him by invading his privacy and reading his diary. But she didn't linger too long on it. Her mind was whirling on the spell he had used. She vaguely recognized the red spell Potter had used. Her father had shown her the same red color when she was young, explaining her the spell in a serious tone and expression. Daphne pondered as she walked, but quickly grew annoyed when she found herself unable to recall the spell. She knew it had been one of her father's no-nonsense spells. But that was all. It was on the tip of her tongue. She took a detour, navigating through parts where Tracy had likely walked through after going in Malfoy's direction. However, only empty hallways greeted her. No sign of Tracy or anyone for that matter, making her wonder how much time had gone by. It was dark outside by now. Daphne moved to take out her wand, intending to cast the Tempest charm and find out how much time had passed, yet was halted when a jovial voice spoke out from behind her. "Daphne, good girl, what are you doing out here this late?" The voice she recognized to be Slughorn said. "I was in the library, Professor, collecting information for essays." She lied as she turned around to face him. Couldn't tell him she had been observing Potter for a prolonged amount of time now, could she? A splendid attitude as expected. But tell me, Daphne, where's your friend Tracy? Surely you would do those things together? Slughorn inquired, noticing the absence of her friend. Tracy hates doing homework. She had opted to wait in the common room while I went to write some things down for us to use later, Daphne said, using some truth for explanations. Really now? Until you were out after curfew by yourself then? Slughorn seemed to ask her, looking a bit doubtful. Yes, Professor. I simply forgot how much time had passed. Could you let it slide this time? Daphne lightly pleaded with him. Slughorn smiled and seemed to comply to her request. Well, since I'm in a rather good mood after managing to replace Potter's detention eye. He suddenly stopped and Daphne thought for a moment that Slughorn knew about what she had actually been doing, but quickly dismissed it. Nobody else had been with her in the abandoned hallway. She watched as his facial expressions shifted from his usual cheerful face to one of sudden realization, too ecstatic before trying to cover it up with a bad impression of what should have been a stern and serious face, reminding her of Tracy's rather bad attempts at trying to remain sober after a joke. No, no. Absolutely not, Daphne. I am a professor and therefore I should not show any favoritism to any students. 20 points reduction and a detention is the standard punishment in this case, he said as his face strained with the effort to remain stern-looking. Daphne fought down the urge to raise her eyebrows higher than the tallest Hogwarts tower as she heard him talk about not showing any favoritism. He would practically put her and Potter on a pedestal if he could. Not to mention that his sudden turnaround and gleeful mood was highly suspicious, especially when he was giving one of his favorite students detention during said mood. Yes, just perfect, he said more to himself than her before continuing. Report to my office this Saturday at 7 for detention. Now come with me, Mississippi Greengrass. I'll escort you to the dungeons, he said, acting as though he had given her a delicious cake. She mentally groaned and turned to follow his mustache-twirling figure. Yes, Professor. Their walk was silent as she did her best to remember the spell Potter had used while Slughorn seemed to be lost in his own stride, looking quite pleased with himself. An idea struck her as she turned to the potions professor. Professor, a few days ago Tracy and I discussed the allegiance of spell colors to their intention and purpose. Green, for example, often inflicts curses and deteriorating effects, while blue is for defensive spells. Tracy and I, however, were wondering about the purpose of red-colored spells. Could you elaborate, sir? Daphne said, making up a story about their ignorance, trusting Slughorn not to look too deeply into it in his upbeat mood. Really? Why, you were right about the notion. Colors often indicate the type and purpose of the spell, however effects will differentiate even within the same color. Red being a good example here, it mostly contains spells which are focused on the offensive aspect. The difference mostly lies in what way and damage. Daphne nodded, acting as though it was all new to her before continuing. What kind of spells could be primary examples, Professor? Slughorn twirled his mustache once before answering. The most noticeably examples that are passive in their damage would the Stupefy and Expelliarmus. And the offensive spells? Ones that would be doing more damage, Daphne asked airily. The Cruciatus Curse would be the most recognizable example here. Others would be curses that deal in the breaking and splintering of the opponent's bones, the bone breaking being the most known for it, entering the area of the dark arts along with its brother and sister variations. Slughorn told her before launching into a story about some important person he met through someone else's brother, his own explanation making him remember. Daphne, however, had stopped listening as soon as he mentioned the bone-breaking curse. That was it, the curse her father had shown and told her about. The cardinal-colored light that Potter had fired looked the same as she had seen years ago from her father. It hadn't been crimson from the Expelliarmus nor the pale red from a stunner. Their damage wasn't pillar-shattering either, far from it. Potter was practicing the dark arts, nothing extreme but definitely using a spell from it. Daphne thought back to the beginning of her school year and what she had said to Tracy on the train. How the idea of the Gryffindor Golden Boy doing anything remotely dark was laughable to her. She now had to eat her words as she had been proven wrong by Potter himself, unknowingly but proven nonetheless. Her mind wasn't relieved after her search for answers. Daphne had meant to get a few simple answers, but many more had risen in return. Why was he practicing them? Was he learning more? Did his friends know? Didn't he know the dangers of practicing them? They had arrived at the entrance in the meantime, Slughorn reminding her one last time of her detention before walking away. She slugged through the entrance and up the dorms as she noticed Tracy's absence in the common room. She felt relieved to see Tracy sitting on her own bed, having been waiting for her, the two of them being the only ones in their dorm. "What took you so long, Daphne?" Tracy yelled in impatience and slight worry. Daphne walked up to her bed and landed face first on it. "Enough adventure for today. Things got dragged out a bit. Shit happened," she said after she had turned her face out of her soft pillow. "A bit? I've been waiting for 2 hours. How determined are you, woman? Did you search the entire castle or something?" Tracy asked incredulously. "I couldn't find again you after losing Malfoy. I was nearly going to get a teacher and look for you," Tracy continued. "I'm fine. Discovered nothing on Malfoy then?" "As expected, of course," Daphne asked from her limp position. Only because I lost him between the hallways and stairs. But this isn't the last he'll be seeing of me, or rather the last I'll be seeing from him, Tracy said, determined. But what happened, Daphne? What took you so long? Tracy asked, coming back to her original question. Oh, Slughorn found me afterwards, which also dragged things out. Got detention with Slughorn Saturday. He seemed oddly pleased with it though, Daphne said. She pushed herself up into a sitting position across from Tracy, energy returning to her as she thought about everything she had seen. But more importantly, listen up, Tracy, you'll never guess what I saw. Harry stood in the unused classroom again. He had gone to train again after separating from Ron and Hermione in the hallway, intending to make his bone-breaking curse perfect. It had, however, been much more than perfect. The same spell and effort that previously broke of chunks from the pillar now promptly broke it in two. The first time he had been surprised and passed it off, suspecting the pillar to have been improperly repaired. He mended it again, inspecting it for any cracks and imperfections beforehand. He had cast the spell again, receiving the same result, making his excitement rise significantly. He started casting the spell again and again, feeling as though he was dreaming with the surreal progress he had made. The pillar that previously would have remained standing now raptured throughout its entire width, breaking before the strength he was exerting. Harry felt enjoyment as he began to fill his session with destroying pillars, one after the other, thrilled by his sudden empowerment. He didn't bother to find out why it had happened, too distracted by his own display of success. It must have been out of his hard efforts. His dedication and continued exhaustion of magical reserves had enhanced his core. The increase in strength felt fantastic, nearly double the power of what he was used to surge through his arm and out of his wand, reproducing the same result without failure. He would surely become strong enough if he continued like this, becoming strong enough to keep everyone from harm. However, he had noticed one small thing that actually did feel differently in a negative way. Less comfortable, less friendly, and less cooperative, his holly wand. He hadn't noticed during the start of the training, but he began to as the evening went on. It wasn't anything considerable or influencing, more like a shoe that suddenly didn't fit as well as it used to. It puzzled him as he looked inquisitively at his wand, looking for any damage or change to it. He tried again after finding none. The pillar broke in two from the force and his wand tugged in the same way as moments before, slightly uncomfortable. He looked at it again, puzzled as to why it felt this way all of a sudden. He pushed the thoughts away. It wasn't anything major. It still felt plenty warm and friendly. He dispelled his silencing charm and started packing his parchments back into his bag again. It's probably become late again. I should start heading back to the common room. Good thing I brought my cloak this time. Harry swung his cloak over himself and opened the door of his classroom. The empty hallway greeting him, the cloudy night sky shrouding the moon and corridor in darkness, the only light source being the few candles again on the walls. He thought that he saw a door move some way in the distance, but it must have been a trick of the shadows from the flickering candles, making shadows dance. He made his way to the Gryffindor Tower, coming across a patrolling McGonagall, easily passing her unnoticed under his invisibility cloak. Harry stuffed his cloak back into his bag again a short distance before the portrait of the fat lady. Ignoring her complaints about being late again and entering the hole into the common room, it hadn't been overly late. Plenty of students still talked and lounged casually in the room. He wondered how Luna was doing as he walked forward through the other students. He had hardly seen her since the train ride. Did people still pick on her? They better not be, otherwise he'll make sure to convince said people of their wrongdoings. Harry neared the corner where he, Ron, and Hermione sat most of the times. Neville was playing Exploding Snap with Seamus, both of them enjoying their game as they talked and laughed. Glancing at another corner, he saw Dean and Ginny engaged in what seemed to be a light conversation as they sat close to each other holding hands. Were they a thing? Since when? He was proven right as he saw Hermione and Ron seated at the table, another empty chair positioned with them, one that they kept open for him as they awaited his return. They were seated next to each other, not overly so like Ginny and Dean had been, but closer than normally. Hermione was busying herself by helping Ron with his homework, explaining things in detail and careful instructions. Ron actually seemed to try and listen to her, as his face was set in confusion rather than his usual behavior of ignorance. The changes in his environment felt strange, The time he had missed from training and researching had alienated him a bit from the daily happenings and changes of his house, making him feel like he was standing in his own separate common room. They looked up and smiled as he seated himself with them, Ron asking him if he wanted to play some chess later on and Hermione offering her help to finish his homework more quickly. Harry felt himself smile as he answered each of them, already feeling more at ease. For tonight he would skip his research and allow himself to be selfish by spending more time with his friends. Tomorrow he'll redouble his efforts in return. He couldn't have both. Sacrifices had to be made. He was just making sure that this time around, it would be him doing the paying. It was the best and least he could do for everyone. Absolute silence surrounded him as he found himself standing in an endlessly stretching whiteness. No orientation point except for a black cage in the distance, a humanoid shape inside of it, not giving him any indication that he had seen Harry in the vast nothingness around them. It took him some time, but he started to remember the last time he had been here. At the beginning of his year, the dream had been short and vague, quickly forgotten as Harry dived in his whirlwind of activities and events. A few seconds passed as he mulled things over before he started moving towards the cage in the distance. The walk only took a few minutes but felt like an eternity. There was no horizon, no left from right, no up from down. The small journey only served to be disorientating as he didn't see any ground to step on. The cage and small cabinet in the distance being his only point of direction as he continued, which slowly grew in size as he closed in on it with each step. He stopped, the cage standing an arm's length away from him, being quick to note that the entity had changed in appearance from the last time he had seen it. Its build and length no longer was that of an 11-year-old, like it had been last time. It was taller and a bit broader, looking to be 13 years old. Its facial features seemed to have become more defined, showing eye and nose sockets with a few lines that defined his jaw and cheeks in the structure of a young male. The other and most defining aspect was the same as his skin was pitch black with embers and smoke trailing from its smoldering body. "Had a good evening, Harry?" Harry's attention quickly shifted to its face in surprise. It hadn't been able to talk last time. The voice was a mixture of someone his age coupled with a hollow undertone, making it sound dark and friendly at the same time. It had also given a very human greeting, even sounding casual, as if he wasn't speaking to Harry from his imprisoned position. "Yes, I did," he answered slowly, apprehensive of the whole situation. "That's good, Harry. Enjoyment is something we need besides our hard work," it responded airily. Silence descended on them as nothing else was said. Harry's mind was more confused than McLaggen had been from Hermione's confundo. This dream was just too weird to be real. What is this place? Who or what was this thing before him? Was it even possible to have a dream like this 2 times? "I see your internal confusion, Harry, and can assure you that this is no dream, illusion, or hallucination," the entity said, after reading his evident confusion. "Then what is this?" Harry asked, beginning his first question. "This, Harry, is reality, a space you yourself created for our meeting," said, explaining little. "Who or what are you?" Harry asked, repeating his question from the first time they met. "I am you, your guide and salvation. But above that, I am a part of yourself you have not accepted yet." "Is that why you are in a cage? Because I haven't accepted you?" he asked, inspecting the cage with his eyes from where he stood. The bars were thick and black. Each shaft, corner, spike and flat surface of the cage was decorated with inscriptions and little drawings, which would have made just about anything beautiful had it not been used for a jail. "Yes, Harry. And now you want me to release you just like you wanted me to last time? Use the key and open the cage?" Harry questioned, gesturing to the cabinet which held the intricate key a few meters away from them. "I admit that I may have acted a bit impatiently last time we met. It would be the quickest way of releasing me, yes," it admitted in a simple demeanor. "There are others then?" Harry questioned after hearing him mention it would be the quickest way, indicating multiple approaches. "There are. One is to release me physically by using the lock and key. The other is emotionally, by accepting my help and recognizing my existence as a part of you," it said, his smoldering body and expressionless face giving away little signs as to what his goals and intentions were. "Well, forget the key, you are staying in the cage. You look a bit too suspicious for my liking, Harry said flatly. Emotionally, it is then, Harry, was the simple response, no doubt in the creeping voice, merely stating a fact, reminding Harry why his presence felt uncomfortable. It felt as if he was talking to an adult in a child's body. It didn't match. You seem pretty confident in yourself, Harry said, thinking out loud. Because I know that you will seek me out. I can help you. It stated again, no smug or haughtiness in his voice and demeanor. Help me with what? Harry questioned, already having a faint idea. Don't act ignorant, Harry. I am you. I know what you've been through. I know what you fear and what you desire. You fear for your friends. You fear loss and you fear guilt. You desire strength. You desire answers. And you desire love. I can help you with those, for with time I will show and prove that everything I do is for you. It finished, explained, Harry having grown more uncomfortable after each word struck a nerve inside him, being spot on and confirming things he himself hadn't realized about himself yet. What could you possibly do for me then? You're just something in my mind, he asked, quickly recovering and focusing back on him. Am I? Well, it's fine if you want to define me as such as long as you accept it. It's the same as I said before, Harry. I will be your guide and salvation. A guide to lead you through important choices and salvation to offer you the means of passing them, he said, taking a step forward in his cage. Doing so would mean I accept help from you. Besides, I have no need of you, he said, unconvinced of his words. So be it, Harry. Just remember that I will be here should you require answers and support that nobody else can give you. Difficult times lay ahead. You'll see that I'll be on your side when nobody else is. I'll build you new bridges when all others have burned down, and I'll tell you the truth when everyone else lies to you, he said, speaking in the same confidence again. I can do things on my own. I'll find my own means and answers. I don't need the help of something as suspicious as you, Harry said, hoping to make it clear. You refer to your successes in training. You feel confident through your recent breakthroughs. The entity spoke, giving the reasons Harry felt confidence from. Yeah, I do. I can improve on my own, Harry spoke boldly. Improvement is possible on your own, Harry, but surely you won't pass of your recent achievements as simple effort. Such leaps are not possible by any normal means. Spoke again, slightly sarcastic. Harry halted for a moment, forced to see the unnatural leap in strength he had attained. You mean to tell me that you were involved then? Did you cause those illusions during my training and in the hallway? Are you a source of power? He fired off when the thoughts ran through his mind. I merely provided you with the incentive you needed, a little push in the right direction. Proved to be effective as it worked like a charm. You were able to cast the spell because of my help, Harry. Soon after were we also able to take the magical potency of a dark artifact for ourselves in the hallway. He spoke in a neutral tone. The confession of being the cause of his illusions during his training did little to ease Harry's suspicion, but he continued, wanting to know more. What dark artifact? How were you, or we able to absorb it? He asked, confused as to who was responsible. Harry, we were able to, and telling you would reveal crucial information. I cannot tell you without helping you at the same time. I believe this to be against your wishes. He spoke, clasping his hands behind his back in a patient pose. Harry tensed a bit. The entity was making him curious on purpose, for he was sorely tempted to ask. But he refrained from doing so, convincing himself that he didn't need to know. You could just be something from my imagination after all. You haven't revealed any information that was completely out of my own knowledge yet. Harry lightly taunted, hoping him to reveal things by himself. I take no insult to such words. I will prove myself to you with the right time and opportunity. I have everything you seek, Harry. All you have to do is ask. The scene soon distorted and vanished completely as he awoke with a gasp, the ceiling of the dorms having replaced the white abyss. He wasn't sweaty, he didn't have a headache, and his heart didn't hammer in his chest. There was no indication that it had been a bad or straining experience whatsoever. It was as if he had awoken from a completely normal dream, but he knew better than that. For Harry Potter did not have ordinary dreams. Harry walked in a slow pace, reluctant and dreary, for he was on his way to Horace Slughorn's office to serve his detention, which had originally been with Snape. He idly wondered if detention with Snape would have been better. At least it would have ended after tonight. Slughorn was surely going to question every day on his agenda and fish for appointments. The dream with the entity hadn't returned for the rest of the week, his fitful nightmares being the only thing that bothered him at night again. He had the feeling that it now was a choice he could make, the choice of either having his usual nightmares or to return to the entity in the abyss. For now, he rather kept away from it and choose his nightmares. His research had come to a standstill again. The information that Dumbledore had given seemed to make sense with what he had found beforehand and thought, but the questions that had been left open during their lesson were still unanswered. He had gone to the room of requirements during the day after a moment of inspiration. Having paced 3 times in front of the room thinking about how he wanted to find information on soul anchoring and dark spells to learn. The door had appeared and a small room with a single bookcase stood inside it. For a moment he had cursed at himself, mocking his own stupidity for not having thought of it earlier. But he was disappointed after looking at the titles of the books. A lot of them were the same ones that already stood in the restricted section. Others were vague, dodging, and censored. The same was to be said for the books of dark spells. The room had merely answered in the best way it could have. Still, he had found a few of what looked to be older and useful books, and took them with him. It was those last few books that he was currently using for his research and practice. Practice went on as usual, having planned the week with the use of charms and older spells, so that he could adjust to his new strength. For the coming time he would try and master a sister variation of the bone-breaking curse, namely Splinterbone, spoken as Os Festicam, which was one of the few available spells he had found in the books from the Room of Requirements. He would soon have to either search for new means of getting dark spells or start working on other areas like transfiguration and charms, which serve their own good in battle and might also serve him good. He stopped in front of an expensive-looking door with a gleaming nameplate which had Horace Slughorn's office written on it. He took a deep breath and sighed before knocking 3 times, having to wait for only a single second as he heard Slughorn call out to him. "Just a moment, boy." The door swung open and the jovial professor stood in front of him, smiling broadly as he twirled his mustache. "Please come in, Harry, have a seat. We have much to discuss." Harry entered the office of the new potions professor for the first time and took a look around. It showed little allegiance to any house, being colored in red and brown colors for the majority on its walls and furniture. The walls were decorated with books, posters, gifts, portraits, rare items and autographs from famous witches and wizards, some of which he recognized. At the back of the office stood his desk, papers neatly stacked upon each other, multiple gadgets decorating it as he saw a spinning clock with 5 pointers and what looked to be like a miniature solar system, its looping glowing balls representing the planets. To the left was a fireplace with a few comfortable-looking couches and armchairs positioned in front of it. Seated in one of them was Greengrass, looking shocked to see him enter the office as the glass that she held delicately in her hand seemed to be frozen to her lips as she probably had just been about to tip it. "You still going to drink that?" he asked after another moment of seeing her stare at him. Yes," she said, scrambling a bit for words before chugging the glass down, elegance forgotten. "Now, as each of you know, you are here because you are to serve detention. However, what students do during said detention is not defined by the school regulations. The teacher may freely choose as to how the time will be spent in those detentions." Slughorn started, feeling the need to justify his actions before continuing as he clasped Harry by the shoulder again. "Now, Harry, make yourself comfortable and have a seat," he said, guiding Harry towards the armchair Greengrass was sitting him and pushed him down beside her. Harry had to note here that said chair was spacious for 1 person but a bit of a tight fit for 2 people as he immediately felt Greengrass's soft and warm body next to his. His heart rate increased of the sudden physical contact with his partner and he tried to not think too much of it. He and Greengrass had plenty of close-ups during their months of partnership, especially during potions where the tables were small and everything was positioned close to each other. However, those moments were short, unintentional, and during other activities such as brewing a potion and fighting ferocious plants. This was anything but those cases and served to make it feel very different. He tried to give her more space by leaning away in a modest and polite way. which didn't help much in the end as the cushion simply sank both of them in the same direction as she herself made no move to lean towards her own end. He looked longingly at the couch next to him, only to have his hopes crushed as the professor seated himself in it, taking such a posture that he covered 2 seats, which didn't even look all that comfortable to hold. Care for a drink, Harry? Fire whiskey, butterbeer, wine? Slughorn asked, gesturing to the drinks on the table nearby, either mightily oblivious to his state of discomfort or choosing to completely ignore it. No thank you, Professor, he said, resolutely keeping his head turned away to avoid making eye contact with his partner, as he could practically feel her eyes pry into his back. Now, for tonight we will be discussing multiple important things which apply for all of us, but first of all, we will rid ourselves of unnecessary formalities. You may call me Slughorn or Horace. I hope that you will do the same for each other. Surely such a thing means little now. You have been close partners for weeks, nearly months now, the potions professor said, smiling encouragingly. Yes, Slughorn, Harry brought out a bit difficult, knowing that it would be another small step towards a lasting connection. Of course, Horace, Greengrass said, finding it less difficult to apply the change, already having seen and spoken with Slughorn for extended periods of time during their club. Forgive me for already having dropped such formalities with the both of you beforehand. It happened quite easily and unknowingly after some time, you see, Slughorn said as he poured himself a drink. No insult was taken, Horace. It can be easily forgotten after our club meetings and lessons. Greengrass spoke out beside him in an understanding way. Indeed it is, and thank you, Slughorn replied, taking a sip before suddenly thrusting his finger up as a thought seemingly shot through him, his drink spilling a bit. Speaking of the club, Harry did his best to restrain himself from groaning out loud. Why did you have to say those words, Greengrass? He glanced at her for the first time since he had been seated and saw her smiling innocently at him. She did that on purpose. He looked back to see Slughorn lean forward, his belly being squeezed by his legs. Slug Club, Harry. This is the perfect moment to plan some dates in on which you will be able to come. Daphne will undoubtedly enjoy your company. I can see how well you two can get along, Slughorn said, smiling. Yes, absolutely, he said stiffly, casting the most accusing look at her he could possibly muster, maybe poking her a bit strongly as he rearranged his elbow. She jerked from the contact to her side, but quickly recovered and acted like nothing had happened, looking smug all the time. Let's see, Harry. How about 2 weeks from now on a Tuesday evening? Slughorn asked. I will likely be busy on my homework from Dada during those days, Harry excused. I see, a busy man you are indeed. Wednesday then, Harry? Slughorn continued. Charms lessons and homework that will need to be finished for transfiguration. Harry excused again. How dreadful, Harry. Thursday then? Slughorn continued undeterred. Busy with Dash, he began only to be cut off by Greengrass. Nothing. He'll be busy with doing nothing at all. He'll be happy to come. The date can be set for the other members, Horace. Greengrass filled in for him, saying all the wrong things. He silently began jabbing at her again with his elbow, her own arm expertly blocking his strikes. Wonderful. I guess that it is only logical for you to know your partner's agenda so well, Slughorn exclaimed, happy about their set date. There will be 2 more clubs after that, for in 6 weeks from now on, will Thursdays suffice again? Slughorn asked excitedly. Consider it set in stone, Horace. The same can be said for the Christmas party. Greengrass replied before Harry could open his mouth. Fantastic, with those things taken care of we can move on to the next item of discussion. Said item has just been mentioned, the Christmas party. Slughorn said, continuing, oblivious to their little battle. The Christmas party is about 2 months away now. Important people young and old will be coming and things will need to be prepared and set up in an appropriate way for both of them. I myself will easily know what to do for the seniors, Slughorn said, and Harry could practically feel the but coming. But, Greengrass voiced for him as they had stopped jabbing each other to listen. The problem is that I find myself clueless as to what would be more attractive and interesting to the juniors. Their daughters and sons, people of your age, not to mention students from Hogwarts itself will be coming with their dates. Slughorn explained to them. Aren't there people you could hire? Harry questioned. Surely there were some people for this in the wizarding world. There are, but I found myself much more comfortable with the thought of my two best students helping me with this. Not to mention that you are in Hogwarts with your fellow students in the here and now, giving you the best intuition and inspiration for the appropriate choices. Slughorn finished, twirling his mustache as he looked at them hopefully. Harry quickly opened his mouth to decline, knowing it was a race with Greengrass next to him. I dash. A brilliant idea, Horace. Greengrass called out through his own declination. A Gryffindor and Slytherin working together to organize a party that would fit all of the houses and its students. Marvelous. I very much appreciate your help. Feel free to call me in for a favor should you ever need it. Slughorn spoke, elated. You're welcome, Horace. I'll be giving you updates on the state of progress periodically. Greengrass said, looked quite pleased with herself. He didn't bother to jab or interject her. He slouched in his side of the chair as he wished that he had been able to serve detention with Snape. I'm glad that we were able to work all these things out, for all of us. Myself for arrangements of the party, Harry to be able to join us, and Daphne to get Harry to join the Slug Club, Slughorn cheerfully concluded. Sorry, what was the last part, Slughorn? Harry asked, looking up at hearing the last part. Oh, yes. Daphne wanted you to join our club meetings for a while now, Harry. Always asking me whether or not I was able to invite you. Quite endearing, is it not? Slughorn said, laughing a bit at the end. He turned to Greengrass, her cheeks a bit red. That's so, Greengrass? Now, Harry. Have you forgotten the beginning of our conversation? Your partner deserves more. Slughorn reprimanded slightly. Harry frowned a bit, thinking about what he meant before realizing. You're right. Let me rephrase. Is that so, Daphne? Seeing her lips tug into a small smile as he spoke her name. Don't flatter yourself. Harry, I merely wanted my partner for some casual talk. We already got along well enough during our lessons at the time. She deflected, taking the smallest of moments herself to speak his name. Now, if you excuse me, I have some business to attend to, Slughorn said, standing up. What about the rest of our detention? Harry asked, surprised by his sudden leave. The rest of your detention will be about thinking over your sins for earning said detention. I will return before detention ends. You both are not to move from your seats, Slughorn said, as he cheerfully added ridiculous conditions and closed the door behind him. A short silence ensued, and Harry was quickly becoming aware of their proximity again. Slughorn is good enough of a person, but I'm not complying to stupid conditions. I'll move to the couch, he said, moving to stand up. A grip on his robes tugged him back into his side of the seat again. Don't, Harry. We won't know when he will return. It's a simple condition, nothing major, she pointed out. I guess, was all he responded with, slowly settling back in, his side getting warmed again by her. Is it so bad? Am I that revolting? She asked, sounding a bit hurt. He turned to face her. Not at all, Daphne, you're plenty dash. He quickly caught himself and stopped after seeing the look in her eyes. He should have known by now. Plenty what, Harry? She asked, still imitating the hurt in her voice and face. Her eyes, however, shone with amusement, telling him all he needed to know. She was fishing for compliments again. Plenty slimy, he finished without remorse, earning himself an elbow. Liar, she said, sour at being discovered. He smiled slightly before turning more serious. Had you planned this all along, Daphne? That we would both be here for detention? No, I didn't even know you were coming, Harry. I simply used the opportunity to have you join. The clubs aren't that bad, you know, she truthfully said. And you would have liked me to come then? You could have asked, you know, Harry questioned. Yes, Harry. I guess I would have enjoyed your company a bit, but you're too much of a hardhead to actually listen for once and try it out. Besides, a girl such as me shouldn't have to. I'll have you beg the next time, Daphne said, hemphing a bit at the last part as she raised her chin a bit higher, revealing to him that pride had been the main problem. There was no way you would have escaped the Christmas party anyway. Might as well come to the clubs too then, and with us organizing the Christmas party, it will most likely not turn out to be some boring old man party, she said. Don't be so sure about the organizing, Daphne. I have no idea how to go about it. Not to mention that you dragged me in without my consent. He spoke a bit accusingly, having not forgotten her stunts. You're right. The organizing is something extra I pulled in. You can leave it to me if you want. Tracy would love to help me come up with ideas, she said, amending her actions a little. Thanks, you might not think so, but I really am busy, Harry said, sinking into thought as he contemplated his schedule with the new appointments. He could always just extend the time of his training and research to catch up on the time that he would be spending at the club. It would only be for a few days. She regarded him for a moment, her blue eyes piercing into his own before eventually replying. Yeah, I'm sure you are. He refocused again after hearing her voice. However, not to say that I will abandon it completely, we have to keep up appearances for Slughorn. Besides, I'll also feel bad for making two girls do my job for me, so I'll do what I can. He spoke sincerely. So honorable, Harry. I'll look forward to our newly expanded partnership, she said in a fake pompous voice. Any reply he would have made was halted when the door swung open and Horace stepped back in. Ah, good to see that detention has been executed as promised, he said as he saw their positions. Have you contemplated your wrongdoings? He asked, smiling. Many lessons were learned, Horace, Daphne said, speaking complete bogus. Yes, Slughorn, it was enlightening, Harry spoke, playing along. Had this really been a detention? They hadn't done any work or chore. Good, now then, feel free to come to me if you are in need of anything. Otherwise, I'll see you two at the next potions lesson, Slughorn said, already looking forward to it. Harry rose out of the deep armchair first, having been in a more favorable position to do so before hearing Slughorn speak. Make sure the lady gets out of her seat easily, Harry, he finished in a suggestive tone when Harry was out of the chair. Harry turned to Daphne, seeing her look up in amusement, offering her hand to him. He quickly took her hand before the moment took too long, giving Daphne leverage to get up. Her ego inflated a bit again as he helped her up and released her hand, the little gesture having made her feel special again. They moved out of his office, giving their last goodbyes as Slughorn closed the door behind them, ending their detention. They remained standing at his door before Daphne spoke up. I'm going back to my common room now, Harry. I promised to help Tracy with the potions assignment. We'll leave the Christmas party for the first Slug Club, plenty of time left there to discuss things, try to come up with some ideas for it until then. I'll do the same, naturally, Daphne said. You sure that there will be enough time left to plan the other things? We will already be 2 weeks in then, he said, wanting to make sure things would work out for all of them. Yes. I'll be working on the smaller and more basic preparations beforehand with Tracy, she said, reassuring him. He nodded, trusting the planning skills of his partner, having experienced plenty of it during their potion brewing. Make sure you don't do too much without me. Don't worry about me. Get a good night's rest yourself. You look tired, she said, her sudden words of care and searching look surprising him a bit. Must be because I'm a light sleeper. Ron keeps me up most of the night, he said, smiling a bit and waving it off. Sure, she said, her expression unchanging. Be careful, Harry. With what? Sleeping? He said jokingly to her strange reply. Daphne smiled a bit, but it seemed strained and the light didn't shine in her blue eyes as it always did, telling him that it was forced. Yes, we all fall down from our bed sometime, don't we? I dare say it's quite dangerous. Imagine falling from one of the bunk beds here, he said. She smiled a bit more truthfully now. Indeed. See you around, Harry, Daphne said, before turning around and started walking towards her common room some stairs downwards. Yeah, see you, he said before she had turned around, taking the smallest of moments to glance at the body that had been warming his side during the detention. He looked away, finding it inappropriate, and began thinking about his training and research for tonight as he turned around and headed towards the unused classrooms. He had time to catch up on, and efforts to increase. Are you sure you will be going, Harry? Hermione questioned again, unsure. Yeah, Harry. Just screw it if you don't want to go. Ron added. Yes, guys, I will. Slughorn won't let me run off anyway. He would soon have started invading my dreams if I had avoided him any longer. He said flatly, telling them for the third time as he rolled his eyes. I know, Harry. Just wanted to make sure you don't start doing things you hate after being pressed into it by this Daphne. I would have expected that the partner you work so well with would help you stay out of it, rather than into it. Hermione huffed. It's fine, might even have been good for me. I've been judging without actually having experienced it. The Christmas party will also be largely organized by her. I guess that's true, Harry. And I'm glad that you're reconsidering your opinion of the club, Hermione said. Besides, my words will become justified if it does turn out to be bad, he said, grinning a bit, coming back to his original assumption. But don't you find it strange, Harry? Her suddenly roping you in on those things? She might have some other reason besides your company, Ron said, making a gesture of unbelief at his last words. Don't act like it was completely out of the blue, Ron. She and I have been on good terms for weeks now. She wanted some conversation at the club, and was a bit forceful in the undertaking, Harry said, defending Daphne's reasons despite thinking along the same lines as Ron. I also could have used some conversation, Harry. Hermione snipped lightly at him. Hey, I also probably wouldn't have come if she had asked normally, Harry said, reasoning with her. At least I don't have to go alone anymore, grumbled Hermione, a bit sour from not managing to convince him herself. Harry glanced at Ron, expecting insults about the club to come out at this point, but was surprised to see him mostly unbothered. Being able to the Christmas party with her had probably helped contain his jealousy. He turned to Hermione again. Yeah, it will likely be the moment to introduce you two to each other. Daphne will undoubtedly come to have some chats with me, as she wanted me in there for that reason after all. I guess, Hermione said, not looking very enthusiastic about the prospect. We haven't really talked yet. I've only spoken a few words with her through arithmancy, and that was only to borrow something during the lesson. Hard grass crunched beneath them as they walked out of the castle door, lagging behind the other Gryffindors to the greenhouse, chilly winds biting through their robes into their skin. So it's Daphne now, huh? Said Ron, noticing Harry's words and looking conflicted. You'll start attracting attention again at this rate, Harry. People can accept it for a class assignment, but will look up differently if you start being friendly outside in the open. Which is exactly what the masses did here throughout my entire school career. It doesn't matter if they make a problem out of it. I'll blow over, just like how I was aspiring to be the new Dark Lord until becoming their blessed savior and chosen one, until recently. Harry spoke with some degree of resentment sounding through his voice as they both dimmed a bit upon his words. Say, Harry, about this chosen one, Hermione began. So you guys have managed to find some common ground? You're fighting a lot less lately, actually getting along very well these days. He interrupted, asking a question that would surely catch them off guard. What? Well, yes. I guess we are, huh? Hermione said, flustered, stumbling on her words a bit at the beginning. We can spend the day without fighting every minute of it. Thank you very much, Ron mumbled from his side. Hurry up inside. Class will start, Professor Sprout called out to them, herself and the Slytherins having already entered the greenhouse. They picked up the pace for the last meters, glad that they wouldn't have to wait outside, and shot inside the greenhouse. A blast of warmth hit them, the smell of fertile ground and wet plants assaulting their noses as they entered. The first thing he noticed was the large square-shaped object in the back of the greenhouse, only leaving them to guess what it could be as a large cloth covered it. From beneath the cloth, however, traveled a steady stream of white smoke before dispersing. He saw Malfoy standing off to the side, quietly conversing with Nott in hushed whispers, looking the same as other times. Tired. Nott was listening intently to him, a serious look on his face as he nodded every few seconds in response. He had idly kept an eye on Malfoy during the weeks, watching for any signs, but he didn't see much despite his quiet behavior, which was only more suspicious looking to him. However, Malfoy didn't seem to have been doing anything at all this year. But still, something was off, different. He saw Daphne between the other Slytherins listening half-heartedly as Davis talked to her in a volume that kept it private to them. She soon rolled her eyes and sighed as Davis snorted in laughter about something she herself said. He saw that the Slytherins had been inside for some time, their heavy robes having been discarded from the warm temperatures of the greenhouse. He and the other Gryffindors also started moving out of their winter robes as class was starting and the heat began to settle in on them. "Now, class," their professor said, clapping once in her hands to get their attention. "Today I can inform you that we will not be working with the Dragon's Bane as they are currently undergoing their first phase change, shedding their old flower and preparing new ones." The class cheered up considerably upon hearing this news. A lesson without frenzied vines was a good one. "Next week will the shedding be complete. But that's then, and now we find ourselves with our hands empty," Sprout explained before moving towards the large cloth-covered square. "So for this lesson we will busy ourselves with a flower that is both harmless and helpful. Said plant is also hard to grow as it is very delicate and difficult to seed. However, consider much of the hard work done once it is successfully seeded," Professor Sprout said to them as she whipped the cloth back. Harry had already grown curious after hearing her introduction, for it sounded like this lesson actually contained something that wasn't said of choking the life out of them. He saw multiple items, all of them in blue and white colors after she had pulled the cloth back. Blocks of ice stood upon each other along with pots that contained what seemed to be crystallized earth, making him realize that he had seen condense trailing down the cloth at the start of the lesson. On top of the blocks stood a small transparent sack with small powder blue dots inside it. "We will be planting the Constringitor Fortuna, otherwise known as frozen luck. It is similar to the Felix Felicis, which grants luck for a period of time at the cost of giddiness, recklessness, and dangerous overconfidence if taken in excess. Not to mention that it is very difficult to make disastrous even," Sprout explained to them, refreshing their knowledge on the liquid luck potion. "The Constringitor Fortuna will grant the same effects, however, in lessened effect as the plant, in comparison to the potion equivalent, is significantly easier to obtain. However, do not be fooled, underestimating the potting will surely make you fail here." She picked up the small sack and held it up in front of the class. "These are the seeds," she said, holding up the small bag in front of them to see before gesturing to the blocks of ice behind her. "These are the ice blocks which contain pure glacial water, and lastly, the crystallized snow. We will begin by breaking through the outer layer of the ice blocks. You might think this to be easy, but rest assured that it won't be. The blocks will freeze anything they come on contact with. They are called frostbite blocks for this very reason," Sprout said as she lightly touched one of the blocks with a red flower, which was frozen solid after a second of making contact. "Be careful not to work too long with it. Your hands will freeze after the cold has seeped into your tools and gloves. This is no pleasant experience. Believe me, don't go too fast. Invent ways with your partner to bypass the nasty frost effects. You will have to rely on your partner to keep up the pressure on the blocks to prevent them from recovering themselves and freezing your hands." "Yes, Miss Davis?" Professor, what do you mean by recovering?" asked Davis, having raised her hand at the end of Sprout's explanation. "Oh yes, good that you ask. I had almost forgotten. The frostbite blocks will start to regenerate to their original state after being damaged and left alone for a while. So we have unlimited tries then? We can just drop it when the cold becomes too much and start over again?" Davis asked again. "Only in a sense, as the regeneration will set in after a set amount of time following its first signs of damage. The glacial water will grow more contaminated with each effort and attempt you undertake, which decreases its quality and your chance of successfully growing the flower. Still following me?" They nodded and mumbled their understanding. "The water inside the blocks will need to be poured inside the Constringitor Fortuna seeds after you both manage to break open the ice cube. One of you two will quickly move to hold the seed open while the other pours the water inside before time runs out. Act too slow and your block will regenerate, decreasing the chance of growing the plant the next time you do manage to pour it in. Act too hastily and you'll likely spill the small amounts of glacial water you have, vanishing your chances entirely. The hard part will be over after this. However, be sure to plant the seed inside the crystallized earth as soon as you can by holding the sand aside with your tools while your partner embeds the seed. Act in unison again, as the crystallized sand will not work in your favor, and will instantly try to close the hole you made. Any questions left? Yes, Miss Granger, Sprout asked Hermione as her hand shot up. Suppose we succeed in planting it. What further care does the plant need? When will we be able to use it and how? Hermione asked, firing off multiple important questions that spiked their curiosity as well. Constrigator Fortuna will require no further care after successfully being seeded. Nourishment comes from within the crystallized sand and glacial water inside the seed. The time of its blooming always fluctuates. For some people it comes after a few weeks, others months. Rest assured, however, that the flower will not die after blooming. It will stay healthy until picked from the sand. Picking and wearing the flower will allow its affects to influence you, making it more of a woman's thing. Males, however, can easily hide it beneath their clothes, of course. Said effects will last for a period of time, depending entirely on the quality of the seeding. You can expect a few hours averagely. Now, she said, clapping her gloved hands once, a cloud of dried sand spewing out from them. Leave the discussion on who will be getting the plant to a later stage. You should first manage to pot it before speaking of the ownership. Enough talking. Let's get started. Good luck, guys, Harry said as he moved away from them to his partner. Seeing Hermione formulate plans in her head as Ron also walked off to his partner, looking determined. He focused his search to a blonde ponytail and quickly found her between the shifting students, standing ready at the same table they used every lesson. He silently stopped next to her, already thinking about how they were going to go about the various tasks as eager and pushy students at the back of the greenhouse collected their seeds, pots and blocks, running back to their table as the latter began to freeze their gloves and hands. So, she began, not moving in to join the other students yet. Want to do a rock, paper, scissors now, or after we potted it? His lips tugged upwards a bit. There it was again. Complete confidence in their yet-to-be-achieved success. Questioning who would be getting it instead of if they would be getting it. We still need to begin, Daphne, but you can have it if the scenario happens. I don't fancy wearing a flower in my hair with a spring in my step. Don't give me stupid reasons. You just heard her say that you could just hide it underneath your clothes, she said, as they began to move towards the last remaining materials. I'll make sure to hide it between my butt cheeks then, Harry dryly responded. Daphne cracked a smile. A very secure spot if I do say so myself, but really now, are you fine with it? Yes, I've had my fair share of luck already, Harry said, thinking about the near-death encounters throughout his life. Shallow men believe in luck or in circumstance. Strong men believe in cause and effect. I like to believe in that, lest my luck evaporate when I begin to lean on it. I see, was all she said, blue eyes glancing at him before picking up the last seed and pot as he grabbed the last remaining block. Don't mind me helping you by taking it off your hands then, Daphne spoke, her greedy nature coming out as they began to walk back to their table. Say, how do you reckon we go about the breaking and potting? Should I give some sign? Or say dash? We will both hit the outer layer at timed intervals. Afterwards you will pour it in while I hold the seed open. Daphne calmly cut through. I'll also hold the sand off while you plant it then? Harry asked, absent-mindedly trading his block for her pot and seed to allow his gloves to melt the ice off before it reached his hands underneath. Yeah, it will probably require some muscle effort, Daphne said, agreeing with him. Oh, isn't that something that'll fit your arg? Stop it. That's cold as fuck. Harry cursed as she had briefly held the cube against his exposed elbow before he could finish, turning it ice cold within milliseconds. Language, Potter, Professor Sprout called out to him after hearing him swear. Yes, Professor, he called out back, glaring at Daphne, who begun to strut a bit. Gimme that, he said, grumbling, switching the weapon out of her hands, seeing that her gloves were mostly frozen by now. But seriously, after breaking it open, should I tell where I would probably dash? No, Harry, just roll with it. Daphne cut through again, acting as though it wasn't necessary at all to plan it through. Just roll with it? Harry asked, perplexed as she waved it off. Aren't you the Slytherin here? You're acting a bit Gryffindorish with this kind of setup beforehand. This is ambition leading, not an unthoughtful charge through plan. The finer details are unnecessary. Daphne huffed, setting down the materials she was carrying. Don't blame me if everything fails. He spoke, dropping the cube with a thud next to the seed and pot on their table, relieving himself of the cold contact. You'll owe me one if I'm right, she said, challenging him. Sure, but you do realize I could botch it up on purpose, right? It's not my flower, Harry questioned, raising one of his eyebrows as their classmates had begun to hack into the ice cube. You wouldn't do that to poor me, Harry. You would give it your all regardless, Daphne said knowingly, raising an eyebrow in return. Oh wow, you know me through and through, he said sarcastically before shifting to the work in front of them. Anyway, let's get started. Everyone has already begun. Daphne took a quick look around, replying in a non-committal voice. I guess we should. Finishing early on will likely earn us some credits. If we finish early, Harry said, correcting her, as he grabbed 2 small hand shovels, giving one to her and keeping one for himself. No, no. When we finish early, Harry, Daphne said, holding true to her confidence, her eyes showing joy in the challenge. Right, whatever you say, Harry said, not entirely convinced but relenting nonetheless. He saw her standing in a position that told him she was ready to begin. He nodded once at her and pulled his arm back before bringing the blade of his shovel down on the cube, creating a small cut on the frozen surface. He quickly pulled his shovel back again, wanting the least amount of contact with it and giving Daphne more room as she brought down her own shovel after he had retracted. They silently continued this rhythm until a decent cut ran across the exterior. Their shovels and gloves, however, were mostly frozen by now as the winter chill began to prickle onto their skin. I'll keep hitting it, you warm up meanwhile, Harry said to her, to which she quickly pulled out her wand and began heating up her shovel and glove as he kept pressuring the block with strikes. You still okay? Daphne asked after half a minute had passed with her heating up and Harry repeatedly hitting the block. I'm fine, he said, no longer feeling his skin prickle and bite from the cold, meaning that frostbite was beginning to set in. Yeah, right, your shovel and glove are frozen together. You need to ready yourself for the next part, Daphne said, moving in his place to start stabbing the cube herself. Just say so if it becomes too cold, Harry said, moving away to separate the shovel from his glove as he tried to wrench them apart by using his knees, warming it up with his wand in the other hand. No need, we're nearly through the layer, she said, as a final crack from the block sounded, signaling that they had broken through as crystal clear water shone inside. Daphne quickly moved to the small seed, throwing both of her gloves off as he wrenched the shovel free from his half-frozen glove. She used her fingers to peel open the shell-like seed while he grabbed the cube, holding it up in a position to pour it in. I'm ready, Harry, she said, holding the small seed open for him. He hesitates. The shape of the block made it difficult to tell where the water would land and his gloved hands were rapidly freezing up through the prolonged contact. He spilled a small stream down, missing her open seed. He soon lowered the rest of the stream down as he was losing control of his frozen arms. Daphne's, however, had shifted the seed to where he had spilled his initial drops and caught most of the glacial water that now fell down, letting it flow down into the seed. The sand, Harry, Daphne said, letting the seed snap shut as she grabbed the pot and put it down in front of them. Harry, despite his hands being slow and weak, grabbed both of their shovels and stabbed them into the crystallized sand, hearing it crunch and resist him when he pushed it aside. Daphne quickly pushed the seed onto the bottom of the pot and retracted her hands, allowing him to release the pressure he kept on the sand by pulling the shovels out, instantly letting it slide back to its original state, not showing any signs of being disturbed. Well, Harry said, his breathing audible from the effort as he flopped his frozen gloves off his hands and onto the table with a crunch. I guess I owe you one. The first of many to come, no doubt about that, she responded, grinning while flipping her hair at him, basking in the glow of victory. He briefly smelled flowers other than those in the greenhouse as her hair whipped past him. You have no limits, do you? My limits know me well enough to stay out of my way, Daphne said, ego inflated and eyes alight again, waiting for him to respond. Excellent work, you two. 20 points for Gryffindor and Slytherin, Professor Sprout said, vanishing his reply and coming up to their table. I must compliment you two on a job well done. Your teamwork was natural and flowed right from the moment you collected your materials to the embedding of the seed. I'm sure your efforts will be rewarded with a healthy flower. There were hardly any mistakes made. Very commendable for a first try. Your classmates, however, are still in the middle of their lesson. I must ask you to wait until lesson ends, their professor said before moving back to help others in the class. Harry said nothing, knowing that it would soon come. You said something about not finishing early, did you not? Forgive me. My memory is a bit hazy, Daphne said, feigning ignorance. He sat down on the bench behind them, watching their other classmates struggle. Don't know for sure either. Must be my drawbacks for being a Gryffindor showing up. Don't worry. I forgive you. I'm just that kind of a person, she said, sitting down next to him, luckily not overly so like their detention, but still closer than two people normally would, more like Ron and Hermione had been last week. Lucky me, Harry said, emotionlessly as he watched everyone mess up with handling the frostbite block. Hermione and Bulstrode mostly failed to read each other's movements and clumsily hit the block at random intervals, Hermione mostly trying to do things herself. The rhythm causing the block to regenerate and their hands to freeze, forcing them to stop and begin at the beginning. He was surprised, however, to see Ron and Davis booking the most progress on breaking the block aside from him and Daphne. Ron was hacking in like a madman and Davis was warming his hands in the brief moments he passed her wand at the cube. Not saying I don't feel happy for them, but I never expected Ron and Davis to be making the most progress here, Harry said, voicing his thoughts. They did manage to brew something during our last potion lessons, Daphne spoke, indicating that there had been progress in the making. Maybe Ron is slowly having second thoughts about people from Slytherin, he said just as he saw Ron and Davis break through the outer layer, scrambling to get the seed ready before the cube regenerated. You don't really have a choice with Tracy, Daphne said, experience sounding in her voice. Really? How so? He asked, curious to knowing a bit about Daphne's friend and Ron's partner. She's just weird, her jokes are bad, and acts nothing like a Slytherin should, but she's a good person from start to end, she said, insulting and complimenting her friend at the same time. She must be a good and easygoing person indeed. Ron must have been a pain to deal with, especially in the beginning. He's biased against Slytherins and very hard-headed. Bad combinations to work with, Harry said, watching Ron spill most of the cube's contents next to the seed, managing to get a little inside before it snapped shut. Davis looking happy nonetheless. He made plenty of mistakes but has his heart in the right place, Harry said, thinking about his ups and downs with Ron through the years. And Granger? She's a bit of an all-knower during classes. You like that? Daphne asked, looking at Hermione's struggle with Bulstrode to time their actions accordingly. Hermione is simply very passionate about magic and the lessons about it, often wanting to help others and ending up coming across as snobbish and pedantic, but above all she's been an iron pillar throughout my life. She's very important to me, Harry spoke truthfully. Huh. Really? Daphne said, drawing out her words. Okay class, time's up. Gather around, Sprout called out to them, ending their conversation as they stood up from the bench and walked towards the professor. Those who succeeded can bring their frozen luck with them. I wish to commend Mr. Potter and Miss Greengrass on their excellent display of planting it. Mr. Weasley and Miss Davis too, you have shown new efforts and made more progress. Your plant will not be the best but will surely grow. For the others, good luck next time, Professor Sprout said, complimenting and encouraging them. Are there any other questions before the lesson ends? Sprout asked of them, looking around the class. Miss Granger. Yes, Professor. I was wondering when the dragon's bane enters the stage of exhaling its fumes. It is not mentioned in the books. This is because circumstances such as heat, sunlight, water, nutrition, and care affect the time it needs to grow. The flower that is going to bloom soon will signal the fume stage. I estimate this to be in a few weeks, Professor Sprout said, making the class quietly talk among themselves again. Anything else, no? Until next week then, dismissed. Last chance for a rock, paper, scissors, Harry, Daphne said, nudging the pot in her arms. Thank you for being thoughtful, but you can keep it, Harry said, declining her offer again. HMPF, I merely wanted to take it from you anyway by winning 3 out of 3, she said, playfully taunting him. How do you even know about rock, paper, scissors in the first place? Doesn't seem very pure blood to me, Harry asked, wondering. Tracy is a half-blood. She told me about it. Anyway, I'll see you around, Harry, Daphne said, walking off to find Davis. Harry could only shake his head as he also turned to find his friends, finding a disappointed Hermione and conflicted Ron. So you managing to win the flower, Ron? Did some quick rock, paper, scissors with Davis? Harry asked, seeing him holding the pot. Huh? No. She gave it to me. A gesture of goodwill, Ron said, quoting her words, looking confused. That's really kind of her. Maybe not all Slytherins have bad intentions, She couldn't have done anything to it as you've been there the whole time. Plus it's a plant that brings luck. Not much harm it could do on its own right, Harry said in a completely unveiled tone, trying to make Ron see the logic. Yeah, I guess, Ron muttered, distracted, looking at the spot where the seed likely lay, hidden underneath the crystallized sand. Harry left him to his thoughts and turned to Hermione, seeing her look up to Ron, hoping that he would see the light. Sorry that you didn't have your chance at getting one of the flowers, Hermione, he said, catching her attention. Don't be, Harry. It's simply frustrating not being able to perform these partner-based assignments well, but Bulstrode and I might find some balance someday. Hopefully, Hermione said, expressing her thoughts on their lessons. I can understand that. Maybe you should try some things out with Bulstrode, see what she can and cannot do and adjust to those rules. You're currently trying to do nearly everything yourself. Let her do things she might be good in and trust her on that, he said, offering advice. You're right. I'll see what I can do about it, Hermione said, finding new goals for their next lesson. How long had it been since she had last been here? 2 weeks. Yeah, probably. For 2 long weeks she had pondered. For 2 long weeks had she waited, stopping her legs from walking off to this particular door, rather opting to watch Harry and the people around him for any signs that indicated whether or not they were aware. His teachers nor his friends seemed to be. He showed no signs of sharing his experiences either. He didn't talk to his friends anymore in hushed whispers, huddling together to keep their business private like she had seen him do in their previous years from time to time. Harry didn't shoot looks of suspicion to them as Malfoy passed, looking only distracted for a moment by his thoughts before returning to whatever they had been doing. Likewise did his friends not seem concerned about his use of dark spells. No, more like they didn't know. She peeked through the hole again to observe Harry Potter, seeing red flashes as his spells impacted into the pillars, crumbling it to small pieces. He wasn't using the bone-breaking but something close to it in power and effect. It had a similar red color but was a tint darker and pulverized the stone of the pillars, rather than breaking blocks off like last time. He had begun moving through the room as he fired the spell off, intent on breaking every pillar that stood in the room. She felt strangely uncomfortable when he had turned around for the first time during his practice, allowing her to see his face. His face looked to be strained from his efforts most of the time, but gained the ghost of a smirk whenever one of his spells impacted particularly hard against a pillar, the silencing from his charms adding a detached atmosphere to it. She found herself not very fond of it. It was different from the one during their detention and lessons, consisting of grim satisfaction and mild interest in the damage he was causing, instead of amusement and humor. She began to back away from the door, not wanting to have a repeat of last time where she had been too late in leaving. She nearly jumped out of her skin, however, as the loud sound of glass breaking reverberated through the hallway 2 times. She whipped her head around to see that a bludger had crashed through one of the windows and left the corridor again through another. The hell was that, Peaks? You trying to get a professor angry and have us end practice? Aim a bit more. That was completely out of the pitch, a voice she recognized as the youngest female Weasley shouted. She didn't linger and bolted into action, knowing that he would be coming to have a look. Harry had just broken another pillar with his bone-splintering curse before hearing the crashes of two large windows breaking from the hallway close to his classroom. His suspicion reached new heights, however, when he heard a voice followed by a pair of rapid footsteps from the corridor. Was someone there? Why would anyone be here? He quickly moved towards the door and swung it open, his wand out and ready. He saw out of the corner of his eyes a figure sprinting down the corridor. Not too far away from him, he acted instantly and sent his spells flying, intent on stopping him. His feet freezing charm hit first, halting the escape of the perpetrator before being hit by his body bind, which he had cast afterwards immediately. The figure promptly fell on the ground, struggling in vain for a few seconds before relenting. He advanced on the person, realizing that it had been a female after hearing her squeak from falling down and seeing the shape of the body. Said body shape was very familiar, and he was soon staring down at the face of Daphne Greengrass after she was done twisting her body around. Hey there, Harry. Mind releasing me?" she asked, trying to sound casual through her heavy breathing as she lay on the ground. He looked down upon her tied-down position. "Don't know, maybe I like my girls tied up. Those ropes look pretty good on you." "Of course, anything looks good on me," she said, managing to flaunt even from her bound position. "But seriously now, why are you here?" he asked, not moving in to release her, nor lowering his wand. "It's a shortcut I use to get to the library, Harry. I don't like the crowded hallways," she said, sounding truthful. "Lies." The word sounding through his head was confident and cautioning, surprising him and making him almost look around to check where the voice had come from before realizing what it had been. He looked back to her neutral expression and decided to ask a few more questions, having second thoughts about her explanation. "There are other ways to the library which are less crowded. Why take this one, the longer and more unknown way?" he asked. "This one is completely deserted, plus I only know of a few ways to get to the library. This was one of them," Daphne answered. "Why did you suddenly run, Daphne? Looking to be in quite the panic to me while you were at it," he questioned, moving on from the previous questions. "You scared the shit out of me, suddenly bursting out of the classroom like that," Daphne said, indignant. "You jump when you get scared, Daphne. You don't start running like the wind. Not you. No, you knew full well that I was here." Harry spoke. "Don't be absurd, Harry. I was merely passing through here to get to the library, like I told you earlier. Besides, I simply jumped into action when I saw a figure burst out of the classroom with a wand at the ready," Daphne said, acting as though this was all unnecessary. He lowered his guard a bit, starting to believe her. Maybe it really had been a weird chance of meeting. "The floor is quite cold and hard, Harry. May I stand up again?" she asked, sounding as uncomfortable as it probably was. "Yeah, sorry," was all he said, undoing the body bind, helping Daphne up to her feet by taking her offered hand. Deception, trickery, treachery. His guard went up again as the accusing words rang through his head, every word sounding hard and punctuated. He gripped her hand, not releasing her and narrowing his eyes as hers widened in surprise. "No, the chances are too small, the detour is too long, and your reaction was too different from what it normally would have been," he said, not letting go of her hand. "Besides, you began running after the glass shattered, not after I came out of the classroom," Harry said, poking holes in her story as he moved closer to her. "Where is Tracy, Daphne? Surely you two would go to the library together," he said, sounding casual, his face close to Daphne's as her back hit the wall behind her. "I had forgotten my quill and parchment, and was heading back to retrieve them from my common room, Harry. Come on, no need to be this suspicious," she said, the slightest anxiety in her voice. "No, I think I should be, for you can easily ask for some quill and parchment in the library from Madame Pants," Harry said, boring his eyes into hers. "I rather didn't ask her. She's a bit creepy, you know," Daphne said with a nervous laugh, her blue eyes avoiding his. Harry didn't laugh. "Don't lie to me, Daphne." Her lips thinned and she looked to be relenting. "Fine, Harry. I'll tell. Don't treat me like a criminal." "Depends on how you go about explaining yourself," Harry said, releasing her hand and moving away from her face, making her relax a bit. Now tell me truthfully, what were you doing here in this particular hallway? She sighed and drooped her shoulders a bit. I came to observe you, Harry. You mean to spy on me? He said, correcting her before a thought ran through him. How did you find me? I simply followed you, Harry. I saw you pass by at the intersection some way back. Daphne said simply. Really now? He said, feigning surprise before deadpanning the next words. Please elaborate on how you've been able to follow someone who wasn't visible from the start to begin with. Your disillusionment wasn't perfect, Harry. I could still see where you were going when you moved. Daphne quickly added to her explanation. Stop trying, Daphne. I know that you're lying. He said accusingly, knowing she could not have seen him at all, for he had started moving under his cloak after his run-in with Snape, meaning that she had found him using some other method or followed him before he had started using his cloak to get to the practice classroom. Okay, fine, Daphne said, frustrated, throwing her hands up. I followed you 2 weeks ago, after we had our lesson about the love potion antidote. I saw you at the intersection to the library, talking to your friends before separating. Daphne said, beginning her explanation. I soon lost track of where you went but managed to narrow my choices down and searched most of the classrooms. I saw you casting spells at the pillars, destroying them. It's also the reason for earning my detention. It became quite late and I was found. Daphne said, giving an explanation that seemed to be the truth. Where was Davis in this? Was she with you this time? He asked. No, Tracy found her own interest and wasn't particularly keen on following you in the first place. We met up much later again. She clarified. Why did you follow me in the first place? That's something you do to all of your friends? He questioned, wanting to know why she had done so. She smiled a bit. I'm friends with the great Harry Potter then? Answer the question, he said, resolutely, to which her smile dropped a bit. I had grown curious after hearing bits of your conversation with your friends back then in the hallway, but most of the reasons must have come from the Hogsmeade trip, Daphne said, looking to be confessing as she began fiddling her thumbs. Hogsmeade, he said before thinking about his run-in with Mundungus. You heard. Yeah, we were right around the corner. Pretty much heard everything of it. Same can be said for everything else inside the Three Broomsticks, but don't blame Tracy too much. It had mostly been my doing. Daphne said, a little red, at least having the decency to be ashamed of her actions afterwards. Harry fell silent, thinking about everything she had heard during their trip, wondering whether or not it would be enough to identify Sirius. But soon moved his thoughts away as it didn't matter much anyway. Sirius was dead, and no longer in hiding, he thought bitterly. No matter, it's not the most important right now, he said, dismissing it. Back to the topic at hand. You have seen me practice, didn't you? I have. 2 weeks ago and just now I also told Tracy the first time, so she also knows, Daphne said, tensing a bit. I can assume that you recognize the spells? Harry asked. Yes, they're from the dark arts. I identified the bone-breaking curse. The spell you were using this time not, however, she said, quietly. So what now, Daphne? No one was meant to find out, at least not until much later where it couldn't be avoided anymore. But here we are, right at the beginning of things with you and Davis knowing. The teachers and the masses finding out will focus attention back to having another Dark Lord in the making. Or whatever they will make out of it. Harry said seriously. How am I to trust you on this after your spying and lying? I'll keep it secret, Harry. I won't tell anyone, never plan to either. The three of us can give you an unbreakable vow, she said quickly, looking especially worried after his last words to her. What's an unbreakable vow? He said, faltered a bit, wondering what an unbreakable vow was. It seemed very serious to her. It is, as the name implies, an unbreakable promise between witches and wizards. It required 2 people to make the vows to each other, and 1 other to serve as bonder. Daphne explained after a moment of realizing that he didn't know. Bonder? He inquired, asking more details. The bonder will be Tracy if you and I were to go first. The bonder serves to magically bind the promises to the participants. Daphne elaborated. What is the penalty for breaking it? Harry asked, despite having a faint idea as to what these kind of magical things mostly saw as a fitting punishment. Death. Daphne deadpanned, looking him straight in the eye. And you would take it? With Davis doing the same? He asked. I would. Tracy isn't going to like it, but I'll be able to convince her. Besides, there is no danger if we keep silent about it, just as the promise would ask of us. Daphne reassured him. I see. Then none will be required. Harry spoke. Yes, I'll make Sirha? She began before interrupting herself with an unintelligent sound of surprise. I said that no unbreakable vow will be required since you are so willing to take it. I will trust you with this. Don't make me regret my decision. Make sure Davis keeps her silence for you in turn. Harry concluded to her perplexed face. She stood for a moment before smiling widely, white teeth showing and blue eyes alight, sparkling like water in summer sunlight. Consider it set in stone, she replied, repeating her words from their detention with Slughorn. He smiled a bit and took a look around, seeing that it had become dark again outside, and sighed as he knew what he had to do. Wait here for a moment, he said, moving back to the classroom and gathered his things, pulling the cloak out of his bag. He entered the corridor again, seeing her waiting for him expectantly, curious as to what he was doing. This, he said, holding up the silvery cloak up to her, is my invisibility cloak. It provides perfect cover to anyone underneath it. Amazing, perfect invisibility indeed, Daphne muttered as she fingered the material, seeing half of her fingers disappear underneath it. It's become late due to our little conversation. You'll likely get caught again, so I'll bring you to your common room, Harry said, holding the cloak up. She took a step closer, allowing him to swing the cloak of them, a thin veil falling over them, giving everything outside a flimsy look. Daphne smiled in gratitude as she moved a bit closer to him than necessary underneath the cloak, flowers soon making themselves known to him again. The journey was mostly nonverbal, with him creating a little distance and her closing it every few steps they took, sometimes having to grab her waist to prevent them from being discovered as she purposely moved in the opposite way he was when prefects and teachers came across them, grinning devilishly as she did so. They soon arrived in the dungeon corridor, Harry having let her guide the way for him, not seeing the need to reveal his knowledge of her common room to her. Say, are you planning to practice more? To learn more? Daphne asked softly as they stood in the hallway. He regarded her searching eyes for a moment. Yes, Daphne, I am. I see. Then I wish inform you on some things about it during the coming slug club, she said, moving out from underneath the cloak, looking back at the spot where he stood, invisible to her. Until then, Harry. See you, he softly called out. Harry lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling of the dorms. His curtains were drawn around him. They always were. He liked the privacy. Everyone was already sleeping as it had become late again. Research hadn't really made any progress again. Maybe because his thoughts had been distracted, thinking about the conversation he had with Daphne, how he had almost believed her, until the voice had spoken up again, speaking confident words of doubt at her answers. How did it know that she had been lying? He still hadn't dreamt about the being again, his nights rather being filled with nightmares than the offsetting entity. Tonight, however, would be different, for he wanted to go back. He had questions and wanted answers only the entity could provide. He slowly closed his eyes, seeing white enter his vision instead of black. You asked for me? A mixture of a hollow and childish voice sounded as the endless abyss surrounded them again. I did. Let's cut to the chase, Harry said, skipping pleasantries. How did you know that Daphne was lying? No, she was lying?
No, Harry.
I never knew for sure that she was lying, the entity said casually. Yes, you did. You called it out to me, saying words of treachery and deceit. Harry said, confused, sure that he had heard the words from him during his conversation with Daphne. I merely had strong suspicions, Harry. Her story had holes in it and I responded in kind. I know that the truth is important to you, so I helped. He spoke, embers trailing up in new patterns as he moved during his explanation. You acted upon hearing my words, you reconsidered her story. It was you who, if only partially, believed me and acted accordingly. I knew nothing for sure, Harry. You only believed it to be so. Harry kept silent, knowing it to be true. He wouldn't have looked any further into her story had it not been for the words that had rang through his head at the time. But I'm glad to see you put value into my words, Harry. They often require much effort during the day. The entity said, sounding glad. Oh, what about the first time I casted the bone-breaking curse? You made me hallucinate and hear whole syllables. Harry inquired, finding inconsistencies. You had been very frustrated and angry at the time, Harry. Making it more accessible for me to do so, the hallucination ran on your emotions while the syllables were from a memory I used. Voldemort at the atrium, to be precise. The entity explained to him. You seem to have a pretty good scope of things you can do inside my head. I'm going to have to ask you to refrain from doing things similar to the practice in the future. Harry told rather than asked him. Anything to support you, Harry. My help comes in many forms. The entity merely said, not giving a clear answer. Besides, if you can do those kind of things, why not help me by stopping the nightmares? That would actually make a difference. Harry proposed. I'm sorry, Harry. I am unable to control your fleeting thoughts, just like you are now thinking on your own. Will dreams or nightmares run through your head uncontrolled? I cannot change anything on my own, the entity said, shaking its head. Great, Harry said, disappointed. You could, however, learn occlumency to control said thoughts and dreams. Gag, chain and lock them away into the dark recesses of your mind from whence they came. The entity said, offering another method. If I can use it to do those things to my thoughts, to choose what I want inside my head, I could also prevent you from causing more hallucinations by locking the thoughts off you are using. Am I right? Maybe block you off completely too. Harry inquired, wondering why the entity would have Harry learn something that can be used against himself. It is true that you could also use it for that purpose, but I will most likely not induce another hallucination after your request not to do so, the entity said before continuing. And I'll have to inform you that blocking me off will not be possible, nor will it have much effect, for I am not a memory. I am not a thought, I am part of you. A piece of the puzzle that needs to be placed. Really now? Well, in any case, I'll have to think it over, Harry said, thinking about his previous experiences with Snape. He didn't want another repeat of the disastrous lessons. Maybe he could ask Dumbledore for somebody else to teach him, maybe even Dumbledore himself now that he thought about it. But Harry needed to think it over. He still didn't like the thought of having just about anyone teach him, since they would be able to see his memories, many of which were secrets that needed to be kept. Even Dumbledore wasn't the best choice in that regard. Harry had secrets he needed to keep from the gifted legilimens. That would be all, Harry said, signaling his leave. Until next time, the entity said as Harry allowed darkness to envelop him again, beckoning his return to the real world.